gotta get up, I gotta stand my ground. Pressure zone, and I gotta do it now. I feel like a closer when he head up to the mound. Feel like I gotta make the catch and keep my feet in bounds. I tippy toe through the progress. No shortcuts on this conquest. What we take is beyond risk. Gotta break records, nobody going beyond this. And I'm locked in, well prepared for the next phase. Spun the wheel afar, don't know why I'd be without it. The top is kinda lonely, well I don't like it crowded. Let me show you that I'm all about it. And I know pain is temporary, I don't mind no suffering. And I know sometimes that we come up short, but I done had enough of it. And what you want feels like it's miles away, but it's not as far as it seems. You gotta believe, before your dreams come true, you gotta believe. Like a bus that is not me, I'm ahead of my time, no way they'll ever top me. Set your mind to it and you'll see. One thing I'll always do is believe. And I know pain is temporary, I don't want no suffering. And I know sometimes that we come up short, but I done had enough of it. And what you want feels like it's miles away, but it's not as far as it seems. You gotta believe, before your dreams come true, you gotta believe.
Out there on the tracks, and early rains has been a blessing here at the final round. Terra Topia, Gauteng, just on the outskirts of Krugersdorp, and everyone from around the country has come to join the party. The Malimi boys have done an incredible job to prep the track, and overnight rain really helped things out big time. So we did swamp out a couple of areas. So yesterday's practice was a little bit wild. Yesterday's practice was a little bit crazy, but this morning the track has come together really nicely. We're combining the national categories as well as the Northern Regions Championships for today to wrap up shop in one big, tight, beautiful bow. We're going to have the MX50s out as the first race. That's going to be coming up shortly. We're just wrapping up our final bit of practice, and that is going to be some of the big bangers out on the MX1s. Little bikes are going to open up shop for us with the 50cc races going out and doing the business, followed by the 65s, the MX2s, the 85s, the ladies, the MX3 veterans and supports will be combined, and the final two categories on the day will be the MX high schools and the MX super minis, and the MX1 big bangers will be next. We've got a whole ton of sponsors coming on board. I'll be announcing those as we go through. Mini X are coming on board at this event for the MX50s. NTG coming in for our naming sponsors for the MX65s. Yamaha South Africa will be picking up the tab for the MX2s. Bright Fire for the MX ladies. TRP, Tarantino Racing Products, a long-time supporter of national and regional motocross. They're going to be in for the MX high schools and the MX super minis. And KTM South Africa in for MX1. We've got a combination tire sponsor with Dunlop coming in as the national sponsors and the regional sponsors coming in as the Pirellis. The track is looking at a great setup as well. Talk about the fact that we have been all around the country. It has been a very testing championship for all involved, but today is going to be spectacular. We're on a promise for relatively sticky conditions. It almost feels like Durban down here today, with a little bit of overnight rain and very overcast. That's keeping all of the temperature under the clouds, meaning everyone is going to be sweating bullets out there as the final bit of practice gets closed down. Beautiful shots coming in from our drone pilot, who's going to be out there with us today, picking up on some of the great action. Some tweaks to the track as well. We'll pick up on that a little bit later on. The classic layout venue that's been laid out for the last couple of years, though, remains. Just one of a few tweaks just after the big sky jump. Before you go and hit the two tabletops, the normal S-band has been taken out. That was swamped out overnight, and the track crew here at Terra Topia did a great job to get things up and running. You can see that the ruts are deep already. The track was ripped beautifully this morning, as well as yesterday before the practice. And to be very honest, the feedback from the riders is this is the best that the track has ever ran. So we are very blessed at the moment with the gorgeous conditions. Chocolate cake, as the motocross racers like to say, as they arrive here for the final bit of racing action. Our Destinations team arrived on Thursday night, I think it was. We sit here on a Saturday, so they're probably hanging a little bit with jet lag, but they were out there waving the flag for South Africa and making sure things were good to rock and roll. Looks like we're getting ourselves ready for the first race of the day. That's going to be our, looks like it changed the schedule. That's going to be our MX3 and support class. They're going to be lining up first, so change of schedule coming at you. We'll keep things hopping and popping. So that is going to be our lineup for our support class MX3 and our veteran riders. So that's going to give us a great lineup. So that is a confirmation. I can see that gate. MX3 veteran and support will take to the gate first. So it means we're going to be able to lock down our first set of runners in the championship. So MX3 on the season, the whole story has been a big comeback ride coming in for Wheeler. That's big dog, Brandon Wheeler. He got picked up early in the season, coming and doing the chase down for Bikers Warehouse, swinging a leg on a Honda. Unfamiliar equipment for him. On the Nationals though, it's between himself and Royce Griffin. They've been sharing the podium the whole way through, and it looks like Royce Griffin is edging things out. Royce is going to be out there running the numbers on the 141, so watch out for him. We've got some big numbers on the gate though. It's going to be interesting to see what the 211 can do as well, because he's been starting to kind of make a name for himself as well, and these riders are going to be interesting on the gate as well. First time on the season that we've seen our regional and our national competitors combine, so a lot of the riders will be unfamiliar with the racing terrain and how things are going. Big Kev out there for KTM factory, making sure that all of the riders, even inside and outside of the factory lineup, are going to be out there and enjoying a little bit of extra help from Big Kev. Does look after all of the factory riders, so it's going to be fun to see what goes down there. Shane Steenkamp is going to be on the gate. Ricardo Caferi, Jason Fanta, Ruben Lurtz will be there as well, some of our support class riders. And do watch out for the 777. The Slayer is going to be out there. It's going to be a great situation as we start to see our riders get themselves ready. Final bit of little sprinkling going down there for the track prep crew to make sure everything is going to be staying on the ground and not getting too roosted up there. For the regional championship, Greg Heldenace, Jonathan Deploy, Terence Kinnear and Martin Beacom are going to be the riders to watch out for. And on the Masters gate, it's going to be fantastic to understand. Brandon Wheeler, Dillard Jacobson and Martin Beacom will be the riders to watch out for. Held in the gate for now while we get ourselves ready for the last bit of prep. A fantastic vibe out here at Terra Topia as we combine a ton of our regional and national competitors and combining the gates as well. Beautiful shots as we watch all the riders start to understand how to get the best out of themselves. First gate is going to be a fun one as well. The combined gate of the MX3's vets, masters and supports. It's going to be a 14-minute race plus 1 lap as everyone is starting to get a little bit twitchy down there to try and understand how they are going to be going forward. All the riders on the sideline as well will be watching the gate to try and understand where the good gates are. It did look like on the left-hand side it was a little bit swamped out. They're going to be going into the right-hand hole shot. That is into Pepsol. All the Pepsol flags will be up there. A right-hand, very tight, flat turn, and then the bowl turn at the bottom was a little bit boggy this morning. The riders were all favoring the right-hand outside bowl turn to get the hook, to get that big sky jump. That's going to be a big feature of the day. The big sky jump is going to tell you how the rest of the day is going to be running, because the riders that are inside the top 3 will get the best lines going into that swamped out section that has been adjusted in the overnight session. Watch out for a real good gate coming in from the 73 of Wheeler. He has been near on unstoppable on the regional gate. Beautiful drone shots coming in to give you an idea of how the track has been prepped. Dry around the track, nice and loamy. They ripped it twice this week to make sure there was going to be plenty of moisture all the way through. You can see the freestyle park at the back there that has also had a big facelift. And at the background, that is the original layout of the road before the big highway came into play. staring down then onto the gate. It's going to be an interesting one to understand who is going to be running the numbers. Like I say, in the National Championship, Wheeler, Jacobson, Beacom, Hill, Kinnear, Gildenhuys out though, round about the 3/4 marker of the season. He had a major problem, went down super hard, actually at this track as well, lost a gear on the step-up jump, and that was him out for the rest of the season. The rest of the riders to watch out for: the Deploy boys, Keegan and Jonathan. They're in good shape for this round of the championship, and it's going to be fun to see how things are going. So final prep talk for Bertie there, our COC, making sure that everything is good to go. It is going to be a staggered gate. In other words, our national competition racers will go out first, and then the second gate drop to the left hand side, as we are looking at it, will be the second gate drop. So national and regional riders go first, and support class riders go to the left hand side. So that's going to be an interesting one. I think it's just going to be a maybe 5 or 10 second count, just to make sure that the support class riders don't interfere with the national and regional competitors that are going out there chasing their glory. Wheeler, Doherty, Strunkharder, Ryan and Hill should I say. David Goosen was a support rider down at some of the selected coastal regions, just to go and swing a leg and see what he can do on his smoker. But right now we're trying to see how things are going to be going for the rest of the day. We'll keep an eye on the schedule as it gets adjusted throughout the day, but for now it looks like things are on point and we are getting ourselves good to go. My name is Matt Hollywood Smith. I'm going to be out here on the mic for the whole way through the day, making sure things are running super good. Looking like we've gone back to the original setup, so it does look like it will be high school racing coming up next, and that will be followed by our 85s and then the MX1s. Track prep crew doing an amazing job, and we'll be high-fiving those guys the whole way through the day, as well as all of our sponsors. You can see a whole pile of them there: Yamaha, Dunlop, TRP, MotorX, and of course Bridgestone as well. You can see some of the leftover party from last night and yesterday afternoon's absolute hammer time. Plenty of rain came down, but the blessing was that yesterday afternoon it dried out pretty well, and this morning we are on a promise of pretty dry conditions. For now, we've got a little bit of a blanket over us. The clouds are still hanging overhead, making things nice and sticky. Feels like Durban, like I said. Feels like Peter Maritzburg as the track crew. Our little Jamaican Bob there looks like he is just getting a green light. He can put a little bit more moisture on the track to make sure that things are going to be good. I don't think the track is going to dry up super bad today. It will rut up and chunk up, and we'll see some real deep ruts before we close things out. For now, I'm going to catch my breath and wait for the green light before we go racing. First gate is going to be our MX3 Vets, Masters and Support class combined. If you're tuning in, you are joining us as we pick up on the build-up to get things ready for the final round of the National South African Motocross Championship, as well as the Northern Regions Championship, giving us one of our best gates of the season. Beautiful scenes in the background there. The pits are absolutely howling. We've got all the factory squads and all the mom and dad teams in the house as well. It looks like the bikes have fired up, so we're getting ourselves ready. Broski on the 777, he's first on the gate to the left hand side of the starting hut. He's getting himself warmed up and ready. Big high fives from his good friend Dav Cocker, as they're going to go out there and try and understand how they are going to be taking on the rest of the event. Very exciting times out here as we look forward into one of our biggest events of the season. This is where we wrap up shop for the year. This is where we crown all of our champions. An almost unheard of situation where we have almost none of the championships wrapped up going into this round. So revs go high, under starter's orders. It's going to be a great gate drop on the right hand side. Wheeler doesn't get the pull off the gate that he wanted, but he does get the line. He's going to be second on the gate going into the whole shot queue. We'll pick up on all the riders. One of the deployed boys did a absolute banger. Wheeler gets up the inside and starts to get tasty already. Remember, for the national championship, the story is all about the two riders out front at the moment. Wheeler, Jacobson, and we're going to see what Royce Griffin is going to be doing as we start to understand how the track is going to be running. The 99, it was with the whole shot Levi Doherty. He's running off the front at the moment, so that's Doherty on the 99. This is the split gate where the 21 is going to be running the numbers. Pre-race favorite is going to be Broski. He goes up the inside there, threads the needle, and the 77 is going to get the cheese going up the inside. That gives him clear air going up the big sky ramp and leaves the rest of the riders to try and do the chase down. Top two riders at the moment then, it's going to be Levi Doherty on the 99 as Wheeler does the chase down on the Bikers Warehouse Honda, trying to understand how the track is going to be running for the rest of the day. All the riders for this time around, remember, they're just going to be trying to understand how to figure out some of the ruts. I watched a lot of the support class riders really battling to try and just hold a tight line around this track. Ruts are going to be the story of the day as we get ready to unfold the rest of the championship. Remember, this is the final round of the Nationals and Regionals combined as we understand the final bit of racing. Top two riders are gone already. We're not even at the end of lap number 1. And the 99 of Levi Doherty on the Yamaha leads out the Honda of Wheeler. They are checking out at the moment, leaving the rest of the riders in the roost. Beautiful shots coming in at the moment as we see a 2-horse race as the riders stretch their legs out front. That's the end of lap number 1. So Doherty on the 99 Yami, the Honda in the Bikers Warehouse colors of Wheeler. Wheeler's starting to feel this track out as well. I saw him, he was one of the riders during practice and qualifying where he was really selecting different lines inside and outside, going for the outside line there, doesn't want to take any more risk, goes for the tear off, and he's going to lead going into the bowl turn. That's 2 tear offs in a row, so Wheeler wasn't happy with his vision there, chased the back wheel of Doherty, who got the whole shot and will be credited with the lead at the end of lap number 1. But early on lap number 2, we got a new race leader, and it is Wheeler. Remember, Wheeler is looking to nail down the championship. Royce Griffin, a no-show at this round, as far as I can see anyway. It looks like it's going to be Wheeler that's going to be running off and hiding in his comeback season. A former MX1 pro rider back in the day, riding on the SA Suzuki team, and in his comeback getting picked up by the Bikers Warehouse squad. Backed himself for a couple of seasons, picking up a Yami, just going out there and paying his own bills. Now working and racing for Bikers Warehouse on the Honda. And Wheeler is up and running and absolutely nailing things down. You can see BAR Cargo, one of our sponsors, in the top right-hand corner at the SA MX Nationals. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull in support out here as well, looking after the VIP zone as we see all the riders just understand how the track is going to be running. The riders just trying to figure things out as we try and get things up and running. You can see the ruts already forming, and that is just from yesterday's practice and this morning. The track was ripped once again this morning, firsting.com. So it's absolutely amazing to see just through the practice sessions how deep the ruts have got as all the riders really battle their way through. The 21 looking tasty at the moment as well, as we start to see all the riders figure out how the track is going to be up and trucking for the rest of the day. That's hills, so you can see that the big 21 riders skirting sometimes to the left and right hand side to try and stay out of those big ruts. Some of the bigger gates later on in the day, they will have no choice but to go for the big ruts. But for now, while it's soft, those ruts aren't going to be causing too many problems. Just a lot of roost on the goggles. Vision, I think, is going to be one of the key issues out here today. 2025 has been a huge challenge as far as weather goes, with all riders really battling to understand which goggles to use, when to use the roll-offs and the tear-offs. Of course, from an environmental standpoint, Motocross SA are trying to promote the roll-offs, but sometimes it's just impossible to use them if there is too much moisture out there, either in the air or coming down out of the sky. A great mixture of kickers, sky ramps, beautiful berms and rollers as we understand how the track is going to be settling itself in. Welcome to the opening race of the day and the last round of the South African National and Regional Championships. Just getting our qualifying runs as we see who was actually running the numbers this morning. Got our runners making sure that Hollywood is hooked up for the whole day. You see all of our qualifying runs coming on through here. Senior support, we had Brandon Wheeler and Levi Doherty. The top two runners were the fastest riders out there, as you would expect, and they're the guys that are running the numbers right now. Keegan Deploy, one of the crossover riders, he was third. Callum Broski put in the third fastest run time, with Neo Sanders up there. Dylan Jacobson, he was sixth fastest in the qualifiers, as we pick up on Broski. He's the first bike in shot there. A very stylish rider. Supercross, motocross, supermoto, national enduro, super enduro. He races it all, does Broski. One of the most talented crossover riders. He is one of South Africans, Ryan Sipes, who swings the leg over absolutely everything. We got 15 riders all in all doing the chasing out there. The slowest of our qualifiers was Terence Kinnear. Up the road from him was Alex Robinson, Matthew Austin, Martin Beacom, Shane Steenkamp was up there, Ashlyn Nicholas, Ricardo Caforio, and Aston Allen. Jason Hill running good numbers at the moment as we pick up on the 94 of Keegan Deploy. Very stylish rider. Great to see Keegan back onto the national gate. Normally a regional rider, but enjoying his time out there with some of the big dogs. 15 riders all in all across support, MX3 veteran and MX3 masters. As once again, Keegan Deploy is our camera crew's favorite hookup rider out there, looking factoried up to the max in that FXR kit on one of the big Yammies. Yamaha have really come back into the fold in the last couple of seasons. Going to see a whole ton of blue, and it has become that old war, blue versus orange, as the powerhouse squads go out there chasing. This is Jacobson. He has been a standout rider on the regional championship tour. Hasn't hit too many of the nationals, but he's been measuring himself against the lap times. He runs very good out here. I had the pleasure of commentating out here a couple of weeks back at the last round of the regionals. Sorry, 2 rounds ago at the regionals, should I say. There's been a lot of events back to back in the last half of the season. And Jacobson at the moment looking like he is running good numbers. So here's our live timing up on the left hand side of the screen. Brandon Wheeler leads out ahead of Doherty and Jacobson, with Keegan Deploy and Callum Broski running inside the 4 and 5. Strunk harder into number 6 with Sanders, Hill, Allen and Nicholas taking us to the top 10 as we go back and pick up on the man running in 4th place on the track at the moment. Drones doing a fantastic job to give you an idea of the elevation, as well as the gaps and the flow and feel of how the track is running out there. Wheeler untroubled at the moment, just locking himself into his rhythm. He'll be just trying to work through that lactic acid that always arrives in those early laps. Beautiful timing rhythm section that takes you back into the halfway marker of the track. The rhythm section gives you about the halfway marker, the 50-50 split of the course, as we understand how the track is going to be running. This is our 2nd place rider at the moment, the 99 of Levi Doherty. He was 2nd fastest in qualifying, running a 2:10, so not too far off the back wheel of Brandon Wheeler. Looks like he's might be getting a little bit tight though. As soon as Wheeler made the pass, Doherty started to fade off the back wheel. Our marshals out there keeping an eye on things. We've got full medics and marshals in attendance, as you would expect with a high quality event such as this, running the SA Nationals and Northern Regions Championship combined. Already into the lappers, as we see Doherty coming through on some of the slower traffic out there. That's the 62 of Martin Beacom going a lap down early on, as the track crew will be keeping an eye on things. Looks like Doherty's nice and comfortable as he starts to throw the shapes out there. Remember, Doherty, one of the King of the Whip contestants as well, so he'll be out there making shapes, and lovely to see him racing out there in our combined support class for the national regionals, as well as our MX3 and veteran gates. Timing and scoring, if you guys want to follow on live timing and scoring, you can log on to protiming.co.za, and that will give you all of our live timing throughout the day. Signal is a bit of a challenge out here at Terra Topia, just on the outskirts of Krugersdorp. We'll do our very best to keep the signal up and pumping. Firehouse Media bringing us this live coverage out here today with the help of all of our amazing partners and sponsors. Doherty just enjoying his time out there on the course at the moment. No issues for him. as he hammers out the laps. We'll be closing in on around about the halfway marker of this race. As we start to get ourselves ready for the rest of the tour. Wheeler on the big Honda, the big dog. Two of the Wheeler brothers with a foot and a name that's etched into the national and regional motocross scene. Historically racing on the yellow bikes out there in the Suzuki days, racing all around the country as well as representing South Africa at the junior nationals. Used to race on the factory South African Suzukis. Now Wheeler in the last couple of seasons chopping and changing, moving around. That's the new sector that the crew did a massive job in the last 2 days to just skirt around a swamped out zone. Bit of a flat track zone, but it did run in nicely throughout yesterday and today. And the track crew have continuously trained, swept, ripped and cleaned that area to make sure it's going to race. And Brandon is showing us how well it can be handled. The track crew doing an amazing job, as I said, to make sure the track has been prepped and is going to hold together throughout the day. We'll be doing our national prize giving at the end of the day as well and crowning all of our big number 1 plates. Wheeler looks like he's going to be one of those riders that's going to be out there to cement his number 1. Could be a double number 1 as well. There's going to be many riders that are going to be double timing, meaning they're going to be splatting 2 number 1 plates, taking regionals and national championship tours along the way. So Wheeler on the numbers at the moment. It'll be fun to understand how he is going to be going forward into next season. Flirting with the idea of going back into the MX1 Big Banger Gate. That means he'll have to go up against all the factory superstars that we'll be introducing a little bit later on in the day. But for now, it is the Brandon Wheeler Show on the Bikers Warehouse. Big Honda CRF 450R. He does like to run those big bikes as well. Does Big Dog Wheeler. He's ticking the laps off as we go along. No changes outside on the top 2, but Jacobson has moved himself into the top 3. So Dylan Jacobson on the 211 is the man on the move on the big Yamaha. Broski also starting to move up. Keegan Deployer's had a problem on the 94. Callum Broski moves up into a number 4 spot. Outside of the Magic top 5, Strunkharder, Neo Sanders, Jason Hill. As that's a beautiful follow shot there. As that's our race leader coming into the lappers. Riders outside of the top 6 starting to look over their shoulders to make sure they're not in the way of the big dogs in the championship as they roll forward. Small step down, small scrub, step up. Wheeler back onto the main course as he flies his way through. Looked like that was the 331 of Ashlyn Nicholas. So Ashlyn Nicholas running a top 10. So he's on the bubble at the moment, just remaining inside of the top 10 right now. This is the furthest part of the course. Just to the right-hand side, or behind us now on the drone, is the Krugersdorp Highway. Wheeler makes his way through the bottom section. No inside line options there at the moment. He doesn't have to cover off any lines, so Wheeler just going to cover the outside there. Can rail his way through, make the moves up from my commentary booth here at the Linux Yamaha Blue Crew viewing deck. I can already smell some of that race fuel wafting through my nostrils. So a couple of the bikes are running the hot stuff out there. Fully legal, of course. You're allowed to run the race fuel here at national and regional motocross. As some of our slower riders are just simply trying to survive out there. The 62 of Martin Beeker just threaded the needle on the outside, as looks like there is a 1 lap to go board. So we got the 1 lap to go board. So leader looks like he is on the last lap. I certainly saw a 1 lap on the back of the board. I don't know if that was a last lap, but we'll keep an eye on that. Looks like Wheeler is closing things down, so we'll be keeping an eye on the checkered flag from now on. So good work for our camera crew picking up on our lap counter. Wheeler's heading on down there, so he's going to be making his way through the traffic once again, and it is just so cool to see this track come back to life. Formerly Dave White running the track, and for the last couple of seasons with backing from the corporate element of South Africa and the sport, and great champions of motorsport, and champions both, the Malimi boys, Joshua and Jonathan, making sure that they are keeping South African and regional motocross alive by picking up the reins out here at Terra Topia. Wheeler threading his way through there, some of the slower traffic, Kinnear, Robinson, Austin, Beacom, and Steenkamp running outside of the top 10. As Wheeler just puts on the show. He's in cruise control mood at the moment. Mode, I mean. As he's just working some of the lines. You'll probably see on some of the cool down laps, Wheeler will start to try and understand if there's some options that are going to be opening up. Remember, he'll have something like 4 hours until his next racing heat. A long layoff, but he'll be keeping an eye on how the track is progressing, developing, and changing as the day goes on. Doherty, no problems for him in the number 2 spot. The 99 controls that high ground in second place in the overalls. Jacobson and Broski, with Broski starting to close things down. So we'll keep an eye on the 777. Some of the slower riders are agonizingly looking across at the lap counter to try and understand if they can roll this one off or not. So positions at the moment as we close out on the race. Wheeler, Doherty, Jacobson, Broski, Deploy, Strunkharder, Sanders, Hill, Allen, and Nicholas giving us our numbers inside the top 10. The flag is out though. That's going to be our first flag of the day as Wheeler is going to take it ahead of Doherty, Jacobson, Broski, Deploy, and Strunkharder. That's the top 6 with Neo Sanders, Hill, Allen, Nicholas, Steenkamp, Caforio, Kinnear, and Beacom taking us 14 riders deep. First race in the bag. First checkered flag of the day falls to Wheeler. Doherty takes the number 2 spot. Track is looking primed as we look forward into the next of our racing heats. Looks like we'll be going forward into the high schools. So we'll try and have a look on the gate and see who is ready and lined up to get ourselves going once again. We'll try and catch our winner there. That will be Brandon Wheeler on the 73 Racing Honda. Wheeler just getting himself ready. Looks like we are good to go and chat to our first checkered flag of the day.
Hi guys, Brandon here. Just finished the MX3 and the MX3 Vets class. Managed to get the win, which is cool. Got a horrible start. The big old Biker's Warehouse Honda just had too much power. Ended up wheeling down the whole straight. But yeah, first lap got past Levi and then just sort of checked out from there. So very happy. Thanks to everyone. Biker's Warehouse, Honda South Africa, Alpine Stars, Langston, Bell Helmets. Thank you everyone. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, that's the smokers on the line there. That's the high school 125s are getting themselves ready to go. High school 125s are rock and roll. So it looks like we've reverted back to our original schedule for the day. So high school 125s, you can see the reigning champion is the red plate of Trey Cox.
You gotta believe.
All right, high school 125s on the gate. We reverted back to our original schedule, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that throughout the rest of the day. And high school 125s, the big gate, Trey Cox, as you'd expect on a track like this. Even though he's a KZN native, he loves it when this track runs deep and is ripped up like that. So, as I say, back onto our original schedule for the day, high school 125 gate. Trey Cox went fastest on the day. That means he got gate pick number 1. So he's decided to go right down the middle of the left-hand side of the gate. Tristan Durrow, easy to spot that rider as well. Remember, he is going to be racing out of the MotorX colors. The high school 125 gate brought to you by TRP, Tarantino Racing Products, bringing us the high school 125 gate with Cox, Durrow, Valsecki, Martin, Henley, Barrington Smith, Frosty, Johnson, Rocha, and Van Veek, the runners inside the top 10. This is going to be a banger of a gate. Spectacular racing happening out there on the season. It has been Trey Cox who is the rider to beat. Remember, he's our reigning champion. The big red plate is out there. and he is the championship points leader. Revs are up. Here we go. High School 125 gate. Watch out for the number 1 and watch out for the 444. 444 is going to pull it this time then. That's Tristan Duro. He gets the nose up the inside. That's a nudge out. Looks like one of the Yamaha boys missed his line completely. And it is going to be a wild race from here on out. I can see Henley is running high in the numbers there, as well as Cruz Martin. But that is going to be our whole shot going to Tristan Duro on the 777 machine. Fantastic run of form for him of late on an absolute burner. The 169 of Thor Johnson. Thor Johnson is going to be a rider to watch out for because he didn't get the qualifier that he wanted to. And that is going to be the story from here on out. That is our race leader going down. And Johnson looks like he's picked him up as well. So great sportsmanship being shown as our race leader got jammed under his bike. And hats off, Sportsman of the Year going to Thor Johnson, throwing his race down the road, as well as the 4-4 of Tristan Duro. So race leaders 1 and 2 going down hard. And that is going to be a massive change up. We'll pick up on our leaders as we go through. The 114 of Damien Fanta running the cheese at the moment. Clean goggles, clean kit. He's off the front. And that is going to be a massive change up, not only on the day in the racing, but also in the championship. Fanta has been coming on strong the last couple of rounds as well. Love the High School 125 gate, but that drama of Tristan Duro as well as Thor Johnson going down will be a battle that we will keep an eye on. We'll pick those guys up around about the halfway marker. And those Motor X colors, it's pretty easy to pick up on Duro around the track. But right now, Fanta is absolutely gone and checked out. It's going to be up to the rest of the riders to pick their way through and understand. End of lap number 1 as all the screamers come on through. Big chop and change. We'll pick up on live timing shortly. But with a couple of massive players going down in the championship hustle, that gives a lot of riders a little bit of hope as they can go on through there. Kate Visa has incredibly got himself up there to run high in the overalls, as the 300 of Trent Vilsecki is on the move at the moment. So the 300 is... There is so much action to catch up on, and so many key riders and key championship runners. We'll also pick up on the number 1 plate. Trey Cox, famously on the season, does not come out the gate strong on heat race number 1. So these are going to be the riders that are going to be doing the podium chase. The 315 coming in hot. Caden Visa, after qualifying down in 11th place, finds himself in a podium position. Valsecki on the 300 is in the chase down. And then you'll see a whole ton of championship runners doing the chase down. Keep an eye out for Barrington Smith on the 141. He normally comes to life around about lap 2 or 3 as well. At the moment, Valsecki trying to get the moves on Visa. This is going to be a nice dice inside-outside. The first time we see these inside lines coming to life. Valsecki moves himself up there. Great positioning from our camera crew to get up onto the numbers. That should be a position change into a number 2 spot, as the lead is held at the moment by Damien Fanta on the 114. Valsecki on the charge. There'll be a lot of riders coming on strong from the back of the pack. Pretty sure I just saw the number 1 of, yeah, that's Trey Cox. So Cox is on the fly as well. Cox is getting himself up there, now running inside the top 5. We'll try and get a score count next time the riders come through. So that's Fanta, that's Valsecki. Valsecki is on an absolute burner right now as he closes down quickly on the back wheel of Fanta. Fanta has no sighter at the moment, but he has been absolutely eaten up in this last half lap by Valsecki on the 300, who is absolutely ripping on this track. That's the 1 and 2 in sight at the moment. That should be Barrington Smith in 3rd spot, and then around about 5 riders dicing things out for number 4. Here's Valsecki, goes inside, goes for the squeeze out. He's going to stay on that inside run. That's going to make 2 lines into 1, and that is our new race leader, the 300 of Valsecki. Gets himself up into clear air for the first time. It took him 2 laps to get it done, but Valsecki is our race leader. Barrington Smith, bit of a track specialist here as well, should be the rider in the 3 spot. Just trying to get a confirmation of his numbers. Should be the 141 running in the number 3. Normally he runs those colors, the black and white gear. And that is going to be a watch out for that dice in 3rd place, because that's going to be Trey Cox. the championship points leader. There is it coming. So Damien Fenter running tight. He's got a problem on his bike. Fenter is off the track. That bike is not running strong. So Fenter, who was our early race leader, dropped down to second, is now out the race. This is now the battle for second place. This is Barrington Smith, a bit of a track specialist here on the high school 125 gate, and the reigning champion and red plate, the championship leader, Trey Cox, out of factory. Leader tread, KTM and Red Bull. Cox is on the move right now, third place, and he has come to life on lap number 3. Incoming, here we go. This is going to be a pass at the end of the rhythm section, inside, outside. Just fades across, covers the line. Couldn't get it stopped inside the rut. Barrington Smith lives on just for a second, and that is going to be Cox then, moving himself through into the number 2 spot. So Cox now will set sail and try and chase down and onto the back wheel of Valsecchi. Third spot for the rider all in white on the 141. It's Barrington Smith. Should be safe for now. No one too close to his back wheel. But what an incredible, dramatic first 3 laps of this race. First we saw Fenter lead. And we saw a couple of key riders go down. That was Johnson going down, getting collected by Tristan Duro. Duro is up and charging. He's in a number 13 spot at the moment. Aidan Hanley into a number 11. Damon Fenter showing on live timing that he is just free falling as you'd expect. He's off the side of the track. Hasn't been able to get that issue sorted on the machine. So the rider we're watching at the moment, Valsecchi in the lead. But for how long? Because Cox is piling on the pressure. Cox has moved through on the factory KTM into the number 2 spot. Remember, TRP, one of the sponsors as well as Venture Sport of the factory KTM squad. Cox in the number 2 spot. Barrington Smith in third place as we continue to keep an eye on Valsecchi on the 300. Won't be long until we see an orange blur behind him because Cox is piling it on. Cruz Martin has moved himself up into a number 4 spot. That's a great shot that tells us the story. The gap now down to around about 2.5 seconds between race leader Valsecchi and Cox. Cox just BMXing, manualing his whole way through that timing section. And he's going to be closing up onto the back bumper very shortly of Valsecchi. Valsecchi having a good... Valsecchi makes the mistake though. Jams up, blows his feet off in the rut. And the drone pilot was on point to pick that up as well. And that is Trey Cox, gifted the lead. And he's going to run and hide now. So Trey Cox leads out as we are over the halfway marker of the first running of the high school 125 gate. 18 riders taking the lineup here. Valsecchi is going to try and recover and stay on point and stay in that number 2 spot. He's going to now be in a fight with Barrington Smith for second place for the rest of that race. Caden Visa, who was running good numbers in the early pace, the 315 sits inside of a number 4. Barrington Smith has had an issue on that lap as well. He drops down to a number 5. We stay with the race leader at the moment. Trey Cox styling things up, looking for those sweet lines, those dry lines, anything out of the ruts and out of the mud. Cox absolutely nailing this first race. Didn't get the gate he wanted, got the gate pick, just did not get the drop that he wanted coming out. Had to fight his way outside of the top 6 on laps 1 and 2 to eventually position himself inside the top 3, going on to lap number 4. Lap number 5 piled the pressure on Valsecchi. Valsecchi was looking over his shoulder, missed his braking marker, missed his line, blew his feet off in the rut. Cox said thank you very much, took it with open arms, and is now your race leader in the first of 2 racing heats in the 125 national and regional combined gates. It's Cox ahead of Valsecchi. Cruz Martin has come through. Barrington Smith had an issue on that 4th lap as well. Martin through into 4th place. Caden Visa Cruz Martin into 3rd place. Visa into 4th. Barrington Smith into 5th. Krief van Veek gets the nudge up the road as well. Also didn't get the gate he wanted. Moves up into a number 6 with Break Frosty into a number 7. Rocha van Asviken, one of our regional riders, coming in on a number 9. And Aidan Hanley onto a number 10. Tristan Duro, the man that went down the hole shotter on the Motor X KTM, up onto a number 11. with Fort Johnson. So those guys are on the comeback trail. DeRoe and Johnson on the comeback trail, currently sitting in 11 and 12 right now. Just enjoying the show that is Cox. Last couple of seasons become known as Mr. 125, and you can see why. One of the multi-gate riders, races out of the high school 125 and the MX2 gate, so he will have a busy day at the office in line to run down 2 number 1 plates here at the final round of the South African National Motocross Championship Racing Tour combined with the regionals. Here's one of our top regional racers and a man who's trying to get the numbers going in the nationals. That was Barrington Smith. He's down in the number 5. He had a problem on lap number 4, and he's going to be fighting hard to get through on Visa and Martin. That looks like we are picking up on Valsecki. So Valsecki at the moment remains in the number 2 spot. So this is our second place rider on the number 300. Looking a little tired out there as he stretches his hammies on one of the downslopes. Apologies for some of the signal breakup, battling with some of the network down here in the low areas just outside of Krugersdorp. Fence is back on track there. The 114 is rolling, just trying to get a couple of points under his belt. So good to see him actually getting some numbers. But these are some of our riders a little bit further down. Armand Micho, Cameron Strucky, rider Anthony and Xavier Mulcahy, Joshua Eccles. Our slower qualifiers as we try and understand what is happening out there. Valsecki, no issues for him. He remains in the number 2 spot as our race leaders are working some of these ruts. You can see how deep they're running. By the lunchtime break, these ruts will be knee deep as Valsecki dances the high school 125 into the beginning of another lap run. The rider's now favoring that inside cut across line into the bowl turn. Gives them a nice outside sweeper run as they hit the big sky jump step up. One of the key features as you can look across to the right hand side into the eyes of the drivers out there on the highway. The 73, that is Camden Strucky, getting shoved 1 lap down by our race leader and the championship points leader, the big number 1 plate of Trey Cox, putting on the show now as he styles things up on the big tabletops. He knows he's got this in the bag as we are ticking the laps off thick and fast. The pass was pulled on lap number 4. Cox has not looked back since. Love the combination of seeing that we are getting the national and regional riders in. That gives us big, strong, healthy gates out there for all of our riders to go out. Most of the gates giving us almost 20 riders across all of the regional and national categories. Trey Cox on the factory Red Bull Motor X and TRP racing machine. Runs that Bell helmet, runs the gurney boots, and he is the future of motocross, the heritage of the Cox family running strong. He battled in his later years on the 85s. He's been on the 125 gate a couple of seasons now, and he has really developed into one of those solid, muscular riders. Probably one of the last seasons we'll see him racing in the high school 125 gate, as he'll no doubt focus forward onto the big bangers, looking to try and nail down the number 1 plates in the MX2s and potentially swing a leg next season at some point onto the big 450s. Valsecki controls the number 2. Cox, the man on screen at the moment, controls the number 1. Barrington Smith has moved up 1 position. He's got around Caden Visa. Cruz Martin has moved himself onto the podium position as well. As the lappers are getting shown the blues, blue flags means hold your line. The fast kids are coming through. So close to the end of this one, as Cox just scrubs and makes the shapes out there, loving the loam conditions. We expect the track to dry out and rut in as the day goes on. At the moment, the clouds are still keeping it nice and humid down here, and humidity is good for keeping the track nice and moist. Chocolate cake racing in the morning heats for the national and regional motocross. Remember, we've got the 50s, 65, MX2s, 85s, ladies, MX3, high schools, and MX1s. Before we go into our lunch gap, give all of our marshals, medics, and the riders a little bit of respite, as well as the timekeepers and all of the officials. A little bit of a breather before we go forward into the afternoon session. Right now, Cox just enjoying his time out there. One of the riders just dragging himself off the 565. That's rider Anthony going down. Looks like one of the first riders to get found by one of those ruts. Definitely had the wind knocked out of him. The medics will no doubt go and attend to him and make sure he is good to go. 1 lap to go, board comes in. So we are on 1 lap to go as we close things down. Very stretched out, nothing on at the moment with Cox. Smooth sailing. Valsecki looks like he is not going to get closed down. So the rider and his bike getting cleared off the track there. Good work for our track officials and our medics and marshals to make sure the bike of Anthony Ryder and the rider and his machine are all good to go. All the riders now getting the 1 lap to go board. I just saw a flash of white. Probably Barrington Smith and Valsecki going through there. Valsecki still remains in the number 2 spot with Martin in 3rd, Barrington Smith in the number 4 spot, Caden Visa in 5th, Kriya Van Beek, Frosty, Rocha, Henley, and Tristan Duro has recovered. Our early race leader on the Motorex KTM recovering to a number 10 ride. Duro now moves up into 8th, so he is finding a lot of time out there on the course and moving his way forward. That never say die dog in him. Rocha and Duro going back and forth outside of the major points. Thor Johnson on the 169 just crosses the stripe now. So way down the order, getting collected by the downed Tristan Duro and helping Duro up to his feet and making sure that his sparring partner, but also his friend out there on the track is good to go. Johnson on the track at the moment in a number 12 spot. That's going to hurt his championship challenge. Going to lose a ton of points at heat number 1 of the final round of the national and regional combined event. Just saw a shot there of Damien Fenter on the 114. So Damien Fenter is staying out there on course. He's outside the top 15 right now. Try and understand how to get things going. There's Fenter. He led for around about a lap, but he is in trouble. There's our race leader, Trey Cox, is going to take the checkered flag. He's happy with that one. Perfect day at the office for Trey Cox. So he's going to go through. Pretty easy for our camera guys to pick up on who the race winner was there. Trey Cox, bike number 1 on the factory KTM, will be getting ushered into the post-race booth as Valsecki, Martin, Barrington Smith, Visa, Krief, and Van Beek will take the checkers. 1 or 2 riders having problems in the ruts late on in the race. The big story of that event, though, was Tristan Duro on the 444, as well as Thor Johnson going down hard and dropping to the back of the pack early on lap number 1 and having to do the big fight down. Race win, though, and the checkers and the first heat win of the day in the high school 125 gate goes to Trey Cox on the factory Red Bull KTM. Hope you guys are enjoying all of our coverage. We'll be live the whole way through the day. We'll take a short lunch break, of course, after our first set of racing heats, but we'll be with you the whole way through the racing day down here at Terra Topia for the final round of the Nationals and Regionals combined. So if we are back on our original schedule, next up should be our 85s. They will be locked up in the gate as we look forward to chatting to our race winner, our camera crew just getting ourselves ready. So we'll be focusing forward onto the 85 gate, getting ourselves ready for the first of our small wheels. Take this tape and close those stairs then. If it's causing you a problem, take the tape and close the stairs. Anyone gives you shit, say no, sorry. This is 85. That's why I sent you on WhatsApp. That's our schedule. Open mic, please. First first racing heat of the 85s then. First racing heat of the 85s, where Cabello Ledwaba was our fastest qualifier. Brody Bircher in second place, Trenton Kretzmann in third, Cassie Van Sale and Aidan Retief giving us our magical top 5. It was Brandon Van Veek, Kwamani 2, LJ Erasmus taking us to a number 9. This will be an interesting race as our 85s do tend to stretch things out. Ledwaba and Bircher have been the class of the regional and national field. Great racing coming in from our first 2 gates with our MX3 vets and support class combined. We just saw the first racing heat of the high school 125 gate. Next up is going to be all of our 85s going forward. Fantastic racing so far. Next up after the MX85s will be our MX number 1s. MX number 1s will be next up after the 85s, who are in the gates and getting ready to go. In the championship for our nationals on the 85, Trenton Kretzmann is ahead of Brody Bircher. Evan Frost, Retief, Van Sale and Ledwaba is our magical top 6. That is how the championship is running. We got 14 riders going out here. The last of our qualifiers was Evan Frost. No qualifying run for him, so clearly machine issues. It will be a question whether we see Evan Frost on the 28th machine on the gate this morning. Of course, a huge loss of championship points. We'll see him sliding down the national order if that is the case. 349 on the inside there. Riders deep in thought now. As nervous faces watch all the riders locked in position, ready to rock and roll for the day's racing heats. There'll be a whole pile of number 1 plates getting splattered on bikes today. The teams will be on standby at the finish line with celebrations and the customary presenting of the big number 1 red plate coming in. There's Cox. He's already nailed down his big number 1 plate, so there's a confirmation of our first champion of the day getting crowned on site. We did try and grab him as he came across the line, but the team were busy getting things ready to rock and roll. Scotty Haygate, National Championship cross-country racer and part-time motocross rider, a teammate of Cox, getting himself a big high five down there. So congratulations to Trey Cox. That's back-to-back number 1 plates for the KTM factory rider. Next up, 85 pros. Ledwaba, fastest qualifier. He's down there, 6th place in the national standings. He has been the rider to beat on the regional championship tour, but he's been bested on the championship for nationals by Kretzmann, Bircher, Frost, Retief and Van Sale. Held in the gate for now, 85 pros. If you're joining us, welcome to our coverage of the final round of the National SA Motocross Championship, combined with the final round of the Regional Championship. It's been an amazing season, a challenging season by all accounts. We lost out on 1 full round of the National Championship, as well as the Regionals, early on in the season, where we had those late rains out at Legends Raceway in Bronkhorstspruit. Around about an hour, maybe an hour 15 up the road from where we are based today for the final round of racing. We're at Terra Topia in Gauteng, just on the outskirts of Krugersdorp, as we see all of our championship runners. Anyone who is anyone in the motocross world on South African shores is here to try and nail down their final few points. The marshals taking a well-earned rest in the morning session. Thankfully, we've got a little bit of a breeze. It ain't too hot, but it is sticky out there. Moist. Feels like Durban right now, as that cloud coverage is just keeping the heat in. But for us down here in motocross land, the good thing is it is keeping the moisture in the soil. We'll no doubt get the big burn. It will be coming at us in the next hour or two, where the heat will come up. We're expecting highs of between 29 and 30 degrees for the rest of the day. But welcome, brought to you by a whole host of our incredible sponsors: Mini X, NTG, Yamaha South Africa, Brightfire, TRP, KTM SA, Prepsol, and many more, to take us on the national and regional tour. This is a full FIM event, so categorized that will score points. A lot of these riders will have hopes of international glory, and this is going to help them out. Bertie, the COC, gives them the green, goes and hides behind the start hut. We are under starters orders. Watch for the gate drop. The first of our 85 pro races coming at you. Watch out for the number 1 of Kretzmann and Bircher to bang bars nice and early on. Looks like Kretzmann has got the cheese. So the kid out of KZN is running the numbers at the moment on the 30 machine. Excuse me, that's Brody Bircher. Brody Bircher on the 30. That's the number 1 plate of Kretzmann. So watch out for that development to come into play. It looks like a good run coming in for the 28 of Evan Frost. So Frost has done a great job. He had a terrible, well, he didn't even actually get a qualifying lap in. So he's had to come all the way through a bogey gate pick, as we see the number 30 of Brody Bircher running the numbers out there. Watch out for the big number 1 plate of Kretzmann. He's about to move up. As you can see, the tallest kid out there, he's going to be moving up into the Pro 125 gate next season. Right now, in his glory run, looking to try and take another number 1 runner. Kretzmann has been an absolute legend this season, as you can see from the big number 1 plate. Riders working inside and outside lines. I love to see that. Love to see the riders try and understand what to do. Now, looks like Cassie Van Zyl. Yeah, Cassie Van Zyl looking like he is a rider on the move. Van Zyl qualified a number 4 today and is in a number 5 in the championship. So this is definitely a rider to keep an eye on. He's going to need as many points on the plate as possible to try and climb the ladder. He's really not too far off the back wheel of the closest runner, was going to be Aiden Retief. So we'll keep an eye on Retief on the 42 machine to see if there's going to be any chopping and changing in the championship challenge for the riders that run the numbers. Support on the outside for the riders running outside of championship glory. For right now, though, coming into the finish line to take lap number 1, manualing his way through up and over, is the 30, Brody Bircher. Van Zyl on a ripper at the moment. So Van Zyl is definitely going to be taking some solid points. If he can get a number 2 or better, he's going to be on an absolute ripper. The 280 of Cabello Ledwaba having a good run at the office as well. Remember, top stylish rider in the regionals, runs very good at this circuit as well here at Terra Topia. But of course, he had no one to play with last time around at the regionals. This time he's got the full national gate right there with him. So he's going to have to see what he can do to try and get the numbers. At the moment, trying to chase onto the back wheel of Van Zyl. Ledwaba in a number 4 spot, and then Kretzmann on the number 1. He is 4th place at the moment. Brody Bircher, he's the rabbit. These are the dogs doing the chase down. Kretzmann, number 1 plate, lovely line that. I love the fact that he was able to take the low line and then sweep around the outside. It's a new sector of the track that they had to develop because of the heavy rains that we incurred on Thursday. So great that we are actually able to see some creative lines coming in from our 85 runners. Lovely dice starting to develop out here as we see Kretzmann closing things down on Ledwaba. That is the dice for a number 3 spot. Just keeping an eye on how we are going to be running for the rest of the day as I check on my schedule. Next up should be the big numbers in the MX1 gates. So MX1s are going to be huge runners out there to understand how things are going to truck for the rest of the day's event. MX1s will be followed by our ladies gate, then our little future superstars, the 50s, the 65s and the MX2s before we go into a lunch break. The big guy, Kretzmann, the number 1 plate, manualing and dancing his machine around. It's that terrible threaded line that we often see on the crossover between the 85 pros and the high school 125 skates. So often the riders will be too tall or too short as they make the move across the... Whoa, there's our race leader going down. Loops things out, just stepped out of the rut on the turnaround. And that was Bircher, our race leader. He had absolutely zero pressure on him. And he just stepped out of line. That's going to be Cassie Van Zyl moving through there into the number 1 spot. But clearly, some of those high ruts are starting to give way. So that is going to be something that we will keep an eye on throughout the rest of the event. Van Zyl gifted the lead, and he has got no one on his back wheel for days. So the Ridgeway Racing superstar is going to be gone at the moment. We're at the halfway marker of this race as well. So this is great news for Cassie Van Zyl. Remember, he was 4th in our qualifying session this morning. That gave him 4th gate pick. He's 5th on the championship, and he's going to be getting a whole pile of points, robbing them from the riders in front of him in the championship. That's Aiden Retief, Evan Frost, Bircher and Kretzmann. So that is going to be a huge story that we'll keep an eye on throughout the rest of the day. Remember, 2 racing heats coming at you. Ridgeway emblazoned on the side of the Husqvarna. .234 of Cassie Van Zyl gets all of the luck, but you've got to make your own luck. You've got to be in the position to benefit from the problems of your rivals. And that was unfortunately just slightly higher than he has been in that bowl turn for Bircher. And that's going to see him drop down. Just going to keep an eye on timing. Try and understand what the positions are going to be like outside of the magical top 3. 234, Van Zyl looks over his shoulder. That is the gap between himself and second place Ledwaba. This is going to be Kretzmann. And way down in the background there, that's Bircher. So the top 4 are still the same names, but the order has been shuffled. Kretzmann in 3rd place, not able to close down on Ledwaba. Looks like he is just happy to take that number 3 position at the moment. Ledwaba is going to have to make a mistake if we're going to see Kretzmann hang that big body of his off the back wheel, trying to get that hook down. Ledwaba in 2nd, Kretzmann in 3rd. Bircher will be the rider to watch out for on the number 30 to try and get himself back on point. The 714, a little back at the back of the pack there, that's Thiago Tafu. Probably got that pronunciation wrong, I do apologize. He's on the gas, qualifying outside of 30th position, as we'll focus now and take a lap on board as we go chasing around the track with Cabello Ledwaba. No surprise to see him running the big numbers up here, as he is now our fastest qualifier and the fastest rider on track. He's found his groove big time on the 280 machine. He's on the gas, running those SA racing colors on the 280 machine. So it is Cassie Van Zyl trying to chase down on Ledwaba. The 41 a little bit further back. That's Adam Mayer. He's on the bubble. He's in the number 10 spot right now. So it is Van Zyl on the 234, running and hiding off into the distance. Oh, also having problems out there on some of those ruts. So the outside lines are starting to break away, and the 85 pros telling us that the next race up, the Big Banger MX1s, is going to be a huge story. So Van Zyl, Ledwaba, Kretzmann, Bircher, Retief, Van Veek, Fourie, LJ Erasmus, and 2, with Mayer taking us to our magical top 10. Ruts and outside lines giving way has been the story of the last 2 races. The high school 125 riders as well as the 85 pros getting things going. Cassie Van Zyl, Ledwaba, Kretzmann, Bircher, Retief and Van Veek running the numbers inside the top 6.
Crosby, battery with you.
Cassie Van Sale, Ledwaba, Kretzmann, Bircher, Retief. That's the magical top 5. Those are the numbers we are running from here on. We're closing in on the final couple of laps. Beautiful lines coming in. You can start to see a little bit of a groove. Start to see a little puff of dust every now and again. Love this drone shot. Really tells the story of the race. The length of some of these tabletops, 30 footers. Most of these big tables. This is the furthest or the highest point of the track. Outside lines is the order of the day. Outside, inside is where we're going to be working from here on out. Commiserations for Bircher, Brody Bircher, our hole shotter. It looked like he had that one wrapped up in a bow. Didn't do anything wrong. Went for the high rut that was there the lap before, and the rut just said, how's it? And was gone. Fell off the outside of the track. That went. Van Sale, Ledwaba, Kretzmann, Bircher in the 4th spot. May be able to close down on the number 1 of Kretzmann if he keeps the hammer down. But that is a brutal pill to have to swallow at the final round of the championship when you're in the title hunt. Bircher looks like he's going to have to settle for the number 2 spot in the championship at the moment. As our championship points leader, Kretzmann is looking to extend his championship points lead. It was 11 points coming into this round, and he is running off the front. It won't be quite wrapped up yet. The number 1 plate will go down to the wire, down to the final racing heat, and that's what we want in national championship and regional championship racing. The 41 of Adam Mayer gets punted one more lap down as our race leader works the ruts. This is the corner that cost Bircher the lead. And the riders are just having to tippy-toe around that high early entry to that top rut. No doubt they'll be feeding that information back to some of their teammates across the rest of the gates. You can see how much rain came down in the last 24 hours. Excuse me, last 48 hours. Mercifully, we didn't have any more rain yesterday. We had hot conditions though, which dried the track out to absolute prime conditions. Wasn't peanut butter as we all expected. It is chocolate cake and running in absolutely perfectly. The track crew will clean up some of the bigger ruts in the afternoon break. Make sure that all things are good. Ambulance moving on the access road. It's never a good sign, but we'll make sure that all riders are up and running. Let's review our top 13 riders. 14 riders were on the gate, 13 riders remain. Van Sale leads ahead of Ledwaba. Van Sale is the rider we're chasing at the moment in the air. Ledwaba, Kretzmann, Bircher, Retief, Fourie, Van Veek, Erasmus, 2 and Mayer are our top 10. Here's our points leader and our reigning champion, looking to be a 2-time champion. Kretzmann, happy in 3rd place, and the pit boards no doubt telling him he is in good shape. Looks like Birch is closing him down there on the 30. This is for our final podium position and also the fight for the championship chase. Kretzmann will be getting told by his team, by the boards on the side of the track, that he is in good shape for the championship. Doesn't need to do anything too flash. As Van Sale starts to edge his way closer and closer to the end of the race. No last lap board yet, so at least 2 more laps remaining in this race. The first racing heat of the 85 Pros. Remember, after this, it's going to be the big bangers, the MX1 Pro Gate, where things will get a little bit more serious. Not that things aren't serious right now. The Pro 85s delivering the goods. The drone giving us live feed. Firehouse Media making sure that all the cameras are pumping out there as we bring you, for the first time this season, full race package live streaming out here at the final round of the SA National Motocross Championship in 2025, combined with the final round of the Northern Regions. Everyone is out here. Motocross is alive, well, and breathing strong out here on SA soil. The team did a great job representing out at the MX Des Nations just last week out in the US of A, the birthplace for many of the sport of motocross and supercross. Motocross has seen some ups and downs throughout the years. Economical restraints often the reason, but it looks like we have got a whole batch of riders racing out of from all the way from the 50cc's all the way up to the big banger 450 MX1s, the premier category, the top guns on SA soil at the moment. We'll see the likes of Duro doing the chase down, trying to nail down yet another big #1 plate. Got a whole slew of Yamaha riders, probably the biggest Yamaha fielding we've seen in 2025 as well. As the last lap board goes out, 1 lap to go for our race leader. Van Sale has done an absolutely sublime job to get the job done out there. He leads out ahead of Ledwaba and Kretzmann. Brody Bircher is closing down. That's the battle to watch out for. Third place battle is absolutely stellar. Third place battle for Kretzmann and Bircher as they do the chase down. That's good for the final position. 1 and 2 look like they are locked down as Van Sale is doing a fantastic job of work. Flagman for the day is Vian Duplessis as he puts the smiles on for the camera crew and the media working the final event of the season on the tracks. Remember, we've been racing out there in Cape Town. We've gone to Bloemfontein. We've gone all around the country. We've gone to Port Elizabeth, the Sand Pit, as it is known, out at Rover MX. And we are closing shop here for the National Championship and Regional Championship Tour at Terra Topia. And the track is running the best it has ever run. The Malimi boys doing a great job of work with all of their partners since they have taken over the running and purchase and management of the Terra Topia facility. Big thanks to the Malimi boys and all their backers, as well as all of our series sponsors across the national and regional terrain. Already halfway through his final lap, a glory run and sneaky looks across the shoulder once again for Cassie Van Sale as he's controlling around about a 4 to 5 second lead ahead of Ledwaba. Into the lappers, and I know all of these riders will be feeling the revs go up ever so slightly every time they come into a lapper, praying that the lapper is going to hold his line throughout the rest of the race. Getting good feedback from all of our partners out there, keeping an eye on live timing. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the live timing and the live streaming that is coming at you. The flag is out. This is Cassie Van Sale. Job done for the 234. Flagman on the ready. There we go. The win goes to Cassie Van Sale. That is going to be a big improvement in the championship. Remember, came into this round 5th on national points. That's going to be a 2 spot for Ledwaba. He did a great job of work there. There's Kretzmann, and where is Bircher? The 30 of Bircher has had a problem late on in the race again, whilst he was closing things down on Kretzmann. So that is a huge, huge problem for Bircher, the man that came into this round 2nd on championship points. And I'm staring at our flagman, Vian Duplessis, because the 30 has still not yet appeared. So 1, 2, and 3 are done. Van Sale, Ledwaba, and Kretzmann. Bircher missing in action late on in the race, outside of a podium position. Well, I'll catch my breath for a moment there as we get ourselves ready for the big bangers on the MX1s. We'll try our best to catch up with our race leader, Cassie Van Sale, as he comes down into post-race. And then we'll catch our breath for the big dogs on the MX1s. So we're back on normal schedule. That's why I sent it to you. We're back on normal schedule. Run on that. The one that I sent you on WhatsApp. So it goes MX1. MX1, then ladies.
Yeah, the season was... Yeah, the season's been pretty good so far. I've had 2 bad finishes out of the top 5, but every other finish has been in the top 3, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with this race. Even though I got 3rd, my biggest competitor got 4th, and yeah, I'm happy going into the final race with a pretty comfortable gap. And yeah, I'm just going to not go for the win, but I'm going to take it a bit slow and just ride safe and save the bike.
MX1's we have had 3 racing heats so far, And it's going to get a little bit serious as we go forward into the big bangers. Cameron Duro, our fastest qualifier and our number 1 plate, and the man that's trying to nail down yet another big number 1. Second of the qualifiers was Ethan Hoffman, and third of the qualifiers, straight off the plane, jet lag heavy, is going to be Slade Smith on the Honda. Third fastest qualifier, but he is carrying a niggling wrist injury, so we'll keep an eye on that. Jaden Proctor on the Yami, so strong out the gate. Dav Cocker, part-time motocross racer, full-time cross-country rider on the 87, qualified number 5. So that's an incredible job for him. Correa, Cardi, Haygate, also one of our cross-country motocross part-timers. Nicholas Phelps is there. Fokkelsang, Catalano, that's Adriano. Cafario, Foster, and Robinson, 14 strong on the big 450, fire-breathing big bangers. This will be a wild race. You'll see a lot of different line choices. A lot of very, very close action. This is to try and nail down the championship. Duro leads Slade Smith by 10 points coming into this round. Proctor not too far off the bubble. A 267, a 257 versus a 233. On the gate, Duro, Smith, Proctor. Watch out for Cardi as well. Cardi on the 24. Very strong off the gate as well. Good reaction times coming in for him the whole way through the season. Unruh Simon, also an interesting rider to watch out for, although his name not showing up on our qualifying. I don't know if he's a late qualifier. Matthew Correa can come strong out the gate. He's on the big number 200 on the left-hand side of the gate. Scotty Haygate is going to be an interesting one to watch out for. A former motocross superstar himself and Cocker in big confabulations there on the gate. The 87 and the 387 going to see what they can do about throwing some names into the mix. Dav Cocker, 9th place in the championship at the moment. And it looks like it's going to be an interesting one because both of those guys pretty much out of the championships as far as the big numbers go. But Haygate cut his teeth, as did Cocker, in the world of motocross and supercross. And in the last few years, they have changed across into national championship cross-country racing, and they are elbows up going after the number 1 plate. They've got one more round of their championship to go, and Haygate just last weekend up in Lesotho took the big win to change up things in the championship. So the big bangers on the gate. Everything goes quiet just for a second, but when these engines fire up, it's going to get busy. Just waiting for a course clear from all of the marshals and the officials, and we'll be good to go with our first racing heat of the Big Banger MX1s. After this will be our ladies' gate for their first racing heat. MX1s, I'll remind you, brought to you by KTM South Africa in association with all of our regional and national points series sponsors. But at this round, KTM SA picking up the tab for the MX1s. The 337 on the right-hand side of the start hut, is the one and only Slade Smith, the man that is 2nd place on championship points, 10 points off the back wheel of the number 1. That is going to be a wild race. The number 5 of Johan Fokkelsang splits the 2 championship points leaders, and then on the outside is Jaden Proctor sitting right next to the number 1 plate of Cam Duro. Duro, kind of dogged by a couple of injuries throughout the season, but has come to life the last couple of rounds to dominate once again. And Slade Smith, definitely the aches and pains of the MX Destinations just 1 week ago, as well as arduous almost 2 days of travel, will be weighing heavily on the CW suspension Honda racing star that sits 2nd place on championship points on the 337 machine. That little MX1 thing to put in, like that little video? Oh, hang on, it's starting. Revs go up, and Alex goes in, and we are good to go with the first big banger gate on the MX1s. They were just holding off to make sure that the lines were all open on the main course. You can see it is going to be rut central from here on out. The rut riders will come to life on this gate. On the outside, the 51, Quinton Foster, very relaxed. He doesn't even have his hands on the handlebars. all the rest of the riders are getting themselves into that pre-race rev up and get ready. Just trying to listen in for Grant Foley to tell us what is happening out there on the track. He's our live track mic commentator, and I'll be working with him a little bit later on doing our end of day and end of season prize giving out here at Terra Topia, our final round, our final stop on the big tour. It's getting a bit warm out there, and these guys will be feeling it. That early cloud cover is now burning off officially. Reach for your factor 1000. It is going to be sunburn central from here on out. Great work for all of our track officials, our marshals, our medics, our timekeepers, everyone that has kept the tour up and trucking and running. All of our series sponsors, as well as our day sponsors and category sponsors. Remember, at this final round, the MX1 Big Banger 450s, brought to you by KTM South Africa. Looks like we've got a whole ton of people watching from around the globe, as well as down in Cape Town. A big shout out to Chloe Ria from Jenna Ria. Jenna is a National MX Commission member watching us from Cape Town. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you're enjoying the show. We're getting ourselves revved up, ready to rock and roll for our 4th gate drop of the day. The first of 2 racing heats for the big bangers, the MX1s. It's going to be 18-minute plus a lap, so it's going to be a long, tough race for these guys, but they're the best in the business. And Bertie, our COC, gives them the send out. Looks like he is on the deck of an aircraft carrier, sending the guys out. He hides behind the hut. Watch for the gate drop. Who's it going to be? The big numbers: Duro, Smith, Proctor, Hoffman, Carney. Who's got the numbers? It looks like the number 1 plate has got the cheese. That is going to be the number 1 of Cam Duro. He gets the job done. And then that's Cocker. So Cocker has an incredible reaction time. So it's Duro, Cocker, and it looks like Slade Smith outside of the tough blocks. Oh, that was wild. Almost clipped the hail bales. Inside and outside they go. Duro late on the brakes there. Couldn't get that thing stopped. But the man that's got the number 1 plate and who is the championship points leader, the factory Red Bull TRP Racing KTM, leads things out. Chased down by the SA factory Husqvarna and Fox Racing entry of Dav Cocker. Oh, Slade Smith goes down. Slade Smith down. That was our 3rd place rider. 2nd place in championship points. Slade Smith goes down on the Honda. So that will be a story we'll keep an eye on. We've got 18 minutes plus a lap to go. So now Cocker is in 2nd place. And there's going to be a bit of a window between himself and whoever comes on in the number 3 spot. This is number 2 spot coming out of the gate. An incredible gate. Dav Cocker fired that thing out absolutely mint. He is going to be chasing onto the back wheel of Duro. Sorry, just catching my breath there. Slade Smith then, a huge story. As you'd expect, the 81, that's going to be Proctor. Proctor very good at getting out the gate. He'll be happy to run inside of that magical top 3. But the big story is going to be Slade Smith and the fight back, and whether he has re-injured that wrist that cost him some problems last week out in the US of A. Coming in to the end of lap number 1 then. Duro, no issues for him on the number 1 plate. Cocker is there. Proctor, then Haygate. Amazing gate for Haygate to run himself high in the number 4. Smith looks like he's on the fight back comeback trail. But look at all those yammies doing the chase down. The MX2 gate later on in the day will be brought to you by Yamaha as we pick up on the 1s, 2s and 3s. Duro, Cocker, Proctor, Haygate, just outside of a podium. So that's a great ride coming in for Scotty H on his spare bike as well. That thing predominantly will be set up for cross-country racing. It does still burn out those laps though. He says motocross is the best intensity to get you ready for cross-country racing. So he'll go out there and burn a 20 or 25 lap moto to keep things nice and tight. Duro working his way through that new section that was opened up just 2 days ago to sidestep that swamped out zone. Duro now on the numbers. As you'd expect, fastest qualifier. He threw down a 151.3. The track is running much faster than that now though, as we get ourselves ready to come forward into the rest of the day's racing action. Duro looks super comfortable, slinky and smooth as butter. No issues for the factory Red Bull KTM SA Superstar. Cocker, 2nd place, no problems. Proctor hasn't lit the afterburners yet. Normally comes to life quite late on in the race, around about lap 6 or 7, where you'll start to see the Yamaha man on the 81 machine pick up the pace and start to come forward. At the moment, all the riders just settling themselves in. I've got to say, it is dealer's choice out there for lines and ruts. There's something like 5 choices in every single corner at the moment. Definitely not a one-line track. You'll see the riders flirting with the edge of the track though on a lot of the zones, especially out the back of the track there after the big sky jump and that new sector. You'll see the riders just edging off the side of the tabletops. Camera 2 has got a great pickup on that as we see Cam Duro getting himself ready to take on another lap. That outside line there is not offering much hook, so the riders are having to change up midway through the corner just to make sure they can thread the needle. A real scrappy line, not what we would call a perfect run at the step-up jump. Proctor starting to close things down on the second place runner on the Husqvarna. That's Cocker. Looks like there's been a change up for 4th spot. Scotty H going down 1 position. As our race leader, we go into the sky with our drone pilot Frank the Tank, trying to keep an eye and trying to keep up with Cam Duro. Kid is absolutely on rails at the moment out the back of the track. So live timing telling us confirmation. So it's Ethan Hoffman that's made the move. So Hoffman on the 283 is the man that's moved up and knocks Scotty H 1 position back. Johan Fachelsang on the number 5 moves through into a number 6. Correa number 7, Cardi number 8, Phelps number 9, and championship number 2 runner Slade Smith all the way down in 10th spot. So I think that wrist is hurting. He went down pretty hard there in that rut for 337. Any kind of crash when you put your arms down on the ground is going to hurt you, and if you're carrying any kind of niggly injury on that wrist or a scaphoid or any kind of hand or wrist injury, it is really going to hold you back. The track isn't super rough at the moment, but it's hard to thread the needle, hard to keep that thing under control, and a lot of shoulder work to keep that thing in a straight line. Adriano Catalano into a number 11 ahead of Ricardo Cafario, Quinton Foster and Alex Robinson on a 14. A couple of these riders doing double duty, racing in the MX1 Big Bangers and the MX3 Veteran and Support class on the day. Cam Duro skies the big step up, already deep into the lappers. Watch to see Cam Duro start to choose up and change up some different lines there. You can see when the riders are looking around, you see their helmets move. It's not a stable head. They are constantly looking for lines. I think that's going to be the story of the day as we start to see some moving and shaking going down. Proctor closing things down. This is the battle for second place on the screen right now as Dav Cocker on the factory SA and Fox Apparel Husqvarna gets started to get a little bit of pressure from Proctor on the Yami. Proctor very measured in his approach, lets the race come to him, doesn't try and panic too much. Ethan Hoffman, I think we'll see him build pace throughout the day as well. This is the longest heat of the day throughout the categories. 18 minutes plus a lap is going to make things super busy. You can see Proctor already starting to negotiate some inside and outsides. Never shy to test out a couple of funky lines out there. The 81 definitely got the tractor beams on and closing in on the back wheel. Those Pirelli tires of Cocker are going to be throwing a lot of roost into the goggles of Proctor. See, the dust is starting to come up there, and it's going to be wild racing from here on out. See that line there? That was the line I was talking about. Some of the riders flirting with the edges of those tabletops to try and scrub-a-dub their way through. The 51 goes down a lap. Quinton Foster on the Cowie. Didn't really destroy the drive there for the man that's running in 3rd place, trying to make the moves. Proctor just trying to measure his approach there. Check Proctor, he just is not shy. He will go inside, outside. We'll keep an eye on this battle for now because Proctor is closing things down on Cocker. And he's trying to really develop some of these lines out there. Proctor's one of those riders that likes to put a little bit of an insurance policy out there on the track for him. If he gets close to the rider, he wants to know that he's got an A, B, or C option in the corners. I think I just saw a flash there of potentially I thought that was Slade Smith, but I'm checking on live timing. Slade Smith is still down there in a number 10. There's Slade Smith. Great work from the camera crew there. So Slade Smith down there in a number 10 spot. He's the man that's second place in championship points. Those bars look seriously bent up though. Yeah, so those bars are seriously skew on that Honda, and that's why he's battling so much to get the job done. This is a battle a little bit further down. We'll keep an eye on Cardi. Remember, Cardi on the 24. He's chasing down on the number 5 of Fokkelsang. So this is the battle that we're watching now for a number 6 spot. Cardi, normally so good out of the gate on the 24, just could not get the hook that he wanted to. He's stuck outside of the back wheel of the top 5. So Fokkelsang on the number 5 machine is in a number 6 spot, and these two are battling their way forward to trying to close things down on Scotty H. This is the number 2 battle. Once again, Cocker untroubled at the moment as we are halfway through this race. Cocker, second spot. Proctor in third. No change of that position, and if anything, it looks like the gap has stabilized. Cocker very much in control as he is loving those ruts. This track got ripped so deep as well. Love the way that the ruts are forming. That's Hoffman just coming through the shot there in 4th place. There's Scotty H. Nice run for him. He'll be happy to run in at number 5 spot. And this will be the 2-horse race of Fokkelsang and Carty coming at you. These guys are battling outside the top 5. This will be for a number 6 spot. You can see how far off the pace they are at the moment. 2 abreast they go. Carty and Fokkelsang, and that's Slade Smith at the back of the pack. So you're going to see Slade Smith be able to get some moves going quite soon. Slade Smith will have a chance of moving up potentially into a top 6. No issues for Cam Duro. We're leaving him alone right now as he is so low flying. This is the battle for the number 2 spot. 2 and 3 on the podium. 2 and 3 on the track in our eyes at the moment on live streaming. Dav Cocker on the 87 machine. Looks super comfortable, fit as a fiddle. Double duty this season, racing motocross as well as National Championship cross country, where he's trying to nail down yet another big number 1 plate. And it looks like Proctor at the moment does not have an answer for the Husqvarna man. Maybe getting a little bit tight out there, Cocker. Once again, outside lines, always the favorite for Proctor. Trying to just work those outside and edge and inch his way forward. A mistake there for Cocker. Covering those inside lines. He can definitely hear that big banger, that YZF 450 4-stroke. Team running those FMF pipes, and Proctor is starting to apply the pressure now. So this is a battle that's going to heat up. Proctor coming to life after the halfway marker of heat number 1 of the MX1s. As we said, Proctor is a bit of a slow burner. Lets the race come to him. Proctor on the yammy as Cocker starts changing up his lines. Proctor incoming. Sometimes gets criticized for leaving his charge a little bit too late. Could be a chance of a heat win. If you could just get a better gate and get those afterburners lit a little bit sooner. Cocker reacting though, but watch out for the nervous moves. Proctor will be covering all of those inside lines. Cocker will be covering those inside lines as Proctor starts to make his self known. Taking a lot of roost though. It seems like every time Proctor gets close, he's getting roosted to pieces. Might look like soft dirt. There's a lot of little stones in this dirt. I did a track walk yesterday while we were scouting out some of the camera positions. Lots of small pebbles. Kind of the biggest ones are the size of 5 rand coins, and it will hurt when those things hit you. Worst of all, they'll be hitting you in the goggles as well. You can see Proctor is completely roosted. I know it's Proctor because I'm keeping an eye on live timing and his side pods on his bike. But the 81 is absolutely roosted on the front number board as the 1, 2, and 3 are already deep into the lappers. Outside of the top 6, Slade Smith is on the move. So Slade Smith is recovering. He is now up to a number 7 after running outside the top 10 for the majority of the race. Slade Smith caught up to that big battle of Fokkelsang, Correa, and Carty. Fokkelsang has gone down big time. This is the 783 of Ethan Hoffman. No man's land for Hoffman at the moment. He's in at number 4, quite a long way off the back wheel of Proctor, but fairly well ahead of Scotty H. So I think he's going to be able to just bag a whole ton of points. Hoffman came into this round 4th place on championship points. He runs 4th place on the track at the moment as well. So running great pace out there. Cocker doing a great job of work to stay out there. he is just not able to close down on Cocker. Cocker, by the way, is out there running a 300 smoker. If you guys hadn't already guessed, that big expansion pipe on the front end there. So 300 smoking, blue smoke out there, getting hammered. Certainly as far as the pressure goes from the big fire breathing YZ450F of Proctor. Just looks like Cocker is just super comfortable out there. Switched across to that bike. It was around 2 months ago. Bit of development on the bike, but he says pretty much just dialed in the suspension, didn't change too much. Loves being able to swing off the back. Got the gearing dialed in nice and early. And he is able to control the high ground, as we say. Race leader will be closing things down. We're not too far away from the end of this race, as Cam Deroe will be starting to just edge further and further away off the front. Cocker, Proctor, that's the dice we've been keeping an eye on for a long time in the number 2 spot, with Hoffman, Haygate, Carty, Slade Smith now up into a number 7. May have a chance to close things down on the 24 of Carty. All the rest of the riders going through there. Adriano Catalano stays on the lead lap. He's running 11th place overall at the moment. The riders going down a lap: Ricardo Cafario, Quinton Foster, and Alex Robinson. As Cam Deroe starts another lap, and lappers coming into the fight for second spot. Things have tightened up there. A bogey lap there for Cocker. Just couldn't get the lines that he wanted to. Caught up on some of the lap traffic at some of the danger zones. But it will be Cocker that continues to lead that second place dice ahead of Proctor. The 51 of Foster. The lone Kawasaki starts his next lap. He's been put 2 laps down in the race so far. The sublime pace coming out of our factory superstars and the top national riders. Ruts are getting blown deeper by the inch, by the lap around here at the Terra Firma facility. One of our top national and regional motocross tracks in the country. As Cocker just swings off the back of the 300 smoking Husky. Able to absorb that pressure, react, and take it on the chin. But he will be looking for that last lap board to know that he can just hold it down for one more lap. No last lap board as yet. But our race officials are starting to twitch over there at HQ at the finish line. Even Deroe would be happy to see that 1 lap to go board pretty soon. Next up will be our ladies gate as we close in on the last couple of racing heats of the morning session. Ladies will be followed by the 50s, the MX 65s and the MX2s. So 4 more racing heats to go before the end of our first session. Short lunch break and then we do it all over again. Here's confirmation of our timing. You can check out on our live stream, as well as if you want to just check out on the lap times as they unfold. You can go on to protiming.co.za. This heat and this category on the day, the MX1s, brought to you by KTM South Africa, as we start to see the Husqvarna versus Yamaha battle come to life once again. 1 or 2 sectors of the track where Proctor does really close things down on the back wheel. Of Cocker running in the number 2 spot. But it is Deroe, Cocker, Proctor, Hoffman, Haygate, Carty, and Smith. Remember, coming into this round, Slade Smith was just 10 points off the back wheel of this man, our race leader, as he comes in, getting close to the end of this one. Another lap has been started. Still no sign of the last lap board coming out. Cam Deroe will not wrap up the championship at the end of this first racing heat. It's going to go all the way down to the wire. It's going to be heat number 2 where he gets to celebrate another number 1 plate. He has been the dude the last couple of seasons. It's been great to see the development of Cam Deroe through the Pro 85s, Pro 125 high schools. When he got onto the big bangers, the MX2s and the MX1s, it's where he really started to come to life. Carty continues to stay ahead of Slade Smith. Here's our race leader, as it should be approximately a lap and a half to go. Yeah, it does look like the board is out and ready, so we'll be getting close to that one. Closing in on the end of the next lap for our race leader as he goes through the tech zones. The track holding together well, rutting in. But remember, we've got 3 more racing heats on the main circuit and 1 more racing heat on the short circuit. The short circuit will be our 50 cc's as Adriano Catalano unceremoniously gets put back a lap. Catalano running out there in a number 11 position overall, running out of Dragon Energy and CW suspension. 1 lap to go, board is out. We are on the final lap as our race leader starts his final run. Duro unstoppable, untouched, absolutely burning up the track. He got the whole shot and ran out front, literally untroubled. Fantastic encouragement from all of the riders on different gates, making sure that their boys and girls are looked after and supported. Last lap board has been shown to the first couple of riders, as all the rest of the riders who are lap down will also get the last lap board. 1 lap to go to survive the race out here. It's been a long one for sure. These guys will be feeling it. Race leader Cam Duro working his way through the new tech section. Once again, great work. Lastminute.comming that new section there. It's got an old school Supercross feel to it. As Cam Duro works his way into the tabletops. Scrubbing left, scrubbing right, scrubbing left again. Goes to the high point of the track. The 136 of Nicholas Phelps. We haven't talked about him too much, but he's been out there running great pace. Good numbers out there in the number 10 battle. Slade Smith has finally made the pass off camera to get through on the 24 of Marcotti. So that means that Slade Smith is going to move himself up into 6th place, but that, I think, is as high as the ladder will go for Slade. That early race crash lap robbing him of valuable points. He is going to slide further down off the charts, potentially now going to lose out valuable points to Proctor in the battle for 2nd place for the championship. So that is a tough one. Mathematically, Slade Smith had a chance, but it's going to be flagman number 1 spot all the way. Flag drop, gate drop to flag drop, going to the number 1 of Cam Duro once again. So our camera crew will be on site to make sure the number 1 is going to be coming in for a quick chat at the end of his racing lap. Flagman via QPC is going to be bringing all of the riders home. That amazing dice for 2nd spot is going to go to Dav Cocker. He's done an amazing job of work to fight off the charge and that never-ending pressure coming in from Jaden Proctor. We're keeping an eye on Scotty H. Scott Haygate running the numbers out there. He's going to be credited with a number 5 ride at the end of this one, so be happy with his job of work. The field spread out more than I was expecting. Slade Smith is not going to get onto the back wheel of Scotty H. That means Slade is going to have to take a number 6 finish. Scotty H just closes down on the final couple of sectors of the track. Good to see Scotty coming out and swinging a leg though. 18th place in the championship, only turned up for a couple of rounds. Was out in the early part of the season, a couple of little niggling injuries. Scotty H is going to get his number 5, and it will be a number 6 coming in for Slade Smith. That's as high as the ladder goes for Slade, our number 2 runner in the championship. So Proctor will be moving forward in the championship, or certainly closing things down onto the back wheel of Duro. The championship's not quite wrapped up just yet for Duro and the factory Red Bull KTM, but he is edging ever closer as time goes on. Next up will be the ladies as we get ourselves ready to have a quick chat with our race winner. Cam Duro rolls through, trying to see if we can get him to come on through. We'll probably chat to him a little bit later on. Remember, he does double duty, so he'll be getting himself ready to go forward and get ready for the MX2 gate, so we'll chat to him a little bit later on. Ladies will be in the gate, getting ready to rock and roll. Let's just run through our schedule for the rest of the day. Ladies will be next up. They're going to be a 14-minute plus a lap. They'll be followed by our little bobbleheads, our 50 cc's. After that, 65 cc's, MX2s, and then the lunch break. We'll hold our breath for our ladies' gate. Ladies up next.
What do you want me to say? Just finished MX1 first moto. Went exactly to plan, got the whole shot.
Stayed out front in the mud, and yeah, I had a really good moto, pulled about a 15-second gap and brought it home. So did half the job. Now time to do that in Moto 2, then I can bring home the championship.
Ladies Gate, brought to you by Brightfire. Ladies Gate, brought to you by Brightfire, is going to give us Ivana Fenter as our top qualifier on the Husqvarna. Mackenzie Bam, now moving up onto the big bike, onto the 125. Great to see her constantly improving throughout her tenure, coming up into her end of her full season of focusing on motocross racing. Jessica Osner is going to be one to watch out for on the Yami. Caitlin Parks, Zoe Buerta, Misha Bierkus, Caitlin Pretorius, Peyton Love, Chloe Odendahl, Bianca Prout-Jones, Charisma Creel, and Tasman Schrunkhider will give us our full ladies gate. Jessica Osner is our championship points leader. Might not quite wrap up the championship just yet, but it's going to be between Osner, Buerta, Bam, Love, Edwards, Odendahl, Kelly Bietka. A no-show on this gate, which is a surprise, and it's going to be a whole shot coming in for Mackenzie Bam. So Mackenzie Bam on the 125, looking like she means business on the Raceworks KTM 125, looking absolutely dialed in at the moment. The ladies and the standard of ladies racing in this season has really been coming on. Ivana Fenter, your fastest qualifier, as you'd expect, looking tasty at the moment as she goes forward. I had it on scoring that she was running on a Husqvarna, but clearly that is a Honda race machine that she is on. It looks like the 118 of Caitlin Parks has got herself a good gate as well. So Caitlin Parks, who was she was actually quite low in our qualifying at the moment. She was down in 4th place, but she's got a good gate going. Massive sky coming in. This is going to be a horsepower race down the drag strip that is the back straight onto the tabletops. The 125 just could not carry the big pace over the tables. And Ivana Fenter, who runs outside of the big championship points, but Ivana Fenter down in 15th on championship points, but coming back from early season injuries on an absolute ripper on the Bikers Warehouse Honda 250. In the zone right now. Made mincemeat of the literally half capacity 125 down that back straight, where you can really open up on the 4-stroke 250Fs. So we have a new race leader. Remember, the ladies are going to be out there running on a schedule that's going to give them 14 minutes plus a lap. Remember, our ladies gate brought to you by Brightfire, bringing us today's racing action on the ladies gate in association with all of our racing sponsors throughout the 2 tours that we have combined for a almost double header bit of racing action. South African National Motocross combined with Regional Motocross, Northern Regional Motocross, giving us huge gates. 12 ladies all in all. Best lap of the morning session, 2:10.6 for Ivana Fenter. That's gone out the back door already. Track running super fast at the moment as the ladies enjoy their time out here at Terra Topia, and the best ripped and set up track we have seen so far on the Gauteng circuit. Nice fight back from Mackenzie Bam. She's like a dog with a bone at the moment. She doesn't want to let go of the back wheel of Ivana Fenter. She's doing a lot of good learning as well. Changing up lines, doing development throughout the track as the race wears on. But great to have Ivana Fenter back at full fitness and full pace. Changing up from the Husqvarna mid-season onto the Bikers Warehouse CR250F. Honda. Nice to see all the brands in on just about every single one of the gates. So it's a Honda leading out on the Raceworks KTM 125 of Mackenzie Bam. Ladies racing giving us some good numbers. Mackenzie Bam was very close on the qualifier, only lost out on pole position by a 10th, which shows that on a straight lap she can run the same pace as Fenter, and that I think is why we are seeing her running so close when it comes race time. One or two sectors of the track where the 4-stroke and the torque of the 4-stroke rather than the revs of the 125 are going to be a little bit more of an advantage. Sometimes on a rough track like this, it's what's the easiest to ride, which is going to be the bike that's going to take you forward. Comfort definitely does pay a lot of bills in motocross. A couple of the riders saying they didn't want to run their bikes too hard for this kind of terrain. It's going to chop up, and in those ruts there are chops, lumps and bumps, acceleration and braking bumps aplenty. The top 2 riders are absolutely gone at the moment. Mackenzie Bam staying within sight, but not within touch. She lost a lot of time on that last lap. Maybe got caught out in a couple of ruts. You can see the lighter riders do want to stay out of those big ruts as best as possible. Don't worry guys, we haven't lost comms here. I'm just taking a little breather, working out my throat sweet, Andalex spray and water schedule for the rest of the day. 1 and 2 putting on the show for us. As you'd expect, they were the top 2 qualifiers, putting a full 12 seconds into the rest of the gate. The best of the rest was Jessica Osner on the Yamaha. She's on a 21 machine. Out there, oh, big overjump there by Mackenzie, landed hard all the way through the suspension. Justin Waddington looking after the springy bits on that machine. Mackenzie looks like she maybe came up a little bit too deep on that one. Certainly working that suspension all the way through to the maximum. Small rider really worked on her upper body training the whole way through. Mom was telling me that she's been working hard on her upper body strength. Rarely see these riders sit down. They just sit down to plant the suspension in the turns, and then it's stand up central the whole way through. They've got to move those bodies around as best as possible to make sure they know what is going on with the machines. If you guys are keeping out on an eye on live timing, it's Mackenzie Bam. Looks like she was getting some feedback from the side of the track there, being told that she's got a sizable gap so she can relax, roll off a little bit and just enjoy the show, work her way through. She's not going to catch up unless something crazy goes wrong with Ivana Fenter. Fenter is gone off the front gate at the moment, setting lap record after lap record. Mackenzie Bam just comfortable to consolidate that number 2 spot. Osner, Parks, Buerta, Bierkes and Pretorius, as we start to see our race leader getting into those big, deep, loamy ruts. We will see the track getting a little bit of knockdown. They'll go and kick down some of those big ruts that are formed. If there are deep, deep, deep ruts, they'll throw the hay bales in, and then the riders will have no option than to come up with a second choice. Fenter skies the big step-up jump, one of the big features here at Terra Topia. If you look across, you can look into the eyes of the guys on the Krugersdorp Highway. Coming into the lappers now, Cherise McCreel on the Husqvarna getting sent 1 lap down. Time differential in laps, around about 12 laps between the top 2, and then Jessica Osner was able to throw down 2:22. 2:26 best lap time coming in from Caitlin Parks. Caitlin Pretorius will be one to watch out for as well in the 170, trying to break her way inside of the top 5. But the ladies race spreading out now as we are over the halfway marker of the event. Here's confirmation on timing and scoring then. It is, as you'd expect, the top 3 in qualifying that run the top 3 on the race itself. Fenter, Bam, Osner, Parks and Buerta are the top 5, with Bierkes, Prout Jones, Odendahl, Love, Pretorius, Strankheider and Creel taking us to our top 12. The good news is 12 ladies started. 12 ladies are still running the numbers out here at Terra Topia. The final round of the SA Motocross National Championship Tour combined with round 5 and the final round of the Northern Regions Championship Tour as well. Great work once again for the track crew, the marshals, the medics, the timekeepers, the boys out here at Firehouse Media doing some stellar work for us, making sure that we bring motocross to the masses, not only on SA shores but on the World Wide Web as well. Fenter untroubled at the moment. Looks like we've got at least 2 or 3 laps remaining as we look forward for the rest of the day. Remember our schedule for going forward. After the ladies' checkered flag comes out, next up will be our 50cc's, where there'll be a small course adjustment to make sure the little bobbleheads do a shorter version of the track. It'll be a real challenge for the 50s when we come into the ruts, but for now we'll focus in on the ladies. 50s will be up next, followed by the next of our small wheels. The 65s will be our penultimate gate. And our final gate of the morning, or the first session, will be another 18-minute plus 1 lap grueler. That's going to be the first racing heat for the MX2. It's going to be our 250F competitors. That's Caitlin Pretorius. She's running down there into a number 10 spot. Not enjoying the rutted conditions out here at Terra Topia. She's been changing up machinery depending on the tracks between a 125 and a 250, depending on which one she is more comfortable on. At some point, probably next season, she will pick her weapon of choice, which will no doubt be the 250F, before we go forward into the rest of the racing season. It's going to be fun to see how ladies racing develops. Remember, in the past we had a load of international competitors coming in. Leah Haygate was a former ladies national motocross champion. Megan Yonker, she's out there swinging the lens, as we say. She's doing some media work out there. Saw her running around the pits, taking some happy snappies. Of course, Kayla Roth, we'll probably see her coming back into racing at some point next season. Still mourning the loss of Ricky, and we all race with Ricky in our hearts out here. One of our top riders and friends of racing that we lost earlier this season in a freak motocross accident. Race leader goes off track there at the back end of the circuit. The natural throw of that jump is it throws you to the right hand side, and it's you kind of have to scrub your way off it, try and keep the bike in line. It ain't easy though. Pratt Jones there on the 91, she's running inside single digits. She's on a number 8 position at the moment, and she's doing a lot of hip work there, trying to keep the bike in line, trying to work her way through those ruts. The ruts will become a big challenge. We'll see a lot of people get picked up by those ruts and fall to the outside of the track as we go forward with the rest of the day. Chloe Odendahl, she just got put a lap down by a leader, so the leader is now lapping up to top 7. Next up is going to be Misha Bierkus, excuse me. She's a number 6 rider on the track. She will be the next rider to go into a lap down. At the moment, no issues for our race leader. I think it's going to be the next lap that she comes around that we'll potentially see the flag come out. And then we'll do a short course adjustment to get ready for our 50cc bobbleheads. One of my favorite races of the day, when you see the little bobbleheads, the future superstars on the 50cc twist and goes. Some 50 minis out there as well, so that's a short suspension, small wheel version of the bikes as well. So that's the first bike that you will ride. If you race on a motocross gate, that'll be the first bike you ride before your journey and your career as a motocross rider goes on forward. So Fenta, no problems for her on the Bikers Warehouse. Honda running the 32 out there. Lost in the ether earlier this season. Only scoring 2 big wins and then a no-show for the rest of the year after having to sit out for some injuries. 2 wins shows how dominant she could have potentially been. As we pick up on Tasman Strunkhider, she's on the 127 machine down there in 11th position. It won't be long. I can see Flagman out there in a great position at the Yamaha Blue Crew viewing deck right in the middle. That is our media base for today. Firehouse Media set up here, pushing the keys and shouting the calls to all the camera crew out there. So Bam in the number 2 spot, untroubled. Jessica Osner not going to be closing her down. Race leader Ivana Fenta, absolutely perfect and on point. Still no last lap board. Seems like a long race, this one. Just seems very spread out. It's going to be a last lap board next time, so it's potentially 2 laps remaining for our race leader, for Fenta to continue her dominant run out here at heat number 1 of 2 heats of racing here at Terra Topia. Bam in the number 2 spot. And hear that screamer coming on up the straight. That's her potentially on her penultimate lap. With Osner, Parks, Buerta, Bierkus, Odendahl, Pratt Jones, Pretorius and Love taking us to our top 10. We just saw a shot previously of Strunkhider and Charisma Creel on the 316. This is the 118 of Caitlin Parks. We haven't seen too much of her out there, but she's doing a great job of work to hold off Zoe Buerta, trying to get on point with Jessica Osner. Caitlin Parks in the 118. She was qualified on a number 4. She remains a number 4 So the ladies holding station on their qualifying positions. Board is getting unfurled now, so the next time we see Fenta, she's getting herself ready to get to the halfway marker of her penultimate lap. Next up will be our 50cc's. That'll be a 12-minute plus one lapper, followed by a 13-minute plus one lapper for the 65s, and our last race before a small step down will be our MX2s. Chance for all the crew and all the equipment to get recharged before we go into our second racing heat, which will kick off with our combined MX3, MX Veteran Masters and Support class. Once again, that's going to be in the afternoon session. We will stay live for the morning session. We will drop the feed at the close, which will be approximately 1:30, and we will be down tools for just over half an hour. So once the ladies' flag comes out, this is our flagman. One more lap to go. One lap remaining for our flagman. Hangs it out for Ivana Fenta. We are on the last lap for our first racing heat of our ladies' race. Big gaps forming out there as well. You can see the lap times coming through for our ladies. Once again, if you want to follow live timing and understand how the breakdown of the laps goes, see where the fastest lap was, see if the track is coming into itself or deteriorating, or see if any of the riders have had problems out there. Timing is the thing that never lies. Numbers never lie, as they say. You can keep an eye on that on protiming.co.za. Otherwise, enjoy the stream that we are putting out to you guys. Thanks to South African Motocross National Championship Tour and their partners, and also thank you very much to Northern Regions Championship Motocross Tour as well as their partners. The ladies category coming to you courtesy of Brigid Fire, as everyone is taking the last lap board and looking forward to, Bright Fire. My apologies for the typo there. Bright Fire is our ladies sponsor for the ladies gate today. So last lap run for Ivana Fenta on the 32. Things stretching out big time. Big gaps forming throughout the ladies racing heat. Next up will be our 50cc's. 50cc riders will be on the gate getting themselves ready. We'll try our best to catch up with Ivana Fenta after she takes the checkered flag. We'll get some reactions from our top qualifying lady. Had it not been for problems early in the year, she'd have probably been a runaway championship points leader. At the moment, that honor is in the hands of Jessica Osner. Osner was our third fastest runner, and she sits a number 3 spot in the championship. Mackenzie Bam is going to take a number 2 spot today. That's going to give her some good points as well. Points goes like this, by the way. 25 points for a first place for all those mathematicians out there. 25 for a win, 22 for a second, 20 for a third place, 19, 18, 17. They go down in single digits from there on. So it is worth a lot of points in hand if you can take those first and second places. That's where you make the most money out there, as they say. Flag is out then. Ivana Fenta, 32, takes the checkered flag. Mackenzie Bam follows suit on the 349 Smoker. She's going to get her points, and valuable points they are as well, for a number 2 finish ahead of Osner, the lady who she is potentially up against in the championship. So 1, 2 and 3 are through as we focus on Bianca Prout-Jones. The 50cc's will be on the gate, and our camera crew will be down there with open arms looking for the 32 of Ivana Fenta to try and get a post-race interview. Bianca Prout-Jones is going to do a good job. Last of our single-digit riders. She'll be getting a number 9 come the end of her final lap. Well done to our lady riders. No fallouts. 12 riders took the gate drop. 12 riders look like they're about to take the flag. Congratulations to Fenta, Bam and Osner, going 1, 2 and 3. Next up, 50cc's. Right? 93, not diesel, 93. I think it'll be enough. If that's full, we should be enough. I think we'll get through. CCs are coming up next, but first off we're going to catch up with our lady winner championship. All right, championship is on the cards, so it looks like Ivana Fenter is getting the job done. So we'll be chatting as we go forward into our it's
Let
Osna.
me
Osna has,
move
looks like she has wrapped
towards
things up in the championship.
cutaway.
I understand. I'm looking at what's going down there. I'm like, why are we talking to our leader? Okay, it's Osna. Osna has wrapped up the championship. So good work on our camera crew there, spotting that one. I appreciate it. So as we said, throughout the day, we're going to see a lot of micro celebrations like that one, and some of them will be big celebrations as well. Next up will be our 50cc gate. Championship leader, Travis Hart.
My name's Jessica, just won the ladies. Pretty excited for the next year. Thank you. I don't know what to say.
Smiles, but nothing to say. Some of these girls, they just get a little bit shy when you point the camera at them. But congratulations to Osna getting the job done in the championship. 50cc's getting themselves ready. Looks like we've got a little bit of time. Tristan Hart, Braden Tucker, Nate Small, Bartlett and Chappelle will be the riders to watch out for as our top 5 qualifiers. On the gate then, watch out for the key riders. 16 of Hart was our fastest qualifier, and he's our championship points leader. There is a slender 7-point gap between himself and Braden Tucker. Tucker is going to be one to watch out for. Very, very fast rider himself and Bartlett. They were all over each other at the regionals just over a month ago. So those will be key riders to watch out for. On the championship tour though, Hart will be an interesting one. As we said, coming into this round, nothing to be decided after heat number 1. This will go all the way down to the final flag of the day. 254 is the points tally for Travis Hart. Braden Tucker on a 247. My standard grade maths tells me that's a 7-point gap as the gate drop comes in. Watch out for some of the big swingers. Tucker and Bartlett always very strong off the gate. I'll just try and pick up on the numbers as we go through. Very small number boards, but it does look like the 72 coming through there. Nate Small has had a good run. Those outside ruts are wild for the small bikes. It is Nate Small on the 72 who is going to have to work those ruts nice and early. I can see that helmet of Tucker in the number 2 spot. So Small, who came into this round way down on championship points, 9th place on championship points, but he was our 3rd fastest rider, so he likes this track. He really likes this track. But the ruts are going to come into play for our small bikes. Remember, they do run a shortened version of the track, and if you see a lot of dads out there and moms and lots of dudes running, those are pickup marshals. Often the moms and dads with the blue bibs are out there to make sure that the kids are able to pick themselves up. The small bobbleheads do get caught out in the ruts every now and again. Reeston Rambo Bartlett on the 88, we'll keep an eye on him. And just behind him, the 112 of Logan Fulton. Bartlett on the 88, very tasty rider in the championship and good on this track as well. The 30 of Tucker Tucker is a powerhouse rider on this gate. Looks like he is going to be one to watch out for as the 16 starts to close him down. Travis Hart, no surprise to see the championship points leader getting involved nice and early, putting his name in the hat against some of our superstar juniors. 72 of Small leads Tucker and Hart as we pick up on the rock and rollers, the little bobbleheads, the future superstars of the sport. 72 Small doing a fantastic job of work at the moment. Our 50cc's brought to you by Mini X today. So Mini X bringing you our 50cc racing on the day. 11 riders going out of the gate drop. Remember, we have 2 more racing heats after this as we start to see Tucker building up the pace there. One of the bigger dudes on the 50cc twist and go gate, the Pro 50s. Spectacular how fast they can run nowadays. Getting picked up in the rut there ever so slightly, but still rails the turn. Tucker on an absolute burner at the moment. Braden Tucker on the 30 runs second place, but is starting to edge his way onto the back wheel of Small. Hart is coming on as well. I don't think it's going to be too long until we see a 3-rider split as Hart is joining the party. 1, 2, and 3, the class of the field at the moment. So this is going to be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race for our junior superstars. The next of our juniors will be after this, which is the 65 Pro Gate, followed by the MX2 National combined with regional races. Those will be made up of our 250 4-stroke machines. That'll take us to the lunch break, where we all catch our breath, charge all the batteries, physical and electronic. Get ready for the afternoon session. Right now, 1, 2, and 3 on the race, separated by just under 5 seconds. Small, Tucker, and now Hart starting to really build the pace. Hart was our fastest qualifier, a full 2.5 seconds faster than any of the rest of the riders on the 50cc gate. So expect to see the rider who's third in shot at the moment close things down. He's working that inside line. Maybe that's how he got his lap time out there as well, because it was a 2:58.9 versus a 2:02.1. So just over 2 seconds faster on a straight lap as we start to see things come together. 1, 2, and 3 now separated by a very small margin. You could throw a blanket over first and second place. Small and Tucker very, very close as they start their next racing lap. And the third spot is going to be Hart. Outside of that, it'll be Bartlett, Chappelle, Fulton, Style, Kruger, Hammer, Kritzinger, and Webb. Good to see all of our pickup marshals making sure that the kids are up and running. The ruts do definitely cause some issues for our junior 50cc small wheels as well as the 65s. The smallest bikes out there, so they have to thread the needle. You'll often see them railing just about every single outside line there is out there, so it does become a slightly one-line race. The only rider we've seen change up lines is Hart. He's bobbing and weaving, trying to find the sweet spot out there. Tucker looked like he was building pace early on, but he's got no answer to Small at this stage of the game. Coming up to the halfway marker of the first race of our junior 50s. Small, Tucker, and Hart. 1, 2, and 3. Let's have a look at the points tally then. Travis Hart is our points leader, but at the moment Tucker is taking some points off him at the moment. Looks like Small and Tucker are actually extending away from Hart. That's good news for Tucker, because he is down by 7 points. He'll pull back a couple here, but it won't be enough to take over the championship points lead. As long as... well, there's a pass for the lead there. So great pickup for the camera crew. So that is Tucker now takes over the lead. A slightly wider line coming in for Small at the beginning of that lap. And Tucker now takes over the lead in the first heat of the Racing 50s, brought to you by Mini X. saw this at the regional just over a month ago. Braden Tucker, an absolute machine out on this course, and the track is running absolutely sublime conditions. Not hard back, not mud, just nice loam. Starting to dry out for sure. You can see the dry line starting to form around almost every single part of the circuit now. That early moisture is starting to burn off, and the track crew are itching to get those hoses and rakes out so they can get the powder down. A change up there for a number 16. 16 is starting to build up the pace, so watch out for a potential swap in the number 2 position at the moment. Tucker has done his time following, and our points leader now is going to be doing the chase down. So Hart moves on through, the championship leader moves on through on the 16 into the number 2 spot. Small looks like he's hit a bit of a wall, the bike fading or the rider fading. Championship leader and the man that can throw down some big laps. 2 seconds a lap on a flying lap, faster than Bartlett, and Hart is now starting to close that gap and potentially get onto the back wheel of our race leader Tucker. After this will be our 65cc gate, followed by our MX2s. If you are just joining us, welcome to the first live streaming full production of South African Motocross in 2025, joined by live streaming for Northern Regions Championships, combining the 2 gates to make bumper lineups, bumper gates, huge entries on each of our categories. This is where we wrap up shop and crown all the number 1 plates for the regionals and national championship motocross tours. We're out here at Terra Topia, our host venue, our host compound, to give you all the action for the last bit of motocross racing on the season. A season that has been dogged by a lot of problems. Weather has been a key factor in 2025. I'll change my thought there as we come into some of the lap traffic. The 109 of Damien Kritzinger getting put 1 lap back early on by Tucker. Timing and scoring pops up where it is Hart trying to chase things down on our race leader. Tucker looks like he's got through the traffic nicely and been able to pull a gap. There was a nice reaction a lap and a half ago for points leader Travis Hart to get himself up into the conversation about the win. Hart in second place, staying ahead of Small though. Bartlett has definitely locked down that number 4 at the moment as he stays ahead of Ethan Style, Tian Chappelle, Logan Fulton, Gary Hammer in a number 8, Casper Demist Kruger, Damien Kritzinger on the 109, and Alex Webb give us 11 of the best young superstars out there. Wide open, swinging off the back. Another lap ticked off by our race leader, Braden Gareth Tucker on the 30 machine. Nephew of Greg Geldenhuys as well, so a lot of Geldenhuys support out here for the Tuckers and the Geldenhuys family. The head came up there showing that the little dudes are getting tired. The 30 of Braden Tucker just lifted the head there, showing that he is starting to get a little bit race weary. No signs of that number board coming out just yet though. So these guys have got at least 2 or 3 laps remaining before we can hang out those checkers. Small and Hart have gone back and forth, so looks like Travis Hart had an issue on that previous lap. That's why we see him lose some time, and he did lose a position along the way as well. So Nate Small retakes second place on the 72 machine. Travis Hart, the championship points leader, who would have really liked to get a move on and get that number 2 spot, is going to have to do it all over again. This is the battle for second place as it reignites once again. Small retakes the lead on the 72 machine. The 16 of Hart has to do it all over again. But I think his time to do the chase down and catch up to race leader Tucker, I think he may have lost his window. Live timing can be followed by going on to protiming.co.za. That will give you lap by lap and live timing breakdown. That is what we are using for our commentary down here, with Firehouse Media pointing the cameras at everything, giving you all of this racing action out here at Terra Topia. TT giving us our final bit of racing action for the Motocross Tours in 2025. Mini X, our naming sponsors for our 50cc Warriors, as the 72 of Small and Hart. Certainly Small has got the hurry up there. Definitely got the afterburners on. Small, the fastest man on track right now, as he starts to close things down on Tucker. The last lap board is about to come out, so we are close to the end of this one. Ticking off the laps thick and fast, so we are running out of time for our junior riders to make any moves. At the moment it's Tucker, Small and Hart, but that gap is coming down between 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Just eagerly watching our flagman Vian starting to twitch. It's a good sign for us here in the commentary booth as we start to see our 50cc Warriors 1, 2 and 3 separated by less than 5 seconds as they are on their penultimate lap. Next time they come around, they're going to see 1 lap to go. Not too much pickup work having to happen out there for the buildups, which is good news for us. The track will no doubt blow up in the afternoon session as it dries out, ruts in and starts to get a bit more hard pack. The track crew will water and break off as many edges as they can. The track crew standing by with the hose pipes ready to rock and roll. Second place is definitely on the cards. Tucker looks like he's defending this first place, as all of our 1, 2 and 3. It's Monty Geldenhuis there giving the wave through. Oh, lappers coming into play now. 1, 2 and 3 are going to cross the line, and that is going to be Small going back into the lead. Lappers definitely coming in to the conversation this time with 1 lap to go then. Yep. Just looking to see if that board is coming out. Yep. 1 lap board. No. Oh, it looks like the flagman might have missed that one. Yep. It's going to be 1 lap to go next time around if you can't get it out in time. A little bit of chaos down there at the finish line as one of the riders goes down. That was our race leader. Our 72 went down, so now it's a 2-horse race. This is going to be a 2-horse race to the flag. Seemed like a bit of confusion down there at timing and scoring. I think the board was supposed to come out on that previous lap, so we'll just keep an eye. It looks like the kids are going to get a bonus lap. So that is the 72 of Nate Small. Does get himself up and running. He was in the championship hunt. It was definitely going to be a... Okay, so just getting confirmation. Apologies for my question marks. That was a confirmation that that was the beginning of the last lap. So Tucker and Hart are the guys running the numbers now. Small, who was definitely in the conversation, has dropped down all the way outside the podium positions to a number 5. So all riders now on their last lap. All riders now on the last lap. So we're looking for the flag. It's going to be the 30. The 30 of Tucker is on the charge at the moment. We are in great shape. Tucker has fought off the big push coming in late on in the race from Nate Small. He's fought off Travis Hart, and Braden Tucker is going to benefit greatly from this win. It's going to be a full 25 score points haul. It's going to help him out, but the problem is that the man that's going to get second place is the man that he's in the championship fight with, and that is Travis Hart. So that is going to close things down in the championship, but not change up the championship positions. The championship will now go down to the final heat this afternoon, late on when we start wrapping up shop. So the checkered flag is out. The 30 of Braden Tucker is going to be taking the first 50cc checkered flag of the day. Hart on the 16 is going to get the number 2 spot. Commiserations for Nate Small. He's not going to be able to rebound and improve from where he is right now, which was crossing the stripe in a number 5. It's going to be Reeston Rambo Bartlett on the 88, who will be credited with a number 3. With Small behind Ethan Style. Small will be down in a number 5. Here's the 72, still finishing off his lap. It's a case of, unfortunately, what could have been starting the final lap of the race just before they saw the board. The 72 of Nate Small. made that one crucial error, dropping him down outside of the big point scoring points. The 72 of Small confirms his number 5 position. Congratulations to Braden Tucker with the first 50 win of the day. Next up will be our 65s. Looks like we're going to be chatting to our race winner. The 30 of Braden Tucker is getting prepped by our cameraman down there at the finish line. Let's see if we can get some words of wisdom, joy and happiness from Braden Tucker down there. 30, just getting ready for his post-race interview. Congratulations to Small, Chappelle, Fulton and Hammer. We're getting good to go down there at the finish line with Tucker.
Yeah, I won the race and yeah, I can't be any more stoked and yeah, hopefully I can win the next one. Thanks.
Great to always catch up with these kids. It's tough for them to chat, but it's part of their media training to chat to us after each of these races. Next up will be our 65cc gate, our penultimate race of the morning session. In the 65cc warm-up, we had Raiden Wills. Is about 6'5" out there racing on a 65cc machine. Reese Wenzel, Ross McKenzie, Troy Wenzel and Trey Dean were the best of the rest, qualifying inside of a top 5. Riley Geldenes, Hendrico Barwise, Hanru de Plessis, Kobe Kritzman, Rowan Vessels takes us to our magical top 10. 21 riders going out of the gate on the 65s, giving us our biggest gate of the day. In the championship, Raiden Wolves has been all dominant, absolutely hammering his competition at the moment, but still Ross McKenzie keeps him in sight. Only an 11-point advantage coming into this round, as Reese Wenzel and Troy Wenzel hold the dice for 3rd place in the championship. Those two separated by 14 points. The dice for 3rd place in the championship. Riley Gildenace, Kobe Kritzman, Aidan Fisher, Richard Smith, Henry Duplessis and Rowan Vessels give us our top 10 runners in the championship. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the final round of the South African National Motocross Championship Racing Tour out here at Terra Topia, our final stop on the 2025 National and Northern Regions Championship Tour. Revs are up. I think we're about ready to drop that gate. Here we go. Let's go flying. Watch out for Raiden Wolves. He's a big kid on the 345. Does often get a little bit boxed out. Slots himself into a number 2 spot, I think. Yeah, that's Raiden Wolves, our championship points leader, as inside lines do not pan out. Trying to pick up on the ride. Looks like it was an 85, so that was Ross McKenzie. Ross McKenzie, 2nd place in championship points, all the way at the back of the pack. Bike stalled out, buried in the mud and buried in the pack. So that's a huge story. Ross McKenzie was our 3rd fastest qualifier on the 85 machine. Rolled the dice and tried to get the line up the inside through the deep ruts and the deep bog. It did not pay off. So that is going to be a huge story. Ross McKenzie, the only rider mathematically in with a chance of fighting for the championship with Raiden Wolves. So that is going to change things up big time. We'll just readjust our sets and get ready to understand who is going to be running the numbers then as the 981 comes to the fore. Wolves, interesting to understand how he is going to manage this race. Too tall, as he's become known, absolutely dwarfs the little 65s. He will be moving up into Pro 85s next season. Just got that growth spurt on a little bit too early on in his racing career, but he has been all dominating the championship points leader in regional and national championships, and potentially going to be able to close out the number 1 plate. Lots of marshals running to their positions out there. They've eyeballed the track and they know where the big ruts are. Pickup marshals, blue bibs as they are known in the industry, running out there to check on all the boys and girls. But a masterclass. This is going to be a story of domination throughout the day and throughout the season to Raiden Wolves. Absolutely sublime conditions this year for the Talkcraft rider on the Husqvarna. Literally has not put a foot wrong on his machine. Takes the end of lap number 1. He's ahead of the 404 of Reese Carl Wenzel. So that's good for Reese. That may see Reese moving through into the fight for 2 spot in the championship. got around about just under 25 points to find to get through on Ross McKenzie. So Ross McKenzie is going to have to get those pit boards telling him to not give up the fight. He has to keep on pushing. Never stop till the flag drops. Get those all valuable points here at the final time of asking. The 404 looking a little bit loose there. Reese Wenzel on the 404 machine, working hard to try and find the hook in those ruts. 65cc's running the full track as well, remember. So very hard conditions for the little 65cc warriors to understand how this track is running. It's well over 3.5 hours since they rode their practice laps out there, and the track has changed dramatically. Plenty of ruts and change of lines forming as well. The 117 of Trey Dean is going to be out there. He's chasing down a top 7 at the moment. Trey Dean a little bit down in the championship chase at the moment, but very good runner in our regional championships. As we start to see some nice battles forming, the 118 starting to come on forward. That's going to be Mason Pereira Frey. Some of these riders will sky the big 65 step-up jump. Some of the riders will go what we call 50-50. As we see some of the big warriors going on out there. The 201, Hanru Duplessis getting himself moving. Let's catch ourselves up then as we see points and positions start to arrive on the screen. Raiden Wolves will dominate this heat at the moment as he's got clear air. Should be able to run lap record after lap record. Reese Wenzel into a number 2 spot with the 201 of Hanru Duplessis in 3rd place. David Bashir, standout ride for him at the moment. Good first couple of laps on the 981 on a number 4. Ballwise is a rider we are picking up on at the moment. He's in a number 5. Great to see him working well on the gas machine. He's had a good season so far, has Ballwise. Trying to get himself to improve and break inside of the single digits. Currently sitting down on a number 13 on championship points. As we start to see the 1 and 2s, Wolves and Wenzel 345 versus 404. Hanru Duplessis, Bashir, Ballwise, Richard Smith on a 104. The number 2 of Victor is down there as well, number 7. That's a big improvement as well on a number 11 position. Riley Gildenays, Joshua Zion Nordia, Kobe Kritzman, Quade Walker and Mason Pereira Frey take us to our top 15. No sign of Ross McKenzie as yet. We'll be hoping and praying that we see Ross McKenzie arrive inside of the top 14 or potentially the top 10 at some point throughout this race. Doesn't have much time to do it. 13 minutes plus a lap is this racing heat, and we are already heading quickly, rapidly to the halfway marker. The 404 of Reese Wenzel styling things up. The smaller bikes raving about the new little section that has been put in to sidestep the mud bog. Small bikes just loving the slightly more tech zone. Style for miles on the 404 of Wenzel. As the cameras are doing a great work out there. High five to camera number 3 out there at the back. He's got a full 360 shot. He's giving us some absolute gold. If you're tuning in, you can keep an eye on live timing and scoring courtesy of protiming.co.za. We've got live timing up, we've got live streaming up, we've got a big crowd of people joining us here as well as the day goes on. Everyone's finished their Saturday morning shopping and are pulling into Terra Topia to enjoy the big show. Just in time to catch up on the final 2 racing heats of the first set of heats on the gate drop. 65cc's just about to come up on the halfway marker of their first racing heat. Next up will be our final race of the morning session. That's going to be our MX2s, 18 minutes plus a lap for the big bangers. 21 riders strong. The 65cc gate is looking banger at the moment. The 404, who's getting plenty of airtime. We're going to be enjoying the show that is our 65cc Warriors. 65cc gate brought to you in association with NTG. NTG giving us all of our sponsorship for our 65cc gate. Big thanks to NTG for coming on board for the final round of the tour for our 65cc gate. Top 14 run at the moment, and for the first time, Ross Mackenzie's name flashes up there in a number 13 spot. So Mackenzie is on the comeback trail on the 85 as he comes through on some of the slower traffic. That's going to be a huge story. It's down in 17. Hanru Jacobs running off the leaderboard at the moment. He was our 20th fastest qualifier. He's running outside the top 15 right now. Hanru Jacobs on a 17, running outside of the top 15. He was our 20th fastest qualifier, but we're going to give him his big high five out there. One of our young up-and-coming riders starting to develop as a 65cc racer. So Ross Mackenzie has now improved up to a number 12. So that's a huge story. The 118 is a little bit lower down. Mason Pereira Freya. So these are the boys and girls outside the top 15 right now. As the 118 comes through and the 194. Those guys are Sean Odendahl and Mason Pereira Freya. That is the dice to break it into the top 15 in the stacked field of 65cc racers. Good job on the crew going out there and finding the dices that are happening out there on the track. So Sean Odendahl on the 194 and the 118 of Mason Pereira Frey. Dicing to try and break into the magical top 15. 15th place at the moment, excuse me, 14th place at the moment, held by Troy Wenzel. Quade Walker up the road. Ross Mackenzie improving and climbing the ladder for those valuable points. 12th place for him at the moment on the 85 machine. As the 911 of Rowan Vessels pops up on screen, he's running in 8th place. Good run for Vessels at the moment. Kretzmann behind him, Bashir, Nordia, then Mackenzie. The big numbers inside of the top 6. Reese Wenzel, Hanru Duplessis. What has happened to Raiden Wools has gone missing. Oh, he flashes back up on timing and scoring. I had a small heart attack there while I was waiting for Wools' name to come up. I hadn't seen him free falling, so Wools just flashing up late on our screens. Raiden Wools ahead of Reese Wenzel on the 404, Hanru Duplessis on the 208, and Rico Barwise on the 40, and Richard Smith on the 104 on the big numbers. Trey Dean on the 117 doing a nice job of work there as well. The 33 of Geldernaes, Riley Geldernaes, improves as well as he moves up one position up into a top 6. We're now deep into the lappers, ladies and gentlemen, as we start to see the race change shape. Well into the 3/4 marker of this event, as the 40 of Henrico Barwise is solid into a number 3. Good numbers coming in for Barwise. Good numbers on the championship, especially in the regional championship tour as well. Remember, a lot of the riders, if it's their first season of racing, they'll race club and regional events before moving up into the nationals. And if they have a chance, like today, where the northern regions combine with the nationals, then it is the perfect measuring stick to understand where you are in your championship and racing career, and whether it's time to move on up and go full national championship racing. Lovely to see that the club, regional and nationals are working well with each other, should I say, to create stepping stones for the junior riders to develop throughout their racing tours. The 118 of Mason Pereira Freya locked in that huge dice with the 94 of Sean Odendahl. Some of our younger riders starting to feel the heat and feel the pressure. The heat is definitely coming up as we are just over the 12 o'clock marker, 12:15 on the ticking clock, as we close in on the final remaining laps of our first heat of the 65 Pros. Next up will be our MX2s and then a short lunch break to get ourselves ready for afternoon racing. Time to charge the cameras, charge the batteries, restock the Red Bull before we go into the afternoon racing heats. Right now, no issues for Raiden Wools, Wenzel and Barwise, as the top 3 runners are dominating the racing at the moment. Once again, if you want to keep our eye on live timing and scoring, you can log on to protiming.co.za. That will tell you lap on lap, count by count, and heat by heat what is going on out there. The 40 of Henrico Barwise continues to look good in the race for 3rd place. 100 Duplessis, Trey Dean and Geldernaes on out of this one though. but we are closing in on the end of this one. Potentially 2 or 3 laps remaining. We'll keep an eye on our flagman to understand where we are in the race, but it looks like about 2 or 3 laps remaining. Wolves, Wenzel, Barwise, Duplessis, Dean and Gildenace. Ross McKenzie is now up into 8th place on timing as well. So that is a great ride for the 85. Ross McKenzie is the man on the move on the 85 at the moment. Stayed on the lead lap, went down in flames after trying to get that hole shot up the inside line in turn number 2. Got swamped out in the mud. Ross McKenzie on the 85, the man that runs 2nd place on championship points, just 11 points off the back wheel of Raiden Wolves. Desperate to get those points on his plate. He's going to lose a whole ton of points, but he should still be able to hold on to 2nd place in the championship, as he's got a relatively sizable, almost 35-point lead ahead of Reese Wenzel and Troy Wenzel. 33 running the numbers out there. Great work to see Riley Geldenace getting the numbers going. Riley, he did a good qualifier up in 6th place, and Riley Geldenace is in 6th place. So one of those few riders that actually locks it down and remains on point. Started 6, gated 6, racing 6th place. Trying to stay ahead of the chasing and closing Ross McKenzie. McKenzie, Smith and Wenzel charging now at the moment, trying to do some comeback rides. The last lap board is out, ready and waiting. So Raiden Wolves on the 345 is going to call the last lap board very shortly. Old Too Tall is not too far away from seeing Leon Duplessis. So last lap board is out. We are on the final lap of our first racing heat of our Pro 65s. MX2 Pro riders are on the gate, revved up and ready, and that will give us our last race of the morning session. Three, 4, 5. Raiden Wolves is the tall rider out there who is going to be the first rider to see the checkered flag. The rangy rider on the 345, Husqvarna, will be running ahead by a long chalk of the rest of the field. All riders now on the last lap. So it won't be long until our flagman reaches for that big flag and looks to bring all of our 65cc racers home. There he is, looks like it to me. The number 5 then takes the flag. Kobe Kritzman, he hasn't improved, he's still stuck down there in a number 12 position. So all riders by my count looking like they have taken the last lap board. Raiden Wolves on the 345. We haven't given him too much love out there since he pulled the pin and got away. The 404 of Reese Wenzel has been his closest competitor, but he's lapping around about maybe 2 seconds a lap slower than Wolves. But they are out there at the moment, all heading towards the checkered flag. Checkered flag is in, so we have got that job done. The 105 is a lap down. That's Quade Walker. The flag has been taken by Raiden Wolves then, so the 404 of Reese Wenzel is going to be the one who's going to be carrying the number 2 party home, ahead of Barwise, Gildenace, Duplessis and Dean. The rider going down inside of the checkers a lap down was Quade Walker, as the checkers is out coming on home. A huge gap for Raiden Wolves, still waiting for the 404 and the 40 riders to come on home to give us our number 2 and 3. As the checkers is now out for all the runners coming on home. So Wolves, Wenzel, Barwise, Gildenace and Duplessis. That's the last of our small wheel racing heats for the morning session. Vian brings all the riders home at the checkered flag. Next up will be our final racing heat of the morning session. MX2s are up next. MX2s next, as we wrap up shop for our junior racing heats for the morning session. MX2 coming up next. Raiden Wolves on the 65 Pro gate continues his dominant run of form out here on the regional and national circuit. Too Tall, hammering the field once again. Next up, it's going to be our MX2s to wrap up shop for the first set of racing gate drops. Looks like we've got Raiden Wolves ready at the finish line, so we're just letting him catch his breath as our camera crew bring in all too tall himself, 6'5", racing as 65cc machine. Raiden Wolves dominating the 2025 regional and national championship racing tour so far. Last few riders left on the gates. Raiden Wolves.
I was glad to finish P1 in Moto 1. We needed to get the points for the championship, so I could have came third and won the championship, but glad to have more points in my bag. See you at heat number 2.
Okay, we're going to be wrapping up our morning session send out with the big show MX2s, a stacked gate of 18 of the very best 250cc 4-stroke racers. Dalton Fenter back from international duties on the gate and throws down the burner to go gate pick number 1. He's on the 451 machine coming in for the last race of the season. Cam Durow, number 1 plate and trying to go double time once again for the factory Husqvarna squad. For CW Racing, Jordan Van Veek 747, massive on the whole shots this season. Callum Marriott, Jaden Proctor, Luke Grundy, Trey Cox on the 37. Mark Carty, Durow, Barrington Smith, big bangers inside the top 10. Then we've got Lucas Venter, Trent Valsecki, Cade Van Deventer, Marco Chetti, Ashton Martin, Ethan Lowe, Kino Pereira and Cohen DeToy, 18 of the very best. The big swingers to watch out for on this gate. Grundy leads the championship points tally by 30 points. Grundy on the 450 race number. Watch out for him. Good off the gate as well. Trey Cox, 30 points off the back wheel of Grundy. So it's Grundy's championship to lose at the moment. Cam Durow on the number 1 plate, tied on points with Cox. Proctor, the big guy on the Yummy on the 209 on the points tally. So he is a long way off, but it ain't out and it ain't over till the fat lady sings. Grundy, Cox, Durow is the championship battle. 450, 37, number 1. Final gate drop of the morning session. MX2s, here we go. All the way from the outside, sweeping and cutting everyone's nose off, but he missed the turn completely there. It is going to be an absolute burner from the number 1, but it's Marriott that pulls the pin and gets the job done. Callum Marriott has been one of those whole shot superstars, an absolute pinner getting the job done out there. So Marriott gets the final whole shot of the morning session. Number 1 is going to be interesting to keep an eye on, and we will keep an eye on Cam Durow. Luke Grundy on the 450, keep an eye out for him, and the 37 of Cox. Cox is in the center of the shot there. The 2 factory KTMs are joined on the track together. Just behind them is the second of the Durow Pros. That's going to be Tristan on the Motorex machine. But Marriott on an absolute ripper at the tail end of the season. He runs number 1 spot, but round the outside, NASCAR style, goes Durow. He wants to see clear air, and he wants to get his nose in front nice and early. Marriott covers the inside. Durow has to go to the outside. That inside becomes the outside. Marriott on an absolute ripper is going to have to breathe hard, get all of that oxygen into those arms, because this is an 18-minute plus 1 lap absolute burner of a race. These guys are going to sweat bullets out there as we are at the height of the day. Marriott, 717 on the Husqvarna, leads out ahead of the factory Red Bull KTM. Watch this line, that little scrub on the outside there. It's a lot of the pros are looking to use that line to scrub hard. End of lap number 1, Marriott leads Durow. Trying to pick up on who was there in the number 3 spot. Looks like it might be Van Veek. Pan back shortly and pick up on that. Inside, outside we go. Marriott leads. Durow couldn't hold it. It is Van Veek on the CW suspension machine. Always so good off the gate drop. He's down there into a number 3, so that's good numbers for him. Marriott breathing clear air for now. Inside line there, tried to get pulled by Durow. Durow went down. Durow went down on the inside there. I thought I saw the back wheel come up there. Durow has gone down out of a number 2 position. That's going to move Van Veek up there into a number 2 spot. Durow went down in the mud. coming out of the turnaround, the setup turn before the big sky jump. DeRoe went down. That is going to be one to watch out for. The number 1 plate is going to have to do the fight back. Don't know if he went all the way down. Looks like he may have recovered in the background there, but it's Marriott. The pressure is off Marriott at the moment. He's got a good chance of maybe surviving out front on this one. Our commentary booth out here at the Blue Crew Line-X Yamaha spectator deck. We are breathing race fuel deep into our lungs as we commentate out here. Marriott, clear air before he finds the lappers. 18 of the very best out there. The slow qualifiers were Cohen DeToy, Kino Pereira, Ethan Lowe, Aston Martin and Marco Chetti. But Marriott is on an absolute ripper at the moment. 4th place in the qualifying, 5th place on championship points, and he is doing his championship charge the world of good. He's not only leading this race, he is extending out front. He just threw down his fastest lap, leaving Van Veek and the rest to do the chase down. Van Veek will also be very happy if he can hold station and hang on to that number 2 spot. I think I saw the number 1 plate of DeRoe, so I think he didn't quite crash. I think it was a moment that he had. Maybe just got jammed up in that mud on the inside line. No, he lost a couple of positions, so DeRoe did go down. It's Grundy that's moved himself through into the number 3 spot ahead of Trey Cox. So the two of the 3 entries of the factory Red Bull KTMs are sitting 2, 3 and 4. That's Luke Grundy and Trey Cox. DeRoe is in the number 5, so it's formation flying for the factory KTM boys. Dalton Fenter is getting himself into the mix there as well, so you can see that is all 3 of the factory Red Bull KTMs in the same shot basically. Cox ahead of Grundy and DeRoe. DeRoe looks like he's got 1 position back, so he's got through on Grundy. Now he's got to get through on Cox. He goes inside, outside. DeRoe has to go through, so that's good. Good reaction there for the teammates. Cox had to bow out of that one. Got a face full of roost there as DeRoe came through. Wouldn't have appreciated that one, but yeah, unfortunately in the championship hunt, DeRoe is the one that needs to come on through. Grundy and Cox are in a big fight. In fact, all 3 of the factory Red Bull KTMs are locking out 1, 2 and 3 in the championship, and they potentially will go 1, 2 and 3 at the end of today and the end of the championship. At the moment, Cam DeRoe, nice recovery, sees him back up into the podium fight. He got through on Grundy and Cox so quickly as well. He's going to set sail and try and get onto the bumper of Van Veek. Van Veek has had a good last couple of laps. Van Veek now within, I'm going to call it 2 seconds of Marriott. So Grundy still holds a number 3, my apologies. So Grundy is still holding on to a number 3 spot. DeRoe is through on Cox, so DeRoe is now through up into number 4 according to timing and scoring. But this is now the battle for the lead, where Van Veek is up onto the bump. I think Marriott's tightened up. Marriott has hit the wall with his arms. The arms are pumped up, rock solid. Marriott is going to go backwards quickly now. So Van Veek comes through into 1st place. Marriott down to 2nd. And everyone is going to absolutely eat Callum Marriott for breakfast now. The 717 arms have said, how's it? He's in trouble. So DeRoe now up, confirmed into 3rd place. My apologies, timing and scoring jumping around. But we are back on point. DeRoe now up into 3rd place. Going to be quickly through into 2nd and possibly quickly through into 1st place. So that's one job done. Callum Marriott goes down into 3rd place. DeRoe comes up the road into 2nd. And it will be a matter of moments until DeRoe comes through on Jordan Van Veek on the 747. Jordan Van Veek living on borrowed time as they come to the end of this next lap. So big fight back, big reaction, great recovery coming in for DeRoe on the number 1 plate. Van Veek living on borrowed time for now. He took over the lead 2 laps ago. He's going to have to relinquish that lead once again. CW suspension rider trying to be creative with his lines. Here we go, watch out for the change of lines. DeRoe's going to try get his nose up the inside through the chop. Couldn't get it found. Going to stay well away from all of that boggy, deep loam at the bottom of the circuit there. For now, Van Veek lives on in the lead. So while this battle's happening, don't really want to run through the shopping list of who is sitting where, because I think there's going to be a pass for the lead in a matter of seconds. Van Veek leads ahead of DeRoe. DeRoe can't decide whether he wants to pull the pin inside or outside. Late moves to cover lines. There it is. Drives all the way to the outside. DeRoe hits the front onto the horsepower section, out onto the big tabletops to take you to the furthest point of the circuit. So DeRoe, after that big issue early on in the race, has fought through the traffic, recovers, gets himself back on point, retakes the lead. So it is now Cam DeRoe, Van Veek, Callum Marriott in third for now, but looking like he's in trouble. Trey Cox in fourth, Luke Grundy in fifth, Tristan Darrow into a number 6 spot. So DeRoe, Tristan in the MotorX entry, racing double duty. A lot of these riders doing double time, racing in either MX2 and MX1 or racing in MX2 and high school, depending on their age. A lot of the factory riders signing double contracts, giving the team more chances of chasing down number 1 plates across the board. Van Veek still in the hunt. You'll see on the next shot though, the gap is around about 2.5 seconds. No, he's brought it down. So that first sector of the track, Van Veek is very strong in that technical slower section. It's the high speed sections where DeRoe is able to pull the pin. But the CW suspension rider Van Veek in second spot could be able to get himself up there and finish this race in the number 2. He's had a very good run of form in the last couple of events on the National Championship Tour as well. Van Veek on a ripper. Marriott stays ahead of the chasing KTMs of Cox, Fenter and Grundy. No issues now for Cam Darrow on the number 1 as he controls the high ground. That's 1 and 2. Bit of a gap now to go down the road to pick up on the 3rd place battle. Marriott, Cox, and that is the 4-5-1 of Fenter. Dalton Fenter coming on strong. As the race gets longer, he gets stronger. This is going to be an interesting one to watch out for. May not be out of the realm of belief for Fenter, who's now moved up into the number 4 spot to get himself onto the back wheel of Callum Marriott. Marriott may have got his arms back because they pumped up rock hard like cement just 3 laps ago. That's what saw him lose the lead and a couple of positions along with it. So Cam DeRoe, Van Veek, Marriott, Cox, Fenter, Grundy, Tristan DeRoe, good ride for him in the number 7. Jaden Proctor, surprising to see the Yamaha man down there on the 81 in 8th place. But the race is over the halfway marker, which is normally where we see Proctor come to life. Can't seem to find the hook out here as the track starts to harden up. Marriott looks over his shoulder. Fenter almost went out the front door there in the big rut on the inside line, and that's allowed Cox to come back into the conversation. So Marriott was pretty much moving over for Fenter and Cox to come through. Fenter found a big divot in the inside rut there, could not pull the pin, couldn't make the pass count. So Marriott survives, but for how long? Because Marriott is the final cork in the bottle, the last of the podium places. It's a 3-way battle between Marriott. Now Fenter takes the lead. Cox will not be too far behind as well. Cox needs a high finish as well. He's 2nd place on points. He's taking points away from Grundy, but not enough at the moment. Grundy, staying in 6th place, will still keep him in the championship lead. It's a championship ride coming in for Grundy in 6th. This will be our final race of the morning session before we close shop. Have what's scheduled to be a 45-minute break before we go forward into this afternoon's racing. I think we've been pretty good on timing. It'll be a scheduled 45-minute break for lunch. Excuse me, a 30-minute break for lunch. My apologies. Just checking my schedule. 30-minute break for lunch coming up after this one, and then we'll be back live once again. That's Fenter looking good at the moment. He has confirmed, moved forward into the number 4 position. Trey Cox, the man who's second place on championship points in 5th, only 1 position ahead of Grundy. So that only gives Grundy a loss of 1 point. Not enough for Cox to make any inroads in the championship. Cam Duro, no issues for him at the moment. We're over the 3/4 marker of the first racing heat of the MX2s. Duro had a little bit of stress to deal with early on when he had a big problem almost going out the front door in the mud. Right here is where he went down. But he is staying out of that zone now. The track is drying rapidly. And by the afternoon session, it's going to be a hard-baked grease pit. The track crew will do what they can in the afternoon's lunch break to get on out there, make sure they are watering the track and breaking down the ruts where at all possible. But for Duro, no issues for him as it's smooth sailing. Van Veek still solid in a number 2. The change on the track, as expected, is Marriott fading backwards. Dalton Fenter coming forwards. Trey Cox, no move of station on that lap. He remains inside of a number 5. As we are over the 3/4 marker of this race, Duro, Van Veek, Fenter, Marriott, Cox and Grundy with Cardi, Barrington Smith and Proctor with Valsecki taking us to the magical top 10. No issues whatsoever for Cameron Duro. He's into the lappers now and still remains the fastest rider on circuit. Riders are loving that little scrub line off the back there. As long as you're inside of the markers, it is open for interpretation. Only the very skilled scrub masters are able to take advantage of a line like that. I hope you're enjoying the action that is coming at you. We'll be live once again after the half-hour lunch break, so we'll be back live at just before 1:30. Cam Duro, Van Veek, Fenter, Marriott, Cox, Grundy, Cardi, Barrington Smith, Proctor, Valsecki on our top 10ers, with Ashton Martin, Cade Van Deventer, Lucas Fenter and Marco Chetti giving us our top 14. Duro, no issues whatsoever, dialed in out here in the first heat, running of the 18 minutes plus a lap for the MX2s. MX2 Gate brought to you by Yamaha. Problems for Tristan Duro on the 444. He's having a rough day at the office. He had major problems going down in a blaze of glory whilst taking the whole shot in the high school gate. And now mechanical issues, putting the Motor X KTM rider on the sideline. So commiserations to Tristan Duro as he parks it. Once again, this action in the MX2s brought to you by Yamaha, South Africa. No twitch at the moment from our Finnish officials, so still plenty of laps coming at you for Duro and Van Veek and Fenter. We'll keep an eye on that Van Veek and Fenter battle in second place to see if there is any moving and shaking going on there, because Dalton Fenter looked like the man on a ripper at the moment on the 451. At the moment it is the Cam Duro show as he tries desperately to get back on point. It's a little bit of a stretch to think that he's going to be able to nail down the championship here today for the 250s, but he is definitely on point on the 450s. Fenter has made the pass now on Van Veek, so that's going to show on live timing shortly. So Dalton Fenter on the 451 has made the pass on Van Veek. So as we said, it was expected that the fastest qualifier, who put half a second into Cam Duro, would be one of the riders to watch out for. But as soon as the gate dropped, Duro has been the dude. One small mistake. Since then, hammer time. In the championship though, Grundy on a number 6 still holds a pretty sizable championship buffer ahead of Cox and Duro. Remember, 25 points for the win, 22 for second, 20 for third, 19 for fourth, and then single digits all the way down the queue after that. So Trey Cox at the moment pulling back two positions now, as he puts Callum Marriott between himself and Grundy. So Cox improves by 2 points, but there is small fry in the world of the championship at the moment. The 81 of Proctor just hasn't really come to life in this first racing heat of the MX2s. Top Yamaha man just didn't like the afterbonus this time, starting in his career to look more and more like a pure 450 rider rather than a multi-gate rider. Still, the 81 remains the top Yami. Oh, my apologies. Mark Coddy is the top Yami on the 24 machine. He runs in 7th. Flag 1 lap board comes out for Cam Duro, as Tristan Duro is on the sideline there, waving on his brother. He stays offline, he is off the racing line, so he's just going to sit there and wait it out before he can push his bike back to the pits. A real tough day. The 141, that's Barrington Smith, he rolls out of this one. So Christian Barrington Smith is out. So 2 major players falling out of this one. But we're on the last lap. All the key riders taking the last lap board. Marriott is going to have a chat and understand how his training is going. Cardi wouldn't mind making the pass on Marriott to just get 1 point back on Cox, just to make sure that things don't go too silly later on this afternoon when this championship in the MX2s, today brought to you by Yamaha South Africa, will go down to the wire. Cam Duro halfway through the last lap of the first running heat of the MX2s, once again brought to you by Yamaha South Africa. So we're around about 30 seconds away from the checkered flag. That will call the lunch break and get us ready to close out this amazing racing action that we have seen out here for the final time of asking for national motocross and regional, northern region motocross. Cam Duro just having a look around the track to make sure he knows where everyone is out there. Dalton Fenter on paper, his closest rival on the track today in the championship. Duro will be taking the high ground ahead of Cox. He's going to pull back a handful of points to move up into second place for the championship. But Grundy remains in the pound seats to look after his championship points lead. A former high school champion, and Grundy looking to try and nail down the big number 1 again. The flag is out for Cam Duro. He has been the dude to beat on the track so far. Fastest laps in the 450s, fastest laps in the 250s, a checkered flag in the MX1s and a checkered flag in the MX2s. 2 heat wins for factory KTM. A good push for Fenter to get himself up there into a high position as the rest of the racers make their way down to the finish line. Cam Duro ahead of Dalton Fenter, running the 1 and 2. Van Veek did a good job out there, as well as Grundy, Marriott and Cox. Callum Marriott though hit the wall early on. He will be battling with his arms, trying to get all of that arm pump situation sorted out. Looked like on pace he was the dude, as he had a spectacular hole shot. A big problem for Cam Duro early on in the race when he found the mud bog. It looked like he was going out the front door. He was able to rally, recoup and get himself back on point though. And eventually made the pass to get himself up there into the lead, and from lap number 4 never looked back. Checked out and was gone. We're going to get ourselves ready to hopefully chat to our number 1 rider, Cameron Duro, the dude to beat on the day. Very often the dude to beat on the championship, but with that ride will now get himself up into second place in the championship for the MX2s. Grundy on the 450 race bike remains the championship points leader, but a change between second and third between Duro and Cox. We'll get ourselves ready to chat to Cam Duro, hopefully at the end of his race. they'll be looking forward to a lunch break. And then we'll go offline before we go forward into the afternoon's race. So we'll have a quick chat to Cam Duro, and then we'll go forward. We hope you guys have enjoyed the racing. We will be coming back after a half-hour lunch break, and then we'll start our racing once again in the afternoon with our combined MX3, MX Master and Veterans and Senior support. We're going to look forward and have a quick chat to Cam Duro when he comes down in. Have a quick chat with him. But the afternoon session is going to be the MX3 Vets and Masters and Senior support, the high school 125s, then the 85s, the MX1s, ladies, 50s, 65s and MX2s. And that will draw a close not only to the day, but also to the National and Northern Region Championships. Hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far. We're going to keep bringing you the action after our lunch break. We're going to take you to the lunch break with a quick chat to Cam Duro. Looks like he's almost ready to go and have a chat with our crew. The track crew, in the meantime, have got the big hose pipes out. They're going to break down some of the big ruts that are formed in the morning session, and then we'll get ready to go live once again in 30 minutes time. That's going to be at the stroke of 1:30. We'll be live once again. At the moment, closing shop on what has been a spectacular first set of races. Oh, it looks like our championship leader and the man that walked away, sorry, not our championship leader, but our race winner, Cam Duro, is going to go get himself bathed, ready, and into some fresh kit for the afternoon. For now, we'll say cheery bye. We'll be back live with racing once again at 1:30. Hope you've enjoyed all this racing action that is coming to you from the final round of the South African National Motocross Championship Racing Tour, combined with the Northern Region MXs. We line up once again and go racing at 1:30 to kick things off with the MX3s. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far. We'll see you after the lunch break. All right, we're back from the lunch break and good to go. The second set of racing heats is going to kick things off once again with the MX3 Veteran Masters and Support class. The morning session was absolutely dominated by Brandon Wheeler himself and a whole bunch of crazy guys. Doherty was good on the numbers out there as well. Gate drop once again as we go forward. Wheeler on the outside rails the turn. Remember, the track will have developed absolutely massively, so once again, Doherty and Wheeler, they're going to be the riders to watch out for. It looks like Jacobson had a good run this time around as well, so we're going to see some slightly different racing. The clouds are building in the sky out here on the outskirts of Krugersdorp, believe me, but it is very, very warm conditions. The track crew didn't really have a massive gap to be able to water the track up, and that's Broski going back into support class. So Broski is going to be an interesting one to watch out for. Alex Robinson, Aston Allen, Matthew Austin, Caforio, Nicholson. We've got Alex Robinson, Nao Sanders, Shane Steenkamper out there as well. And it looks like the Slayer is going to be doing the numbers once again on the 777. It's like starting to race again when you go into the afternoon. These guys have not seen the track for at least 4 hours. Wheeler will have known from his years of experience that it's going to be a bit greasy. They're the first gate to go out straight after the track has been watered and ripped and prepped. So he knows he's going to be changing up his lines. You can see him already staying well out of the ruts. He knows if it's a rut, it's going to be sloshy as hell at the bottom of that thing. So he's going to be looking for some creative lines. You'll see the lines form basically from this gate. So Wheeler on the Bikers Warehouse, I almost said Husqvarna, the Bikers Warehouse Honda is doing the business. Saved his race bike for race day, went out and practiced on his practice bike, and I think it's a good thing to do as well, because yesterday it was a little bit snotty, as he says, a little bit greasy, a little bit wild. But yeah, it's going to be the Brandon Wheeler show once again. Let's give you an idea of who he's up against. Levi Doherty, Keegan Deploy is out there, Jason Hill, Dylan Jacobson, always impressed me. Check that high line there. No one has gone higher, so you can see that the track is going to be changing completely. This track does develop what we call a bit of a wall of death. Certainly down into that final turn. The high lines though that were dry and dusty, yeah, if you're the first wheel to roll around there, and believe me, Brandon Wheeler is the first wheel to roll around there, then they're going to be a little bit greasy, a little bit shady. So Wheeler's going to be using his years of experience to understand how to get the best out of that. He's up against Beacom. Terrence Kinnear is in the 35 to 49 bracket. They're going to be going up against Wheeler once again. As we said in the morning session, he was our fastest qualifier. The rest of the guys are out there. Everyone changes their kit. This is what I love about motocross. The second set of racing heats, you're always going to see the guys get a little bit crazy with their apparel, as they would say in the States. They go a little bit crazy, they go a little bit wild, they break out some fresh gear for the afternoon, because the track should be relatively clean, relatively dry. Maybe these motos, the first or second motos in the afternoon after the track has been watered, there might be a little bit of spray, but most of the time the guys break out a set of fresh boots, a set of fresh kits, certainly a pair of fresh goggles and gloves, and they go at it once again. The rest of the guys out there, I can see Steenkamp going out there. The 69 is always one to watch out for. Martin, Matthew Austin, and these guys are just trying to understand the track once again. The 69 and the 62, Martin Beacom and Matthew Austin, very, very similar pace coming out of qualifying, pretty much on the 3-minute bracket on this track. One or two of them can sky, one or two of them are 50-50s. Well, Brandon Wheeler though is a skyer for sure. Probably just softened his suspension up a little bit, maybe just came back a couple of clicks on the compression damping, because it's going to rut up. In the afternoon session you can probably run pretty hard, in the morning session probably run pretty hard suspension, but in the afternoon you're definitely going to come back a click or two on the compression. And these riders, some guys will say you can't feel one click. These riders can feel one click, so they changed the setup on their bike completely. I would have thought most riders will probably throw a new set of shoes on, some new tires. A lot of the riders that I knew back in the past, they used to be able to have to change their boots because they were so hard on their boots, and they would change boots and gloves, and yeah, it's like starting a day fresh once again when you go into the afternoon session. So let's just run through how the day is going to be running from here on out. We've got our first set of racing heats done and dusted in a bow. We're getting great feedback from around the country, so thank you to all you guys that are tuned in and watching and giving us a big high fives. It seems like Frank and the drone were big hits this morning. The afternoon session We're going to keep things nice and tight and stay on the ground. The wind is picking up down here in the valley, which is kind of good news for us as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how the race unfolds. Camera 1 working hard to get that sky jump. And then we've got some beautiful shots coming in. This is the cherry picker. Well positioned high camera position for camera number 2. And then the lowland position at the back end of the track is camera number 3. Crew are doing a fantastic job out there, and the track crew as well as the timekeepers, medics, marshals, all of the officials. It's a long, tough, hot day out here at Motocross, but thankfully we finally got a little bit of cool breeze. That is certainly helping things out big time. The 17 starting to make some moves here. Jason Hill, impressive as well. Looks like he develops nicely as the day goes on. The track is really sublime. We're going to have a beautiful prize giving here a little bit later on this afternoon. So the day runs like this. It's a 14-minute plus a lap for our MX3 veterans and masters and the senior support. Then we go straight into the high school 125s, which gave us some absolutely perler racing in the morning session. 85 pros will go out next. Then the MX1 Big Bang is also huge racing, where we saw Duro absolutely hammer the nail on the competition in heat racing number 1. The ladies were stretched out a little bit, but we have already crowned our champion in the ladies gate, so we'll mention that as we come up to that. 50cc Little Warriors, 65cc Warriors, and then the MX2s will draw a line under the day, and also draw a line under our live stream for this final round of the National South African Motocross Championship coverage, as well as the northern regions. It'll take a while for everyone, myself included, to kind of warm themselves up after the lunch break. I managed to grab an energy bar, a little bit of Woolies takeout, some cool drinks to get myself up and running once again. But back-to-back wall-to-wall racing is in store for the rest of the afternoon. Once again, thanks to all of our series sponsors, our event sponsors as well. No naming rights sponsors coming in today for our veterans, but suffice to say, our series sponsors bringing us amazing support the whole way through the season. Bandit Graphics, Bike Wires, Tarantino Racing Products, that's TRP to you guys, Venture Sports, Prepsol, Missing Second, and of course we have our naming rights sponsors for a number of our categories today. The MX50 is brought to you by Mini X. Oh, some problems out there for the 88, so that's a tough break there coming in for Terence Kinnear. He was our slowest qualifier from this morning. I think it just stalled out there. Bike's just starting to give a little bit of problems. Remember, they ran very, very hot this morning. Yeah, MX50 is brought to you today by Mini X. NTG bringing you the action from the MX65s. MX2 action brought to you by Yamaha South Africa. The ladies brought by Brightfire. TRP bringing us all the action from the high school 125ers, and KTM South Africa bringing us the action today from the MX1 gate. Right now, we're just easing things in for the afternoon session as we go forward with the Brandon Wheeler Show out there on the Bikers Warehouse Factory Honda 450 CRF. The rest of the races out there, steering camp, you can see both feet blown off. The guy's very nervous at that bowl turn that is swamped out. It's the one part of the track that just is battling to dry up. It's the lowest point of the track as well, so as you can imagine, that's where all the moisture goes. So we weren't expecting that section of the track to dry up. If anything, we thought that was going to be the undoing of one or two rides, and it was. There's Doherty, Levi Doherty there, running second place at the moment and already deep into the lappers. 21 of Ricardo Caforio, Ashlyn Nicholson, Shane Steenkamp, Martin Bierkamp, Matthew Austin, Alex Robinson, and Terence Kinnear, the riders rocking it outside of the magical top 10. Ashlyn Nicholas on the 331 is on the bubble. There's Steenkamp in his bright pink kit, just getting put one lap down now behind Doherty. Like Doherty's riding style, very, very polished in his riding style, like his shape on the bike. Just at the moment cannot hang with the pace of Wheeler. Wheeler is once again done and gone. Dylan Jacobson, as I said, he came out the gate firing. He did, a little bit of a moment there coming in for Doherty. He looked a little bit loose. I think that's what we're going to see for the afternoon. We're going to see a lot of riders with their feet blowing off. Pegs are dragging, ruts are deep. You're going to see a lot of riders gooning it with the feet coming off the back door. And And yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a war this afternoon. The crew didn't get to kick down as many of the ruts as they wanted to in the short lunch break. So it's going to get deep, deep, deep city for the rest of the afternoon. So at the moment, Wheeler getting the job done. Doherty not showing on timing and scoring, but that is Levi Doherty showing in 11th place. But I'm pretty sure he's running higher than that. We'll see when he comes through timing and scoring. I think they're just catching our breath up here on the timing for the afternoon break. But Doherty did have a problem, so he dropped down to 11th place, so he had some issues out there. But Doherty will be able to move himself up there, potentially get himself up inside of a top 5. So at the moment, it's Dylan Jacobson on the 211. He's done a great job to get himself up there and run those high numbers. So Jacobson on the 211 is running in the number 2 spot, ahead of the 777 of Callum Broski. Broski, one of the most stylish dudes out there. Love watching him racing. Again, you can see Doherty just blowing his feet off the pegs. No problems on the hard packed like bake sections, but in the low ruts, that's where this track is going to offer some major challenges. Even the pro riders will have their work cut out in the afternoon session. So at the moment, timing and scoring giving us that it's Brandon Wheeler ahead of Jacobson, Callum Broski in the number 3 ahead of Keegan Deploy. Keegan Deploy on the 94 machine. Sean Strunkhelder into a number 5 ahead of Jason Hill and Aston Allen. Levi Doherty, the rider on screen at the moment, showing up in timing and scoring at a number 8 spot. As we go back and pick up on Wheeler, who's just putting on a show at the moment. No one his caliber at the moment anywhere near his wheel, as the riders are just looking to lock down their final time. Maybe not on the bars. These guys love their motocross riding, so they'll go and hit the tracks a couple of times before the Christmas break. This is the last time against the other riders though, the last time against the flag, last time against the clock for the Northern Regions and Nationals final stop on the tour. Wheeler in sublime form. The 73 has had a great setup on his bike since he moved across to the Bikers Warehouse and the big red brand. Got a sweet setup on that bike. As soon as he got on it, coming off a Yami, so it didn't take him too long to get used to the slightly different power characteristics and handling characteristics of the Honda. He said, if anything, the easiest bike that he's ridden to a championship. So that's high praise coming in from big brand. He's been out there for many, many, many seasons. Jacobson continues his run up there into second place. That's going to see him improve in his points tally, although he's predominantly racing for the Northern Regions Championship and potentially going after the number 2 spot in that championship. Broski in the number 3 spot, in as a support rider, just wants to be part of the show, and we welcome him with open arms. The support class for the riders that are kind of coming in at the last gasp. 1 or 2 riders from the world of cross country and enduro who want to have a crack at motocross. They come and turn some laps on the tracks, tighten up the old suspension, come swing a leg. So this is a combined gate, MX3 Masters and Veterans racing out the MX3 age group categories, and our support class in the mix there as well. Support class riders, Callum Broski, the best of them. After this, remember, we will be heading straight into the next gate, staying with the big track and going forward into our MX 125, the high school category. Love that gate. The high school 125s gives us absolutely spectacular racing action. We'll catch up with some of the stories that went down in race number 1 when we get to that. Already over the halfway marker of heat number 2, and it's all done by the shouting, as they say. Wheeler putting on a show. Enjoy the sound of these predominantly 4 strokes hammering it around the track. There's a 331 of Aston. He's been looking quite good. Ashland Nicholas, his style and speed on the bike always tell me that he's going faster than he actually is. He looks really, really polished on the bike. Could do with maybe sitting forward a little bit further, plant that front end a little bit better. The 331 rider sat there in a number 10 spot at the moment, trying to get up onto the back wheel of Neo Sanders. Doherty will be on the improvement. We're starting to see him improve lap on lap at the moment, showing that he is in a number 8 spot behind Jason Hill and Aston Allen. Sean Strunkhelder having the best ride of his day so far, the big number 100 into a number 5. Good to see the number 17, Jason Hill, one of the polished riders out there. Loves his Honda. Always has a nice setup on his kit and his bike, especially when we go forward into the afternoon session, where everyone breaks out a set of freshies. Double the work for cleaning afterwards, but they like the look and style of rocking out there in some fresh gear for heat race number 2. So at the moment, as we close in on the 3/4 marker of the second and final race for the MX3 riders, it's Wheeler ahead of Jacobson, Broski, Deploy, Struckharder, Allen and Hill. Last lap board comes out, so way past the 3/4 marker. Thought we were getting quite deep into that one. So here's Broski on the 777. Breaks out his smoker to come out and put on a show. I'm up for correction, but I think that is a 300 smoker Husky. He likes his Huskies, does Broski. Running the same setup as Dav Cocker, as far as I know. So Brandon Wheeler on his glory run. It really has been a standout season. There'll no doubt be tears when he splats that big number 1 plate. He's an emotional man. He's worked hard. He's had a lot of ups and downs through his career. And in the twilight of his career, as he likes to say, arriving at the ripe old age of whatever it is to make it into the MX3s. Starts things out at about 35. So great to see him staying in the racing fold. Started out his championship racing, I think, on 65s, possibly 85s. Working his way through the 125s. Quickly moved up because he's big in stature. Moved up to the 250s. Was a really powerhouse racer on the 250s. Eventually found a seat at the table on the 450 Pro Gate. Was there for a long time. Stepped out of racing for a small amount of time to focus on family and business. And comes back into the beautiful world of the motocross family to come back into the age group categories and come on and race for a title once again. On paper, up against Ian Topless, similar on their day. This time around, Toppy, a part-time racer. Brandon Wheeler waiting for the next of the Pro MX1s to decide they're too old to race against the kids. And then next year he'll have someone to play with. A wipe of the goggles to make sure he's fresh and the checkers is out. We kick off the afternoon session with a double winner on the day and the crowning of yet another champion. The number 1 plate in the regionals and nationals for the MX3s goes the way of Brandon Wheeler. Unstoppable on the season on both of the tours. Congratulations, Brandon Wheeler, on the double number 1s. Great race for the 2-1-1 of Dylan Jacobson to get the job done. Broski takes a number 3 and Deploy will be a number 4. But it's a 73 Honda of Brandon Wheeler that will be our number 1 plate. Next up is going to be the high school 125ers. As we slowly but surely tick off the boxes and take down more and more number 1 plates and crown more champions. An almost perfect season for Wheeler on the 73 Honda, who will take down the big number 1. Probably big celebrations happening down there as the team put on the big number 1 plate for all of our champions. That's going to be the story of the afternoon, with championships getting claimed. We'll try our best to get hold of the riders, but also we'll leave them alone if they want to celebrate with their friends and families.
Hey guys, just wrapped up the MX3. Managed to obviously take the title, getting to run the number 1 plate, which was really cool. I can't thank everyone behind me enough. Barker's Warehouse, thank you Kerry, Mark and Wayne. Honda South Africa, Paul and the team, thank you for giving me this monster of a motorbike. JP, Hans, Donnie from Langston, Alpine Star, Bell Helmets, Stefan from Bikewise for giving me always good advice on my tire choice. I can't thank you guys enough. Thank you so much, and we're ready for the next year.
Thanks, Bran, and congratulations once again. Thanks, Bran, and congratulations. Another one of our champions has been crowned. Next up will be our high school 125 gate. It's going to be a wild one once again as we look forward to some more fun and games. Bit of a stretched out field in MX3s and supports. As soon as we get all riders clear, we will be good to go. Watch out for the comeback ride here coming in for Thor Johnson as well as Tristan Duro. The 2 riders that went down in flames on heat number 1. They will want some comebackers and try and improve their current points standings. Remember, this is the final time of asking. This is the last gate drop for these riders going out there to try and chase the numbers. Coming into this round, Cox holds a sizable advantage over Tristan Duro, and it looks like it was all done bar the screaming. Cox is going to nail down yet another number 1 plate, but the race is on for the number 2 spot in the championship between Tristan Duro, Cruz Martin and Caden Visa. Definitely on for the number 3 spot. Tristan Duro is going to need those points. Watch out for the Motorex colored KTM, that teal color, the 444. So good out of the gate, so fast. Got punished severely for taking a slightly inside line into the mud and went down early on in the lap. Himself and Thor Johnson went down. Johnson had to stop and get off his bike, peel both the bikes off of Duro, and then they all had to plow from the back of the field. Watch out as we go forward now. Cox, Duro, Valsecki, Martin, Henley, Barrington Smith, Frosty, Johnson, Rocha, Van Fake, Visa. Here we go. Gate drop for the high school 125ers for the last time in 2025. Nice high shot to tell you the story. It's going to be a wild one. Valsecki once again gets the fire out of the gate. So Valsecki on the 300 has got the job done once again. An incredible gate. This kid has got big whip. He gets fired himself up there. He's going to be on an absolute ripper. Big different players this time around as well. The 315 Visa, he's also coming out the gate very strong. He's solid off that gate. And then the 229, an incredible drop off the gate there coming in. Is it the 29 or the 229? I have to pick up on that one. Yeah, the 229 starting to come through there. That could be Malkay. We'll try and pick up on things as they settle down, as they no doubt will. Also watch out for Damien Fenter. He's broken out his leopard leotard for the second racing heat. As is the theme though. Trey Cox on the number 1 plate. Slow coming out of the gate this time. Although maybe wrapping up the championship, he hasn't even lined up. We'll keep an eye on that. Barrington Smith, the rider on screen at the moment. Stylish, fast, very, very good in the Northern Regions Championship. Near on unstoppable. Has his problems every now and again on the high school 125 gate at the Nationals. But on this track, he does run a very good pace. So he'll be on an absolute burner, trying to get the job done and try and climb the ladder on his KTM. He looks like he's behind one of the Van Asviken brothers. That looks like Derek Van Asviken, who also got a very good gate here in heat racing number 2 for the high school 125s. So there's Valsecki. He's off and running. Custom-made high school 125 rider is Valsecki. Very light frame, very deft at moving the bike around. Just moves those hips, gets that little bike fired up and trucking. Already pulled out a big number off the front as the rest of the riders try and figure out what they are going to do about Valsecki. Looks like he's going to head off into the distance at the moment. As with the MX3s and support class, you're going to see different lines coming into play. Apologies for the camera dropout down there. Suffering some signal down at the bottom end of the track as we continue to watch Valsecki hammer the nail out here, work those ruts. He's got enough time to look over his shoulder and understand what is coming around the corner at him. The 229 of Riley Rocha is the rider that's starting to really pile it on. So Riley Rocha looking like he is at the moment holding station in a number 2 spot. This is amazing because he gated out this morning with the gate pick number 9. Didn't really make any big moves in heat race number 1, but he is on fire at the moment as he is sitting in a very, very solid number 2 spot against some of the very best high school 125 racers, not only in the country but in the world. We really do have a great development program running out here. Awesome junior development racing at the regional and club level before the riders make their way up to the dizzying heights of the national 125 gate. Valsecki starting to work those creative lines just to show Oi, almost got himself slapped out of that rut there at the finish line. He is definitely making some creative shapes as he goes on out there to attack the next set of laps on the high school 125 gate. Valsaki riding on a gas, riding out of OMD, ITL, Canon, TLP, Steve's Prep, Cycle Works and Moto Customs to give him all of his high fives while we are making him a superstar out there. A lot of these riders have huge support from their family and friends networks. It's only right that we give them the big nod. So once again, Valsaki riding out of some big numbers. OMD, ITL, Canon, TLP, Steve's Prep, Cycle Works and Moto Customs. The 444 and the man that came into this round second place on championship points, Tristan Duro, is doing his utmost to try and get himself back on point. It has been an up and down season for the second of the Duro brothers. Tristan working very hard to get himself back on point. He's riding out of Motorex, Reef, Truck Stop and SJ Logistics, riding out of KZN on the KTM in the Motorex and Thor TLP colors. Very, very easy to spot him out there on the track. He has a particular style, but he always runs a particular color on that bike as well, the Motorex lubricants colors, making him one of the standout riders on the gate. He's taken so many hole shots this season as well. Sometimes he fades back, sometimes he's able to hang on to those key positions out there, but certainly one of the stars of the future. Very exciting to see when he ages out and focuses forward onto the MX2s. For many, they believe that's where he's really going to come to life. These double days where he's going to do the high school 125s and the MX2s sap a lot of energy from him. And when he can focus forward into just one of the gates, he may be one of the riders to watch out for. You can see already he's starting to make his moves and get himself into a position to challenge for that top spot and box with Valsaki. Whole bunch of Yamahas in the chase down there. Aidan Henley, Cruz Martin, Barrington Smith, Thor Johnson, all trying to get themselves on point. Of course, Barrington Smith on the KTM in amongst a whole pile of the Yammies. Fenter, after his problems early on, he's also going to have to try and do the fight back in his Leopard Leotard. The 114 rider trying his best to hang tough and get the numbers going out there. Thor Johnson, the 169, the very admirable move, stopping and sacrificing his race to make sure that Tristan Duro was all good, picking up 2 bikes off him. No injuries to either of the riders, but injuries to their championship for sure. Johnson on a big comeback now on the 169. Swallow out of Africa racing, factory Yamaha. Johnson, one of the riders we've been watching for a long time. This is Henley as well, Aidan Henley. One of the smaller, lighter riders, really battles to get his bike set up going. Says he can never really find the sweet spot in setup. But when he packs on a little bit of Christmas meat, he goes down to the coast and chills out hard. I think we'll see him come back a little bit more of a muscular rider. And he'll be one of the dudes to watch out for to chase down for a championship in the 2026 running of the high school MX 125s. At the moment, it's in Swallow, out of Africa, racing Yami boys, doing some formation flying, trying to get themselves into the magical top 10. Johnson and Henley sitting in a lowly, by their standards, 11 and 12. Excuse me, 10 and 11. So it's Trent Valsecki, Tristan Duro, Riley Rocha. Incredibly enough, the 229 is still up there, running inside of the top 3. A fantastic breakout ride for him at the final event of the season. Caden Visa is a number 4 with Christian Barrington Smith, the rider on screen right now on the 141. He's in a number 5. And finally, we get our first shots of the day in heat number 2 of Trey Cox. normally heat number 2 where Trey Cox comes to life, but I think he's holding a little bit back because he's in a huge fight for that MX2 title chase. We'll see him in a couple of races time. Problems on the big 100. That's Kriya van Wyk, one of the riders that's trying to make a name for himself, moving up out of the 85 pros into the 125s. Just battling and stalling his bike out there. That's Barrington Smith. So the 141, oh no, that's 226, excuse me. So one of the riders a little bit further down the queue. Xavier Mulcahy having some problems a little bit further outside of the big points tally. You just saw Cameron Strucky. He came through and made the pass on him. These are the guys that are battling to make their way inside the magical top 15. It's Valsecki, Duro, Rocha, Visa, and Barrington Smith. Although I think Barrington Smith may have lost a position now, as we just saw him go down. That'll give an improved position to Trey Cox and potentially move Trey Cox up into a number 5. Cruz Martin, who also should be running higher than he is down outside the top 6 in a number 7, just ahead of Derek van Asperken. Kriya van Wyk, 73 rocking around here. That's Cameron Stuckey, and the 258 of Arman Miho, another rider making his way out of the 85 pros from last year in his first full season of the high school 125 gate. After the 125s, we'll move forward into our second racing heat of the 85 Pro Minis, as they used to be known. 85 Pros will be up next, as we are over the halfway marker of this crazy, not as crazy as heat race number 1, but still a crazy high school 125 gate. Looks like Duro has made the pass on Valsecki off camera, so that's a big change that we will see, and we kind of predicted that in heat number 2. Looks like Duro was going to be able to fight back hard in the second and final of the racing heats. So Duro on the 444 ahead of the magical 300 of Trent Valsecki. This is Wayne Barrington Smith's son, Christian Barrington Smith. The 141 has plummeted down timing and scoring with that mistake. He's down in a number 10 spot. He's going to have to really hustle to try and get himself back into single digits. Ahead of him, Thor Johnson, Aidan Henley, Cruz Martin, and Derek van Asperken. The magical top 5. As we said, Trey Cox has now moved himself up inside of the magical top 5. Ahead of him is Caden Fiercer, Riley Rocha, Trent Valsecki, and Tristan Duro. At the moment, Christian Barrington Smith on the comeback trail, 10th place, but battling to get the moves going. Looking a little bit tired in his position. Barrington Smith riding out of Westside Motorcycles, LMS Electrical, the Loop Guys, Siemens, Fox SA, Domino, RK Sprockets, Trofeo Brake Pads, Security Express, Michelin, NGK, Moto Customs, Foreshore Productions, Latham Filtration, Heidi's Own, Fuchs Silkeline, N10Z Suspension, and Circuit Equipment. The biggest sponsor entry list on the gate at the moment. Good that he is out there with all that support though on his journey to try and become champion. It's still Duro ahead of Valsecki and Rocha. As we pick up on Van Asperken. Van Asperken having a good ride here as well. Van Asperken running a number 7 on the high school 125 gate. Trying to chase down on the back wheel of Cruz Martin. So Van Asperken really coming to life in the second racing heat. Big queue of traffic now. This is going to be for the final podium place in the last race of the day. Riley Rocha, Caden Fisa, and Trey Cox. I think I just saw the move in the background of Trey Cox coming through to get himself up there into a number 4 spot. Rocha, Visa, and Cox. A 3-way split to try and decide the final podium placing. May well affect the overall come the end of the day also. See there in the background there, the 315 of Visa. He's there, so Cox hadn't pulled the move. There you go. Oh, a jump off to the side of the track there. Caden Visa just got cross-rutted and pulled a bit of a Chad Reed on us there. So Caden Visa jumps off the side of the track, tucks and rolls out of it. I think he felt that for sure, but hopefully no injuries. But got Chad Reeded, cross-rutted, fired off the side of the track. Trey Cox did well to actually make sure that he didn't go and collect that rider who had gone down. So Trey Cox will be on fire at the moment, trying to get himself back up into that position. So Cox moves himself up into a number 4 spot, trying to get through on Rocha. Outside of the big numbers, watch out for the big fight here. Brothers in arms, the Yami boys, Aiden Henley 51, 169 Thor Johnson, battling together to climb the ladder, running 8 and 9 at the moment. Here's race leader Tristan Deroe. We've kept quiet about him for a while, but since he made the move around about 3.5 laps ago, he has been on point and hanging it out there. Another rider going down, getting picked up by the ruts. This is what we said was going to happen in the afternoon. Looks like he is calling the medic across, may have hurt a wrist. Trying to just make sure that Alice Ismoy there, one of the riders going down within sight of the finish line, as we're about to get the 1 lap to go board. Tristan Deroe on the 444 machine, dominating heat number 1. It's a case of what could have been. Got his nose ahead on racing heat number 1 earlier today, around about 4 hours ago. He was in the lead for less than 30 seconds, went down and had to battle his way to try and break into some kind of points tally. Oh, it's Van Asviken that went down. So Derek Van Asviken was the rider that went down there. I thought it was him under the helmet, but I thought it was a Honda that he was sitting upon. It's just the Case Construction sticker kit that they are running this season. So that's going to be Derek Van Asviken after running inside of a potential top 7. Has to go and drop out of a top 6. But here's the checkered flag. Oh, sorry, I was a little bit pre there. Here is the last lap board coming in for Tristan Deroe. So 1 lap remaining for the 444, who has dominated racing here in the second set of racing laps. Beautiful to see so many crowd coming to Motocross to watch it live, to look, see, smell and hear what is happening out there in the world of national and regional motocross. Motocross is in good shape, people. We're keeping it alive, and we have finally gone live here. The Firehouse Media firing out the digital beautifulness the whole way through the day. The High School 125 gate of the day, brought to you by our sponsors for the event, TRP, Tarantino Racing Products, coming into play as all the riders, including the 114 of Damien Fenter, take the checkered flag. Already our race leader is through. Halfway marker on his last lap. A little bit more racing to go for Tristan. He can park the 125 for the rest of the season. In around about an hour or an hour and a half time, he'll swing a leg onto the MX2 for the final time of heated race action in 2025. And then it is job done for him. The Johnson and Henley freight train has been moving nicely, working well together up into a 5 and 6, plowing the field, dropping Barrington Smith down as well. I think Barrington Smith is actually on that freight train. Henley, Johnson and Barrington Smith have been cruising through. Caden Visa did remount after that Chad Reed moment. The 315 is running a number 8, but it is Deroe, Valsecchi, Cox, Riley Rocha and Henley. And here's the flag. The last MX 125 high school heat of the 2025 season goes to Deroe. So the 444 is job done. A fantastic comeback ride for the Yami boys as well. And great to see some big fights happening out there. But the high school 125 gate has also given us a taste of what's to come for the rest of the day's racing. Barrington Smith fighting his way up inside of a top 6. Trying to wrestle some points out of what has been a tough racing heat for him. Cox came across the line lower than he wanted to as well. Cox had some issues late on in that race. He came across the line dejected. But he's got MX2 coming up as well, and that's where he will turn his focus and his gaze toward. Black Sheep Media right there at the finish line, trying to catch those wild moments of riders taking the final checkers of the season. Flagman Vian Duplessis glancing around the track, making sure that alles is mooi and everything is clear. Next up will be the 85s. Our Pro Minis are in the gate, locked and loaded already. And we'll try and catch up with Tristan Deroe, who's just about to get the big high five from his crew. A nice turnaround on the season for him. Tristan Deroe on the KTM in the MotorX colors. He's going to be happy with that one. He takes the mic from our cameraman, and we're going to go chat to Tristan Deroe. Deroe standing by in post-race.
Yeah, we just finished the second moto of high school class at Terra Topia, last national of the year. It's my last race ever on a 125, so I'm stoked I was able to put in a good ride. Get a second moto win. I didn't do too good in the first moto because I had a fall in the start, but yeah, I'm happy.
Tristan the champ.
Yeah, I'm happy we ended it off good. Congratulations to Trey Cox for winning the championship. It was a good year racing.
'85 for the second time of asking on the day, and the last time we will see the Pro Minis out there. Fastest qualifier, Ledwaba. Big story of heat number 1 though was Brody Bircher going down in flames. The number 30 will want some comebackants. By far the standout rider to watch out for on the gate. Ledwaba, Bircher, Kritzman, Van Sale ended up walking away with a big win last time around on the 234. But Ledwaba, Bircher and Kritzman are going to go after him big time. Aiden Retief on the 42, as well as Maxwell Ferry and Brandon Van Veek. Those will be the big swingers running the numbers inside of the top 7. Right now, revved up and ready to go. Kritzman is going to be looking to wrap up his championship. Brody Bircher lost a ton of points in heat race number 1, almost gifting it to Kritzman. Not enough to let him take the number 1 plate at the end of heat race number 1. That goes down to the wire. The wire has been dropped. The gate has been dropped for the final time on the Pro 85s. As we start to see all the riders work their way into that drop-off corner. A very technical start line here. Probably one of the most technical start lines, as Bircher on the 30 once again sees clear air. Now it's a question of whether he can hang on to this one. He definitely looks like he is in tasty form. A beautiful shot to see these riders absolutely styling their way forward, up and over. Race number 1 winner 234, Cassie Van Sale slots up into a number 2 spot. Kritzman didn't get the gate that he wanted. He's going to have to plow the field a little bit and get through. Sitting in around about number 8 spot at the moment, just off the back wheel of Cabello Ledwaba. Ledwaba on the 280, number 1 plate just behind him. That's a little battle that's going to develop nicely as we go forward into the racing heat. The number 30 though of Bircher has got clear air. It's a question of whether he can hang on to it this time around. So Brody Bircher riding out of KTM under the colours of ASP, ACR, KTM, USN, Thor, TRP, MotorX, Dunlop, Alpine Star, Oakley, Cycle Works Suspension, and of course the son of multiple motocross champion and supermoto champion Brett Bircher. The top 2 riders at the moment then running the numbers. Race number 1 winner Cassie Van Sale wants to go 2 for 2 and underline his dominance at the end of what has been a challenging season for him. Still had a good year though. Potentially moved up inside of the top 4. Came into this round 5th on championship points. Bircher is not going to make the same mistake twice. Please don't let it be a commentator's curse. But he looks absolutely dialed in. The track though is making promises that are going to be delivered. These ruts are getting deeper. These small wheels, therefore lower pegs and lower horsepower bikes really battle as the track goes away. And the track is going away. Massive, massive, massive ruts, and they're getting hard as well. Watch out for the number 3 spot battle. It looks like the number 1 of Kritzman isn't too worried about going after too much. He's leaving Bircher and Cassie Van Sale to deal with this one. Ledwaba may also get the gift of 3rd place, as Kritzman doesn't seem too bothered about this one. He's probably been told by his team, stay well out of trouble. A top 5 will still give you the number 1 plate. Just don't let the guys get away too far. But how do you tell a kid that Kids are going to get on the bike, line up, kick that thing into life, and when the flag drops and the gate drops, we go racing. It's very tough to play the championship game at this stage. The youngsters are full of testosterone, and that red mist comes out. Never ending, ultimate endurance, these kids. They work super hard on their craft, massive support from their families and the network around them, making sure that they are good to go every single time they go on out there. A lot of investment in the early years until the sponsorship phone rings. But right now, it is mostly dad's pocket that is stretching the kids around the country. As we follow all the racing around the world, we follow the racing around the country as well. Camper van racing, mom and dad racing, or in this country, Bucky and Gazebo racing. That's how it all starts before you get the magical call up and go full factory. Full factory in this country basically means your bills are paid. Not many riders in this country actually go on to earn a local salary, although one or two of them do. But if you want to go make the big bucks, you got to get that passport out nice and early on. The top riders on the international scene made the jump across to race internationally around about the 85-125 crossover period. The rest of the riders go on to become local superstars in their own right, and a well-earned #1 plate as well. The highest accolade you can achieve in motocross on South African soil is firstly to get presented with what used to be known as Springbok colours, now Protea colours, and the highest of high accolades is to be chosen, selected to represent South Africa at the Motocross Des Nations, the World Championships of Motocross. That happened last week, and we've got most of our lads back here racing with us at Terra Topia. One of those was Slade Smith. He went down hard on the MX Heat #1. That's going to be coming up next as well, so hopefully he's going to be back on the gate. Hopefully his wrist is going to hold good and hold form. This race for the lead is going to be a banger. We're going to keep on this one for a while. Bircher and Van Zyl. Van Zyl isn't letting this one go. He's trying to keep that pressure on Bircher. He's going to try and apply the pressure, allow the rider in front of him to make the mistake. The 30 versus the 234. Cassie Van Zyl on the Ridgeway racing machine out there and piling it on to chase onto the back wheel of Bircher. Bircher did look like he was on one the whole way through practice and qualifying, and of course in Heat #1. Got that whole shot, was the first rider to wash out high on that berm, and with a stacked field like this of 14 of the very best regional and national championship races on the Pro 85s, it's very hard to plow that field and get that move going higher up the hill. Once again, our 85cc racing today brought to you by TRP. That's Bircher down, race leader, Brett Bircher. Brody Bircher has gone down. I cannot believe it. 2 races in a row. The first mistake came early in race #1. This mistake has come late in heat #2. This is a devastating blow for the championship. He didn't get as many points on the plate as he wanted in heat race #1, and now heat race #2, he has dropped down 1 or 2 positions. We're going to have to pick up and see where he is actually going to be landing when timing and scoring catches ourselves up. So that's Van Zyl. Cassie Van Zyl is on for a 1-for-1 clean sweep at the final round of the championship. He came into this round 5th on points. He's potentially going to move up, possibly inside of a top 3. I'm just trying to check on the numbers there. It's going to be a close run thing. Coming into this round, Kretzmann was on 263, 252 for Bircher, Frosty at 247, 217 for Aiden Retief, Cassie Van Zyl on a 194. So, yeah, you've heard all those names and numbers, and you can see that Van Zyl is light years ahead of the rest of the field. Bircher in 3rd place, so he did recover pretty quickly, got himself back up there. He's dropped 1 position behind Ledwaba, but the important thing to note here is he's losing points hand over fist to Cassie Van Zyl. Cassie has had a perfect day. That's going to be 50 points coming in for Cassie Van Zyl. That's going to promote him up. I don't think he's going to be able to catch Bircher, but probably going to promote him up to either a 3rd place or a very close run 4th. Ride of the season. here at the final round goes to Cassie Van Sale. Spectacular run of form. Still no sign of the board coming out, but it can't be long now. Potentially 2 laps remaining before we focus forward into the next of the big bangers. Oh, little nudge offline for some of the lappers. Unceremoniously sent outside. That's my rut. Thank you very much. I will take that. Cassie just nudges one of the lappers out of the way and moves forward. Wasn't a brutal pass, but yeah, a little bit tight. If I was a lapper, I would remember that. Put it that way. Good shots from the cherry picker, our high camera, as we pick up on some of our riders sitting outside of the big numbers. Komini 2 qualified today in a number 8 ahead of LJ Rasmus. Adam Meyer, Liam Canny, Thiago Matafu and Evan Frost were our low qualifiers. Chris Mufanyachani got a good run going there as well. He actually qualified into a number 10. As we pick up on the 280 of Cabela Ledwaba, I was very impressed about a month and a half ago when I was out here at Terra Topia for the penultimate round of the regionals. Look at that shot. Where else can you get up close and personal? Our camera crew doing a stellar job out there to chase on these numbers. 234, Cassie Van Sale, up close and personal. So close you can almost smell that blue smoke hanging out of the 234 Ridgeway racing machine. Cassie Van Sale on the Husqvarna, riding out of Ridgeway Racing, Liat, Cycle Works Suspension and Moto Customs, putting on an absolute masterclass out here at Terra Topia. We are now officially at the height of the day. It has just topped out at 32 degrees out here at Terra Topia. Warm and sticky, getting us ready for what is going to be a spectacular summer season. The first of the rains arrived around about 2 weeks ago. We had some blessings that fell on us on Thursday night out here at Terra Topia. Made the track absolutely mint. The track had already been pre-ripped and watered a couple of days in advance. And then that absolute downpour cloudburst that we had on Thursday was just what the doctor ordered. Meant that the track crew could hold the track together nicely the whole way through qualifying and practice through yesterday's. And then the warm-up and qualifying for this morning and into our racing heats. If you ever want to experience how wild the track is, come to a racetrack the day after a national and try and ride these ruts. You will not believe how deep these things are. They are well past knee deep on the inside of some of these lines. We're watching the 41 of Adam Meyer. He was our 11th fastest qualifier. As Ledwaba comes through, he gets put down a lap then. Remember, a lot of these riders coming straight into 85s, only getting the chance to get onto a motocross bike when they stepped up onto the 85 Pro Gate. Once again, this beautiful high-speed sweeping left-hand shot at the end of the back straight. After all those tabletops, sweeping left-hander, double step down, gnarly left-hander, climb, step up, jump. Just a beautiful section of the track where I don't even think these 85s think about braking. They just rail it the whole way through between 3rd and 4th gear and just absolutely cream it all the way through there. Then they put on the back wheel, BMX style manual, dance it through the rhythm section. Things held wide open in 3rd and 4th gear. Predominantly a 3rd and 4th gear track is Terra Topia. The guys do tend to click the whole way through the box, down the back straight on the big tables, and then they bang it down 1 gear for the tech zone that just got us through there. Still no sign of the last lap board, but we are close to the end of this one. Got to be 2 laps to go by my count. It's been a long race for the 85 pros. It continues to be Cassie Van Sale. Brody Bircher has recovered. We haven't seen it on camera, but Brody Bircher on the 30 has recovered. Comes across the stripe now. He is back up into the number 2 spot. So he's kept things honest with Cassie Van Sale. The Dwaba, quite a few positions behind him in the championship now that he's been on a burnout. Cassie going to be walking away with 50 points haul. The Dwaba will also get some good points. It's going to be 2 top 3 finishes for the Dwaba. Another rider that we will be keeping an eye on. Love the kid's riding style for sure. But Cassie Van Sale, look at him, just carrying more and more confidence, more and more speed into all of these hard braking zones. spectacular style on the Ridgeway racing machine. Kretzmann hasn't made too much noise out here in the 4th racing heat. He's going to have enough points in the bag. Another 4th place will give him the title, so the number 1 plate will retain the number 1 plate going forward into 2026, although it does look like Kretzmann is going to make the big move up into the high school 125 gate. But to defend a number 1 plate in any of these championships is a huge brag. So a 2-time champion, 2 number 1 plates back to back will go to Kretzmann. Ride of the day though, and ride of the season in the 85 Pros is going to by a long way go to Cassie Van Sale on the 234 machine. Vian, our flagman and lapman, is staring down looking for our race leader. Cassie Van Sale on the 234, eyeing up to try and see where he is going to see that 1 lap to go board. The 1 lap to go board gets picked up, so it's going to be Cassie Van Sale starting his final lap of the race. He has to change up lines there. Oh, had to roll out of that one ever so slightly. Coming up on the back wheel, I think that might be the 800 of Chris Mufanchinwa. No, it's not. Looks like LJ Erasmus potentially going a lap down. So race leader Cassie Van Sale is on his last lap. Brody Bircher, number 30, on his last lap, and the 280 of Cabela Ledwaba on his last lap as well. Kretzmann doing what he can to get the job done as well. 4th place, like I say, will be enough for him to nail down a back-to-back championship tally. 2 number 1 plates. Kretzmann, yeah, you can see from his body language as he started his last lap, he's cool for school. He's happy with a 4th place. Doesn't need to go out and do any bragging rights. 4th place will give him another title. All the lap traffic coming through here as well, as Cassie Van Sale picks up on camera 3 down at the back of the pack there. So he'll be at the finish line in the next minute. The 234 working incredibly hard and incredibly well out there. He fought hard for that great finish in heat race number 1. He had a little bit of luck, but as we say in racing, you've got to be there to benefit from the luck when it comes your way, and you've got to take it with both hands. That's exactly what Cassie Van Sale did on the 234 Ridgeway Racing Liat machine. It has been fun from the commentary side of the desk as well to watch the kid develop through his 65 and junior 85 racing days. By the time they get to Pro 85s, they do look like little racing machines. And he's heading towards the flag. So the checkers is out and unfolds, ready and waiting for the 234. Cassie Van Sale, our first rider on the day, as well as, our second rider on the day, does a Brandon Wheeler and goes clean house, 1 for 1. Double wins on the day, he takes the day. Congratulations, Cassie Van Sale, and a big bump up in the championship. A nice fight back for Bircher, gets himself a number 2 spot there. That's going to help him out in his championship survival race to try and hang on for the number 2 step. Ledwaba is going to take a number 3. He's been very solid and consistent today. And a number 4 is going to go to Kretzmann, and that will give him another number 1 plate to back up the title that he won last year. The 555 of Maxwell Faree, he's done a good job of work today as well. He had some problems on the 555, but he's been developing and looking a little bit smoother on his line choices the whole way through the day. Kretzmann on the number 1 comes through on the back wheel, and 4th place gives Kretzmann on the number 1 another number 1 and the title in 2025. So the win on the day and the battle goes to Cassie Van Sale, but the win on the year and the war goes to Kretzmann.
Track was very nice, got the overall, so yeah, very stoked with that. So yeah, I'm very proud of myself. And yeah, thank you Jonathan Malimi for everything. Thank you very much.
All right, Vian on the flag there, just waiting for a course clear. Big celebrations happening down there at the 85 gate though. Van Sale takes the win. Kretsman takes another number 1 plate. And off to the side is where he is heading in a few years' time. In the gate at the moment, the second and final heat of the MX1 Pro 450 Big Bangers. Congratulations to all of our 85 national and regional racers.
Yeah, this last race was pretty hard. Thought my bike's a bit broken because it was bogging everywhere. But yeah, we got it done. It's 5 times at 13 years old. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
As we move forward then, congratulations to Kretsman for yet another number 1 plate. Fantastic to see a champ back it up to show that it wasn't just a 1-horse trick. He raced hard last year, he raced hard this year. 2 number 1 plates back to back. And to Cassie Van Sale, ride of the season on the Pro 85s. Hold your breath as we get ready for the Pro Big Bangers, the MX1s coming out and coming out strong. Cam Duro was the dude on this gate, but watch out for Hoffman. Smith is back on the gate as well to the left-hand side. The 337 going down in flames early on. He's going to be twitching and watching for this one. Some big swingers. Dav Cocker got a great one last time. Can he do it again on the 87? Straight down the middle, the number 1 cuts everyone's nose off. Duro is going to go, a couple of riders down. See who else that is. That looks like it is, just waiting for the shirt to turn there, the 200 of Correa. Correa was our top 6 qualifier as well. And does that look like we have a very weird looking hole shot? Scotty H inside the top 3. Dav Cocker behind him. And we'll try and pick up on who it was. It looked like Duro was able to get his nose out front, and he has. And as always, in heat race number 2, the 81 of Proctor has come to life. Scotty H into a number 3 spot. Great ride here for Scotty H. Part-time motocrosser in his language, full-time cross-country racer. Duro, though, with clear air and bright white racing kit, you can expect nothing else than a hole shot. And check out City. He is gone. Absolutely gone. He's going to throw down a lap record after a lap record. No one's going to get near this guy for the rest of this race. And he is going to confirm that he is going to be a walk-away champion once again. Closest on the numbers has been Slade Smith. Slade lost a bag full of points going down in flames and losing the mathematical chance of nailing down the title. Slade Smith trying to see if he was even gated inside the top 5 here. The Honda rider coming straight off MX of Nations duty last week. Also picking up a wrist injury along the way, so he is by no means at 100%. As Duro and Proctor take us to the end of racing lap number 1. MX1 Big Bangers, brought to you by KTM South Africa, and it is a KTM South African rider who is running the numbers out front. Proctor finally comes to life today. It's taken him a while to get the ponies going. The big Yamaha rider, the powerhouse. As the top 2 riders set sail. Scotty H not under pressure just yet. Maybe see if the intensity is there. Scotty able to run big numbers for 3 hours, but these guys are going to be 1000% hanging it out for just 18 minutes plus a lap. So intensity is what motocross lap racing is all about. Can you hold your breath for 19 laps? Some of these guys can. Proctor going to do the chase down then, see what he can do. He can run the big pace if he wants to. We've seen this guy do some amazing work, especially out at Bloemfontein. He was one of the standout riders, and by far and away the top Yamaha man. This is going to be a dice that's going to challenge and change as the race goes on. Scotty H in the number 3 spot. Starting to get closed down. Looks like the 136 of Nicholas Phelps may have come to life this time around. We'll see who's doing the chase down. I think it is Phelpsy. Just trying to pick up on the number there. My eyes on what they used to be. 783. Ethan Hoffman is the rider in the number 4 spot, doing the chase and the challenge. Scotty H for now in the number 3 spot, but also he's not going to want to get in the way of anyone's championships here. He wants to just get out there and get the numbers going. Great to see a part-time motocross racer coming back in, showing that he's really lost none of his style. Looks so good on the bike, but the fitness and intensity is a different beast. Ethan Hoffman also only coming to life late on in the day. Love that shot of the riders kind of whipping their way through. Hoffman, how's that line? Mid-line around the outside, pretty much put his shoulder underneath Scotty H's handlebars to make that pass. That was a power move, and you've got to have nothing but respect and faith in the rider in front of you to be able to pull a move like that. So that's going to be Ethan Hoffman rocking and rolling, and I'm going to pull it out, Hollywooding his way through into a number 3 spot. It's the first time I've done that one today. This is a great drive coming out of Hoffman. That's going to put Scotty H down into a number 4 and Dav Cocker into a number 5. Factory team KTM and Husqvarna stablemates under the same housing umbrella, and that's going to be a wild one. And those are the guys that are racing for the National Cross Country Championship, the final round hosted by GXCC later on in November. We've got 2 more rounds to go on the GXCCs. That's coming up next week. But for now, these guys are swinging off the back at Motocross out here at Terra Topia, and putting on a show for us here at the final round of the combined national and regional championships. Outside line works for Cocker, stays away from the rut, can stay on the pipe a little bit longer. Cocker on the factory Husqvarna in the Fox Racing kit moves on through into a number 4 spot and puts Scotty H on the factory brother leader tread KTM down 1 position to a number 5. Great racing at the sharp end of the field on our Pro MX1s. Standout ride on this gate so far, Ethan Hoffman with that incredible move to get himself up into the 3 spots, dragging bars underneath the outside of Scotty H. Hoffman going full purple turtle on us for the second racing heat. There's Cocker, his customary Fox Racing kit. He's been a Fox Apparel racing athlete for the last couple of seasons now. Scotty H, Thor kit, as is the go-to for the TRP sponsored factory brother leader tread and Red Bull KTM riders. Hoffman, Cocker looks like he might be coming up the road with Hoffman as well. So there may be a move on there. Just saw in the background 337 off Slade Smith. So Smith may be joining the party. He's got himself up into 6th place on that previous lap, but Smith is definitely not firing on all cylinders today. Sore, tired, and pretty much spent after the Motocross Destinations. And whatever he says, that small injury that we all heard about is probably a little bit bigger than he's letting on. Watch out for a surgeon's phone call on Monday or Tuesday. Bolt our boy back together. Here's the number 1 of Cam Durrow. He's going to be bolting on another number 1 plate. Doesn't even have to put a number 1 plate on. He is the reigning champion. He's going to go and nail down another number 1 plate. Seems like we've been talking about this guy as a number 1 plate rider for the last couple of seasons, and that's kind of because we have. He really is the go-to rider at the moment. He's doing kind of double duties, triple duties if you want to call it that, racing partially on the international scene as well as the local scene. We're hanging on to him as long as we can, but we know we've got to let these birds fly every now and again. It looks like Cam Durrow is close to inking some kind of deal to go race full-time internationally. We know he'll wave the flag and put on a show, and never forget that he is a South African champion. And that also means that potentially we'll be looking for a new number 1 plate going forward into next year. We haven't heard where anyone is going just yet. Silly season hasn't been spoken of just yet in South Africa. Normally the last national is where we find out where everyone is heading next year. Oh, who's moving up to 450s? Who's staying down in 250s? Who's moving up from 125 to 250s? I love silly season as we close out on the 2025 National Motocross and Regional Motocross Championships. It's been an amazing season, a challenging season by many points. Weather has been a key factor this year. 2 events swamped out in the same year, almost unheard of. One of them at the tail end of the rains that stayed with us a little bit longer than they should have, and one of them when the rains came a little bit too early than we were expecting them. Legends and Bloom both suffering. Bloom not really affecting the Nationals, but obviously that was the famous North versus South event, but our race was a problem. That's the 136, that's Phelpsy, so I was looking for Phelpsy early on. Nicholas Phelps on the 136 Yami on the sideline. that bike is done for the day by the looks of things. Rebuild in the off season. Get ready for next year. Keep an eye on Facebook. Might be some good deals coming up in the next week or so. For now, Cam Duro is getting the job done. Masterclass of racing as he just gets the job done. Jaden Proctor, by the way, has been just out of shot the whole way through this race. It's not like Duro has pulled out 5 or 10 seconds. Proctor is within sight. Thank you for our director for hearing my call there. There's Proctor getting the job done. He stayed within about 5 seconds, not even 5 seconds of the back wheel of Duro. And it's starting to just become a case of who can get their nose ahead early enough. Yellow flags on that little tech zone. Looks like there's going to be a downed rider, maybe a rider stuck in a rut somewhere. Proctor likes to rail those smooth outside lines, almost superbike lines. Doesn't like to square corners off too badly. Likes to carry a lot of momentum through the corners. Likes to work the torque of the big Yami. Runs third gear a lot of the way through the race. And because of that, doesn't like to bang down the seconds and work the low revs. Very stylish, smooth rider, deceptive rider. Big frame as well. Solid dude. A lot of the times in the early part of the season, he was right up there, pulling some big gates on the 81. Second half of the season, for some reason, he lost his whole shot magic, and he's had to plow through the pack. Once he gets himself up inside the top 3, he runs the numbers, but by then, Cameron Duro is in cruise control. He can match his lap times, but you aren't going to be able to close down any of the numbers. Hoffman remains our dude in the number 3 spot, ahead of Cocker. Smitty, Slade Smith on the 337. Honda has come through and made the pass on Scotty H. Scott Haygate drops down 1 position to a number 6. He'll be happy with that. Mark Carty into a number 7, just ahead of Adriano Catalano, who's having a much better gate in heat race number 2. Johan Fokkelsang in a number 9. Matthew Correa would have been expected to run higher than a number 10. Ricardo Caforio, Quinton Foster, Nicholas Phelps parked on the sideline, and Alex Robinson showing up on timing and scoring in a 14. But if Phelps is on the sideline, potentially Robinson is as well. Still just working those lines, working those numbers, ticking off, and racing his own race in many ways. A little glance over the shoulder. He'll be getting a pit board saying +1, I would say. Doesn't look like he's got much more of a gap than maybe +2, +3. But yeah, I would just do a +1, and then it keeps the rider on his toes. Anything inside of a 1 second, yeah, you're going to be looking over your shoulder. But these riders are familiar with the sound of their competition. You kind of know if you've got a KTM rider behind you. You kind of know if you've got a Yamaha rider behind you. And you also know from the style of the rider. If you watch Motocross and Supercross, we all know Bam Bam, Justin Boscher used to be the over-rever, try to kind of scare people over-revving. Scared his mechanic more than anything else. Hayden Deegan has kind of picked up where Bam Bam left off. Just has that thing throttle locked the whole way through the day. And on the tour, sometimes we play games on the sideline, close your eyes and try and guess the rider just from the tone of the exhaust. All the riders out there know that game as well, and they know who's close and they know if they're a threat or not. The 51 of Quinton Foster, the lone Kawasaki. It seems like just yesterday there were Kawasaki's for days out here on the motocross track. Hardly any Kawis left out there. Certainly no Suzuki's left out there. Hondas, yeah, 1 or 2 Hondas out there. 1 or 2 Gas. Majority are KTM, Husqvarna and the Blues, which is the Yamis. And yeah, it won't be long until we see a couple of the Chinese brands. I know Kove are talking about bringing in their 450. Mike Metzger over in the US, one of the old original godfathers of the freestyle motocross scene, has been testing in some of the local regional races, the Kove 450. And believe me, the Chinese bikes are coming. It's only a matter of time. For now, it is Austria versus Japan. KTM, Husqvarna and Gas versus Yamaha and Honda. Yellows continue to be waved in the sector just after the finish line. Rider going down there. Can't quite see on timing and scoring who it was. But yeah, being attended to and not affecting the race. And we We hope that rider is going to be okay. Marshals and medics on point as always, making the magic happen. Still no walkout from Fiat, our flagman. Just a reminder of how the rest of the afternoon runs. Seems like it's running nice and fast this afternoon. MX ladies will be up next. We saw that race stretch out a little bit in the morning session. MX ladies followed by the 2 junior categories of the 50s and the 65s, and close things out on the MX2s. For now, it looks like we've got about 2 or 3 laps remaining on our Pro MX1s, brought to you by KTM South Africa. Cam Duro continues to lead ahead of Jaden Proctor and Ethan Hoffman. Hoffman standout ride here. I mean, not discounting what Duro and Proctor are doing, but Ethan Hoffman, an improvement on his event and his season so far. The number 5 of Fokkelsang, in and out of the championship. Number 6 on the tour. Good to see him trying to find some consistency. He has been on every gate. He has brought home finishes, but he would have hoped to have run inside the top 5 a little bit more than he has. Adriano Cotlano looked like he was updating Facebook there for a second. Maybe just a loose filler cap. Probably felt some wet on his leg. Sometimes this does happen in between the pits. Yeah, checking out his filler cap. Yeah, thinks he's getting juice spilled on his legs. You know about it as well. That stuff burns. And if it's race fuel, believe me, it burns. Cotlano back on point. Didn't lose the position. Just lost a bit of focus, the 247. Hooligan remains inside of a top 10 on a number 8. Just ahead of the 5 of Fokkelson and the 200 of Maddie Correa. Very exciting rider to watch. Love doing a lap with Adriano Cotlano. There's a reason he got picked up by the Hooligan Racing Squad, as well as picked up by Dragon Energy Drinks. Running now in the FXR race kit. Moved across brands mid-season across onto the Honda. Here's the main Honda dude at the moment. Slade Smith on the 337. Very much a 50% rider today. Normally you see him racing for the wins. Slade Smith running a number 5 spot on the 337. Just trying to keep some points alive in the championship challenge chase. Cotlano looking over his shoulder once again, not focusing forwards. He's going to get caught out because that's Correa coming on. Correa is going to come and find him. Matthew Correa on the 200 closing in on the Hooligan. A former GXCC high school multiple champion at cross country racing, and for the last 5 years focusing onto motocross. Went and bought an old banger of a enduro bike this year as well. Fancies having a crack at the roof of all things. Well, if anyone can, he can. One of these riders. Kind of get the feeling if you can ride motocross well, you can ride anything well. I think I'm pretty right with that statement. The 21 is out there, Ricardo Caforio, looking a little bit tired. Shouldn't be sitting down that much, but he's waiting desperately for these laps to tick down. Just wants those points on the plate. A double points round racer, races in the MX1s as well as the MX3 championships. Rocking out on the big 450 Yami. Once again, the MX1 Pro Big Banger Heat brought to you by KTM South Africa. Cam Duro on the number 1, looking to nail down another number 1 plate. And there's no better way of doing it, if you can, by taking both of the final wins of the season. You can see that blue blur in the background. That is still Jaden Proctor on the 81 machine. Slightly off the back wheel now, starting to lose some pace in the battle for first place. He's locked down first. No one's getting anywhere near Proctor, the first of the Yammies. Starting to see a bit of a fight there between Scotty H and Mark Coddy. That is the only thing that's on right now, with Slade Smith running 5th. Scotty H crossed the line in 6th, but Coddy passed him just after the finish line. So that's going to be Mark Coddy moving through into a number 6, the 24 on the Yami. Nice pickup there as Slade Smith looks like he's going backwards. 337 on the Honda versus the 24 on the Yami of Mark Coddy. Slade Smith in real trouble right now. Scotty H is also hemorrhaging time. So Coddy, the man on the move, potentially gonna knock Slade Smith down to a number 6. Coddy on point to potentially go forward into a top 5. Race leader about to see the 1 lap to go board though. 1 lap remaining for our race leader. 1 to go for the number 1 plate. Slade Smith in trouble at the moment. We'll keep an eye on Slade on the 337 Honda. Yep, he is looking in trouble at the moment. This is a rider carrying injuries and exhaustion. He knows he's out of the championship running for the win in the championship, but he's trying to defend that number 2 spot. It's going to be between himself and Proctor to see, after the dust settles, who's going to walk away with the number 2 plate on the season. Duro, Proctor and Hoffman have already taken the last lap to go board. Cocker goes through into a number 4. Next up is going to be Slade Smith, Cardi and Haygate. So the number 1 plate doing what he does, putting on a show there. Absolutely stellar ride. So it's just checking down the order to see if we've lost anyone else there. Slade Smith looks like he is just going to hang on round the back, down the turnarounds. One more time into the Midland section. Nice little step up here. And this is a cruise home. Literally the first time I've seen Duro sit down on a straight. He knows he's got this one wrapped up in a bow. This is a glory run all the way to the flag. A dominant season in 2025. A dominant day at the final round out here at Terra Topia. For the factory Red Bull KTM SA Racing Squad, Cam Duro once again will keep that number 1 plate on his bike and take the number 1 back home to KTM. Duro dominates. He takes 2 wins on the bounce in the final round and nails down yet another overall and yet another big number 1 plate. Duro is the dude once again in MX1 Pros. Proctor pushed him the closest on the Yami. Proctor comes home in a number 2 spot, and it's going to be a dice to the line to see if Proctor and Slade Smith are going to be able to get it done for the number 2 spot in the championship. Ethan Hoffman, breakout ride of the day to take that number 3 finish. He'll be super stoked on that one. Cocker, amazing to see Cocker able to bring home the Husqvarna machine into a number 4 spot. And Slade Smith, Coddy and Haygate. So there's Cocker. He brings the smoker, the 300 Husqvarna smoker on the 87 through to a number 4. And then the number 5 spot. It's been a battle between Slade Smith, Mark Coddy and Scotty H. Slade Smith, with everything he's got, hangs on to that one. He's in pain. You can see it from his riding style and his whole demeanor. Slade Smith, 5th spot, may just see him hang on to 2nd place in the championship. Mark Coddy on the 24 Yami got a number 5, and Scotty H just behind him. That's the last time we'll see the big 450 big bangers out there on the season. Next up is going to be our ladies' gate. We'll try our best to get down and catch up with race winner and repeat champion, multi-champion, Cameron Duro. It's going to be tricky to try and get him. We know that KTM are always huge into their celebrations, and rightfully so, giving a big high five to their riders when they cross the stripe and nail down their championships. That's why they're on the factory teams. They're expected to bring home the bacon, expected to nail down these championships. Because if they don't, there's always the next rider coming on in. We're getting ready to chat to our winner once again, the number 1 plate, Duro.
So yeah, just finished 2nd moto of MX1. Executed a perfect day in this class. Qualified 1st. Both motos got the whole shot, led every lap, and brought the championship home. This championship was a fight after dislocating my shoulder in PE. Had to claw back quite a big points gap, and yeah, managed to bring it home. I'm super proud of myself, and thanks to the team and everyone who supports me.
Ladies lining up, getting ourselves ready for the last time of checking out the ladies on the gate. It was an absolute dominant performance coming out of heat number 1 for Ivana Fenter. A great hole shot coming in from Mackenzie Bam though. We'll see if the little kid can get it done once again. The 125 Raceworks KTM hooked up, locked up, and ready to fire out the gate one more time. Lots of wheel spin off all of the gates. It's not going to be a hole shot for Mackenzie. It looks like it is going to be Ivana Fenter. gets the moves going on the Bikers Warehouse Honda confirmation. Mackenzie Bam, though, early up the inside. That light frame of hers, she doesn't get dug into those ruts so bad. She can dance over some funky lines. So Ivana Fenter, our race number 1 winner, and Mackenzie Bam, our fastest qualifiers, they will go formation flying once again. The 125 is probably the easier bike to ride through some of the more technical zones, like the new sector that we're going through right now. And Mackenzie Bam, with her lighter frame, she's the perfect setup. Power versus weight combination absolutely dialed in. But as you get down this alley, as you start dropping the gears and getting on the pipe and jumping these big tabletops, you're able to utilize the torque and the straight line high speed of the 250. In this case, the Bikers Warehouse CRF 250. Ivana Fenter went pretty wild into one of those ruts there. She did well to not get spat out the other side. Remember, the ladies and none of the gates get a look at the track after the lunch break, after the track has been sometimes re-ripped, opened up, and certainly rewarded. No one gets to see the track for a sighting lap. It is straight out and racing. So lap 1 is blind. So you do find around about lap 3 or 4, all the riders start to figure out their lines and the racing comes to life. Lap 1 and 2, and sometimes into lap number 3. It's a bit of a scouting, sighting situation for the riders to go on out there. Jessica Osner has already wrapped up the championship. We put that big number 1 plate on her bike, so she is out there on the number 21 machine just for a glory run, to be out there, to be a motocross racer, to hang out with the MX family. Including this racing heat, we've got 4 races left in the day. Next up will be our 50cc bobbleheads, followed by the 65s, then the MX2s. Right now, Ivana Fenter is checking out. So let's just high five the riders that are going on out there. Ivana Fenter rides out of Honda South Africa Bikers Warehouse, Lear Protection, Pirelli Tires, Bikewise, Cycle Work Suspension, USN South Africa, Motul, Megan 35 Media, and Big Joe Boreholes. That is who pays the bills to get this girl to the top of the charts. Mackenzie Bam, that is her sparring partner and her closest rival. Probably going to be her closest rival for many years to come. Mackenzie Bam and Little Pretorius will be ones to watch out for in the future. Mackenzie Bam has really come to terms with motocross a little bit quicker than the rest of the girls out there. Mackenzie Bam riding out of Mpumalanga on the KTM, supported by Raceworks KTM, Motul South Africa, Fox Racing South Africa, Shock Logic, Bikewise, RTR, Vaden, Pirelli, Kraftwerk, and Motul. I think we're going to be probably seeing Mackenzie Bam on a 125 for this season and obviously next season going forward. She started the season on a big wheel 85 and eventually she was like, need the big bike. So she got a little bit taller than she was at the beginning of the year, stretched herself out on the rack, moved up into the 125. And I think she will be on the 125 next year as well. At some point, Chris Bam and Mom Elizabeth will move her up onto the 250Fs. But for now, one of the young junior riders making a name for herself in the wild world of ladies motocross. It's a rarefied atmosphere, and I think of all the ladies, I think we'll potentially see Mackenzie Bam head on over the river and go out there and do some racing, waving the flag for South Africa. Bam in second place, starting to fall off the back wheel of race leader Ivana Fenter. Caitlin Parks on the 118 is running in a number 3 position at the moment, with Jessica Osner, the number 21, in 4th, but already wrapped up the championship, so she doesn't have to do too much else out there. She can just enjoy the show. Cool to see the ladies still out there working the track. Apologies once again for some of the signal dropout at the bottom end of the circuit. I think we're just getting a little bit worn out by Vodacom at the moment. So Bam, Parks, Osner, Bierkus, Buerta, and Caitlin Pretorius running the top 6. Picking up at the moment on the 118 of Caitlin Parks. Classy rider, good shape as well, good form, obviously getting coached. And she will be one of the threats to look forward to as we go forward into the 2026 running of the regional and the national championship racing tour. The 47, Chloe Odendahl, also out there, rocking out on the Yamahas. Remember, our ladies racing brought to you by Brightfire MX. So Brightfire giving us our naming rights sponsors for our ladies category today at the final round of racing. Thank you very much, Brightfire, for coming on board for our ladies category. Next up is going to be our 50cc bobbleheads. They're in the gate getting themselves locked and loaded and ready. Our ladies is a 14-minute plus 1 lap as we focus in on Chloe Odendahl. She's running 7th place at the moment, not too far off the back wheel of Caitlin Pretorius. She's the meat in the sandwich between Pretorius and Bianca Prout-Jones. Peyton Love is also out there doing the business. The 128 of Zoe Buerta. Great to see Zoe getting it done out there. She's riding on a number 5 position at the moment, not too far off the back wheel of Misha Bierkus. It does look like we had some issues out there. I'm just trying to see if I can pick up on Ivana Fenter. She's been free falling the last couple of laps. I don't know if she had a crash or whether she's had some issues on the bike. Just scanning around the circuit. Timing and scoring showing that it is Mackenzie Bam that leads the race. We're just waiting for confirmation on that as we continue to pick up on Zoe Buerta, who's running a number 5 out there on the course. As with all the categories, as we've been saying in the afternoon session, the track going away, meaning that it is getting harder and harder to hold those laps together. So next up, our 50cc bobbleheads, straight into the 65s, and then to our final heat of the day. Picking up on the 47, this is Chloe Odendahl, this is 17 in 4th place. That's Misha Bierkus on the 17. As we go back and pick up on the 128 of Zoe Buerta. That is the dice for a number 4 spot, as some of the ladies are going way out, trying to stay away from all these gnarly ruts. Problem is, down in the bottom of those ruts, it starts to get super lumpy and bumpy. Okay, so there's a confirmation. Ivana Fenter did go down. I just saw her off screen, but she is riding around out there without a peak. So she definitely went out the front door. That means Mackenzie Bam is our race leader. Mackenzie Bam, our race leader on the screen right now. So that's good news for her. That's going to move her up in the overall for the day and potentially give her the overall for the day as well. Because at the moment, Ivana Fenter is down in 11th place. Caitlin Parks in 2nd. Jessica Osner, your newly crowned champion, is in 3rd. Ahead of Zoe Buerta and Misha Bierkus. But it is little Mackenzie Bam on the 349 who is out there doing it for the girls. A number 2 and a number 1 at this stage is going to give her the overall for the day. Mackenzie Bam came into this round in with a shout of maybe moving up into 2nd spot in the championship. Zoe Buerta came in on the 223. So Bam also in with a shout of moving up to a potential number 2 spot in the series. A little bit of overcast weather making things nice and sticky and foisty down here. It is Durban beachfront down here in the outskirts of Krugersdorp. Don't think the clouds are making any kind of weird promises to us at the moment, but hopefully we can get through the day with relatively dry conditions. The track has slowly been drying itself out. I think it's held together pretty good. We've only got 2 mini races and 1 main track race to go before we close shop in the 2025 South African Motocross Nationals, as well as combined here at the final round of racing in Terra Topia, here on the outskirts of the Krugersdorp Highway, where we combine South African National and Northern Regions Motocross for the final time of asking in 2025. So Ivana Fenter is still showing on the timing and scoring as sitting in at number 10. She should be able to catch herself up at the moment. She may have gone down a lap. I think that's the issue. Peyton Love is up the road from her in a number 9 position on timing, with Bianca Prout-Jones, Chloe Odendahl, and Caitlin Pretorius there as well. See that Pretorius has been knocked 1 position down, so I think when we see timing and scoring adjust, yeah, Ivana Fenter has moved herself up now, so she's up into a number 6. So that's going to keep things nice and tight for the championship. Remember, Ivana Fenter essentially out of the championship. She only scored that event win, going 1-for-1 at the opening round. After that, she has been a no-show for the rest of the season until right now. Even with just 2 finishes though on the season, she will probably position herself inside of a top 10 in the overalls. Mackenzie Bam though, our race leader on track, backing up a 2nd place in heat race number 1 with a win in heat race number 2, is at this stage going to give her the overall for the day and potentially move her ahead of Zoe Buerta in the overalls for the championship. That's the dice for 2nd place on the championship between Buerta and Bam. Next up will be our 50s, where once again it will be a wild race. Small, Tucker and Hart, as well as Bartlett, Chappelle, Fulton, Style, Kruger, Hammer, Kritzinger and Webb. Our little bobbleheads are getting ready in the gate. They're up next. We hope you guys have enjoyed our live streaming here at the final round of the National Motocross. We look forward to working with National Motocross and Northern Region Motocross going forward into the 2026 season. Trying to up the level and exposure of national and regional motocross here on Southern African shores. It's been a pleasure working with all of the media partners as well as our commercial partners out here at the final round of Asking to wrap up shop for the 2025 season out here just before we go forward into the last crazy racing month of the season in November. A couple of GXCCs remaining, a couple of rally raids, and of course, Roof of Africa, the official end to the season. So Bam still looking around, trying to see if that checkered flag is going to be waved anytime soon. Still no sign of the flagman. So as with race number 1, the gap's blowing up. Nothing really on here except for Ivana Fenter on the 32 to do the big fight back. She's gooning it at the moment. She lost the peak on her Alpine Stars helmet. So she has got to just cannonball it out there. Try and pull back as much time as possible and as many positions as possible to try and achieve a good overall for the day. Good for Bam to get this experience though, to understand how to manage a race from the front. Open up, not have to follow a wheel. You're going to spot your own lines, make those all important passes on the lappers as you close them down. Fast, clear decisions is what it's all about when you start coming through the lappers. So out there on the track, still 12 riders. Bam, Parks, Osner, Buerta, Bierkes, Fenter, Pretorius, Chloe Odendahl, Bianca Prout-Jones. Love watching the 21 out there. That's Jessica Osner, changing colors for this last race. 3rd place is also going to give her a very good overall for the day as well. Should see her stepping onto the top 3 in the overalls. So Odendahl is out there in a number 8, Bianca Prout-Jones 9, 10 is Peyton Love, Tasman Strunkheider in a number 11, and Charisma Creel to a number 12. Kenzie Bam looking for that board. Flagman is out there waiting and with bated breath for our ladies to come through. So potentially a lap and a half remaining in our ladies race, the final time we will see them racing on the day and on the season, as we get ready for our last 2 junior races and an MX2. 3 more races remain after this. The 127 of Tasman Strunkheider out there in the race off the lead lap, but still racing for a top 10 position between herself and Peyton Love. The 128 getting put a lap down, that's Zoe Buerta, so that's quite a story. Mackenzie Bam able to lap all the way up until 4th place. Zoe Buerta on the 128 leaves the door open for the race leader to come plowing through. Last lap board is out for our race leader. It's going to be Mackenzie Bam on the 349 on her last lap of the event. last lap of racing in 2025. Bam starts her last run on the course. She's been amazing this season, really put together a good runner form, lots of development, hourless testing with the suspension guru out there, old Justin Waddington, working on her machine for her. That's the guy they put their faith in to make sure the springy bits are all lined up. Mackenzie working with him. Raceworks KTM and KTM South Africa helping out on the KTM 125, the weapon of choice for Mackenzie until she moves up into, eventually, onto the big 250 four-stroke. Fox Apparel and Motul been personal sponsors for many years now for Mackenzie Bam through her years of racing in national cross countries, regional cross countries, and a little bit of enduro before turning her attention the last season and a half to the wild world of motocross. That's her focus point right now before she makes a decision of where to go in her racing career. Right now she's on a burner with a whole pile of sponsors, friends and family looking after her. Mackenzie Bam riding out of Mpumalanga on the KTM with the support of Raceworks KTM, Motul South Africa, Fox Racing South Africa, Shock Logic and Bikewise. She's a great ambassador and doing a lot of work for the sport as well. And it's going to be fun to see where she heads in a few years' time. I think it's going to be a couple of years focus on motocross before they start deciding where to go and what to focus things on. Future is bright though for ladies MX and ladies motorsport out here in South Africa. Mackenzie Bam takes a 2 and a 1. That's going to give her the overall for the day, and she may be moving up into second place in the championship as well. Great riding for Mackenzie Bam. Looks like she's taken the overall at the final round. So with the championship already wrapped up by Jessica Osner, we'll try our very best to grab hold of Osner as well as our overall race winner today, Mackenzie Bam. Right now, all the rest of the ladies making their way home. A great ride coming in for the 118 of Caitlin Parks, fourth fastest qualifier. She may be able to move up one position in the overalls for the day, with problems on the day going the way of Ivana Fenter. Around about lap 2 or 3, she went missing in action and only reappeared, should I say, about a lap later. So she's been climbing the ladder, trying to get those all valuable points on the plates. Pretorius is going to take the checkers, as well as the rest of the ladies. 12 ladies out of the gate drop, 12 ladies make their way home. Once again, we congratulate Jessica Osner as our newly crowned Ladies MX champion in 2025. And congratulations on Mackenzie Bam for taking the overall victory at the final round here at Terra Topia. Race 1 winner just crosses the line now. Ivana Fenter having problems, big problems, in heat race number 2. That's going to change the overall and the 1, 2 and 3 completely. My favorite race of the day, the little bobbleheads, the MX 50cc little warriors. Love these kids, they're absolute rippers out there. We had a 3-way dice in heat race number 1. That was points leader Travis Hart, Braden Tucker and Nate Small. It was Tucker that went on to take the win, but it got close at the end there. Hart and Small were all over each other. At the last lap board, Small made a mistake on the inside rut just before he took the last lap board, and that saw him drop down allowed Bartlett to come through. So we expect to see Small be able to rebound and recover, hopefully, from that one. Hart, Tucker, Bartlett, that's the championship coming into this round. 3 of them were separated by 21 points. 25 points for a win, 22 points for second place, 20 points for third place. You guys do the maths. It's a very, very close championship, this one, and it does come down to who can get the cheese on this race. 50 cc's. It's going to be a 12-minute plus 1 lap on the short circuit. Then we go into MX65s for a 13 plus 1 lapper on the main circuit. And then it is the last race of the day and the last race of the season out here at Terra Topia Raceway. The MX2s will draw a line under the 2025 championship on Northern Regions and Nationals. 50 cc's under starters orders. Board goes sideways, 5 seconds. Watch the gate drop. Little Tucker just couldn't get the drop that he wanted to there. 72 goes sweeping around the outside. That's Small. So Small has changed up his kit. Watch him on the left-hand side there, trying to work the ruts. The 16 is our championship points leader, Travis Hart. But it's going to be the 44. That is a banger start for Tian Chappelle. Tian Chappelle did an absolute incredible gate there to get himself back up into the mix. But it will be our championship points leader, Travis Hart, that is going to run the numbers off front. Breaking out some fresh gear for the second race. Tucker is there. Looking like we're going to be trying to settle ourselves into this one. The 44 of Chappelle already starting to drop out of this one. And the championship rivals and the fastest dudes out of gate number 1 are going to be once again the dudes to watch out for in gate number 2. The 30 of Braden Tucker absolutely ripping out there. The 72, watch out for him as well. Bartlett is going to be coming on strong. He's on the 88. Nate Small. And then the 112, also great drive this time off the gate for Logan Fulton. He's had the gate of the season. Look over the shoulder for Travis Hart on the 16 machine. All of the runners out there, the pickup marshals, the blue bibs are on standby and on point. The ruts are definitely going to find our little dudes out there as we go forward into what will be the most challenging conditions of the day. The little 50s trying to desperately work their way around the big ruts out here on the course as Terra Topia starts to fade away. That beautiful loam conditions from early on is forming hard pack, deep ruts. Hart dominating once again. Helpful noise coming in from the pit boards. A little sneaky glance over to his dad, looking at the board, Travis Hart, getting some sage advice from his dad. Things like helpful hints, focus, go faster. Normally a +5 or a +10 or a +7 for Hart. This time around, he's not holding anything back. He doesn't want to get closed down by Tucker, Small, Bartlett, Chappelle, Fulton Style, or any of the rest of the races. Let's go through them all. Kruger, Hammer, Christinger, or Webb. He just wants to go forward and race and drop the hammer. Tucker in the number 2 spot. Big gap this time around, though, to 3rd spot. 3rd is going to be a bit of a bun fight. Looks like it is the 74 this time around. It's either the 74 or the 14. I can't quite pick up on that number. Running in the number 2 spot. It is... Okay, it's giving us that it's Nate Small running in the 3rd spot with Bartlett in 4th. Tian Chappelle, it was the 44 that was showing up on timing and scoring. This is definitely a 14. So that's Ethan Style that's getting the numbers going out there. Style came across the line at the end of lap number 2 in a number 7 spot. Ethan Style. What a cool motocross name. I love it when that happens. He is a cool little dude racing out there ahead of Casper Demist Kruger, Gary Hammer, Damien Kritzinger, and Alex Webb, giving us 11 of the little bobblehead dudes out there. The 88 of Reeston Rambo Bartlett, one of the riders we will keep an eye on as well, running on the 88, trying to do the chase down here. Things are going to get busy. Nate Small, 72, although he has 74 on his bike, he is the 72 on our timing screens. Bartlett and Chappelle out there chasing the numbers as well. Let's talk about some of the guys that look after our fast little dudes out there. Braden Tucker, looked after by Murdoch Auto Body, Auto House Towing, Nandi Signs and Auto Cycle Center. Even the little dudes have backers out there. David Bashir, who is also racing in one of the 65s, we'll pick up on him a little bit later, riding out of Leather Engineering. Just letting my eyes go down the shopping list here. Not too many of the 50cc riders have picked up deals, but this is where the journey begins. And remember, all these kids will be getting exposure throughout the platforms, through media, through live streaming, so this is where the journey can begin. On the championship, Travis Hart at the moment is dominating the number 16 up and over. He's got that beautiful shoulders high line. Sits all the way forward on the tank. Make sure that that front end is planted. Some wonderful base coaching coming in here. When you see a shape of a rider like this on a 50cc Mini, then you know they're going to have a great shape the whole way through their career. They know they need to be sitting all the way forward, standing high, making the bike dance, gripping the tank with the knees, sitting high up on the seat, all the way forward on the tank to make sure there is ultimate traction on that front end. Where the front end leads, the back end will follow. Lots of motocross coaches, former ex-pros out there, making sure that they are disseminating all of that talent back down to the next level of races. Travis Hart, riding out of KwaZulu-Natal, making the big trip up here to take on the finals. He rides out of AC Crampton Engineering Supplies, Alfie Cox Racing, and Fox Racing South Africa. That's the rider on our screens right now. He's picked up a couple of cool deals along the way. Damien Kritzinger out of Gauteng rides the Husqvarna out of RTR. And Casper Kruger out of the Free State rides out of Fuchs Lubricants, Bandit G, and Bikewise. Nothing going at the moment. 1 and 2 are light years ahead of the rest of the field. No response this time around for Nate Small. He was definitely in the mix. Ethan Style has moved himself up there into a number 3. He's on the 14 machine. Nate Small just cannot run the pace that he was able to find in heat race number 1 this morning. The 88 is Reeston Rambo Bartlett. Remember, Bartlett came into this round of the championship in a number 3 spot on the numbers. Logan Fulton in a number 6. Fulton on the season all the way down in 14th, so obviously missing out on a couple of rounds of the championship, but his pace is good. You can see that these riders, probably the most excited riders out here at regional and national motocross. I don't know what the mom and dads do with them to keep them calm between the races. You just got to kind of keep the leash on, and then when the flag drops, they can go and burn off all that crazy energy and get out there and put on a show. Beautiful shots here, plenty of sponsor flag branding, plenty of photographers, plenty of support coming in from the local areas around Gauteng. And of course, we're out here filming this live stream. Firehouse Media bringing you the coverage, courtesy of all of our sponsors across the national and regional platforms. On the day, Mini X coming in as the naming rights sponsor for the category for our 50cc, so thank you to Mini X for coming on board and looking after our little bobblehead dudes, the future of the sport. We got 2 more categories remaining after this, the second and final racing heat of the 65 minis, followed by the last heat of the day, which will be the final time of asking for the MX2 Big Bangers. The championship is definitely on the line here at these last 2 gates between Hart and Tucker. Looks like Hart has got this one wrapped up in a bow. The number 16, large and in charge, up and over the big steps. Not going to get closed down by anyone at this stage. This is Bartlett, little Rambo, getting the job done in a number 5. Did see him run much faster pace a couple of weeks back at the regionals. Different conditions though. Track was not ripped as deep as it is here for the Nationals. For the Regionals, they rip it gently, as they say. Smaller gates, closer racing. Track was ripped absolutely gorgeous this weekend to go out here and host the final round, the honor of hosting the final round of the Nationals and Northern Regions combined. Still no last lap board coming out for Travis Hart, so he's got to keep it rolling, keep those wheels turning and not make any mistakes. The board that's going to get hung out by Dad just now is going to be saying one thing at this stage of the race: focus. Oh, I wish you'd turn it around. I bet it said focus. Travis Hart getting the job done then. Braden Tucker, no answer to him this time. Kind of fallen off the back of the pace. Just cannot run with the numbers that Travis Hart is laying down on the 16. Tucker, the best of the rest in the 30. Definitely the dude to beat on the regional championship though. Bartlett has moved into a number 3 spot. Nate Small is not running numbers this time. It's going to be a number 4 between Nate Small and Ethan Style to understand who's going to get it done into a number 4 and 5. So after this, we looks like we're closing in on the final couple of laps for our junior 50cc riders. 65 pros are in the gate already, getting themselves locked and loaded as we prepare to go forward into the final 2 heats of the day. Listening to the track commentary here. See if he's got a better line of sight to our flag guy. I think I can see him just at the top end of my viewing screen here. It's been a pleasure to host you guys. If you're just tuning in, I'm Matt Hollywood Smith. I've been on the mic here at National and Regional Motocross. Firehouse Media giving you the coverage at the last round of the season. Hopefully we're going to be helping you guys out with a bit of live streaming for the 2026 Championship Tour. Motocross is on a upward trajectory at the moment. You can see the future is strong. Our sport begins at the 50cc's. You climb the ladder up the horsepower ranks and the age ranks. Starting out with the 50s, the little 50cc bobbleheads. Straight up the road onto the 65s. After the 65s, you start getting ready to move up into the bigger categories, the Pro 85s. After the 85s, we go into the 125 high schools. 125 high schools, you go up the road into the MX2s. 250 4-stroke bangers. The cream of the crop is going to be the big banger MX1 450s. And of course, after that, if you want to, you stay in the sport all the way until you're old and grey and race in the MX3 Veteran Masters. Or if you just want to come in every now and again, just pull in and race in support class. Got a lot of mates that just decide every now and again they're just going to get on the gate and give it a go. But this is where it all begins. 50cc bobbleheads, the cutest, raddest little dudes out there, the happiest little characters in the pits. After this, 65s will go out next, the second happiest little dudes on the gate, and then some of the big dogs, the MX2s, to close out our racing day and our racing championship. Travis Hart untroubled in racing heat number 2. Heat 1, Hart, Tucker and Small were all over each other. Really tight things going. Separated by like 4 seconds heading into the last lap of the race. We are now on the last lap of the second racing heat. Hart opens up shop and he will be the dude to take us to the line. Barring the shouting, he's going to be our next big number 1 plate to wrap up shop. Travis Hart on the 16 taking down the perfect day and near on perfect season. He started out his season with a double win at round number 2. Not great down in the sandpits down in Port Elizabeth. At MNC, got a second and a third. At Zone 7 down in the Cape, got a 5th and a 1st place, so a bit inconsistent down in the Cape as well, but weird conditions down there as well. He was off the podium at Bloemfontein, and then at the penultimate round he took a win and a 2nd place. Just checking out on the stats, so relatively consistent year. Ran inside of podium positions predominantly through the season, but the wins is definitely what sets you up as a championship runner, as the rest of our riders are out there on their final lap. We'll join the Travis Hart show, as the little 16 will be a rider to watch out for. Remember that name, Travis Hart. This is where he nails down his first ever big number 1 plate. This is where his card is marked, where the big teams put that information in their back pocket and start keeping a real close eye on him. Hopefully he gets a little bit more support as he moves through the ranks up into the 65s. You can see he's on a glory run now, just stretching out the hammies, stretching out the calves, stretching out everything to get himself ready for victory celebrations. The last of the riders goes out there and takes the last lap board as the checkered flag is out and ready. The 16 of Travis Hart takes the win and is your 50cc Junior MX champion in 2025. That's his first big number 1 plate. Next year, it's not a 16, it's a number 1. Hart will be super stoked with that. Tears and all kinds of joy. And his dad will be running back with that pit board to make sure the little dude gets his big high fives. Sisters, brothers, and friends all there first on site. Congratulations from Motorsport South Africa, South African Motocross Championship, and the Northern Regions Motocross Championship as well, to Travis Hart, your new 50 national champion. Nice celebrations down here. That first big number 1 plate, such a huge achievement. Once again, congratulations to our little junior ripper, Travis Hart, the future of the sport. First big number 1 plate that will never, never be forgotten. Congratulations, our new champion. Heat 2 in the final time of asking for our junior 65s. Huge gate, 21 riders coming up. The dude to beat, as always, Raiden Wools, Ross McKenzie. You remember Ross went down hard and he had to do a big fight back, essentially handing the title to Raiden Wools. And now we're going to see what is going to be on the cards. Those two riders separated by 11 points coming into this round. Wools didn't quite, actually I think he did enough in heat number 1 to wrap it up. The board's about to go sideways, as they say. 15 seconds becomes 5 seconds, and then all eyes on the gate drop. Here we go. 21 of the very best. It was the 25 rider championship, and Big Wools is not going to get the cheese. The big rider who has just about got that big number 1 plate strapped to himself is going to have to go the long way around the outside. The 85 of McKenzie is the dude this time. McKenzie puts a big face full of roost into the eyes of his championship rival, Raiden Wolves. 1 and 2 in the championship, but not in that order. A couple of riders going down off the gate. The 194 going down, so that was Sean Odendahl. Didn't quite see who that is. Sean Odendahl in the 105 of Quade Walker. So Odendahl and Walker hopefully going to be able to get themselves up and running. Looked like a bit of an owie there. Maybe a lummy. Hopefully they are all okay though. But out front, Ross McKenzie on the 85 gas machine, and Raiden Wolves, class of the field. The 63 looking good this time around. That's Troy Wenzel. And the 201 of Hanru Duplessis has finally come to life in this race as well. We've seen him racing in the regionals, and he's finally come to life on the second and final time of asking on the 65s. McKenzie looks very controlled this time around. Ross McKenzie wants to do a stand-up, straight-up fight. The big gold number plates on the front of Raiden Wolves' bike. He knows he's the dude. He will be moving up into the 85 Pros for next year. And just look at what those long legs are able to do on the whoop section like that. He's able to just stretch those legs out, get that back wheel down, get that drive onto the ground. And Wolves just made mincemeat of that section. Sometimes being too tall in a sport can be a disadvantage. This time around, at this age, he is just spot on. Skinny little dude as well, so thankfully he doesn't weigh too much. Definitely weighs more than the other kids. But they've got that 65 singing nicely as Wolves once again swings that off the back, trying to get that power down on that bike. Allowed McKenzie a chance at thinking that he could have this one. But the Husqvarna gets in front of the gas once again. So Ross McKenzie riding out of gas with the help of ASP International, Motorex, Alfie Cox Racing, Gas South Africa, TRP Distributors, USN, Hall Retail, and Ramac. Those are the dudes paying the bills and looking after Ross McKenzie. Raiden Wolves riding out of Husqvarna, South Africa, and RTR coming in as our naming rights sponsors. Sorry, NTG coming in as our naming rights sponsors for our 65 minigate. So big thanks to NTG for coming on board with the 65 category here at the final round of the championship. We appreciate it. NTG 65 minis on track right now. 2.5, almost 3 laps under their belt as they are ripping up the track. This is our penultimate race of the day. Next up will be the final race of the day and the last race of the MX2 Championship at Northern Region and National Championship level. At the moment, just picking up on how things are forming out there for the last time of asking for our 65 Pros. Raiden Wolves gave Ross McKenzie a chance at it. And then through the rhythm section where he's able to just BMX manual and stretch those legs to make sure that the wheels are on the ground at all times, particularly the rear wheel that's driving things forward, made the pass and got it done. The rest of the riders that we'll keep an eye on are the Wenzel boys. Reese Wenzel on the 404 in third place. We're keeping an eye on him right now, followed by the 63 of Troy Wenzel, working hard to hang on to the numbers. Become a one-line race around that last turn of the track. Once again, great work from the track crew. We've only seen a little bit of dust fly in the last couple of motos, and for me that is just spot on. Guys have worked an incredible job to make sure this was ripped deep enough so it would hold the whole way through the day. It's formed some great ruts. Like I say, if you want to really understand how tough a motocross track is, come and ride out here at Terra Topia tomorrow, straight after the National. There'll be ruts deeper than your knee. It'll be wild. Raiden Wolves leads out ahead of Ross McKenzie. The Wenzel boys, Reese and Troy, on the 404 and 63 in third and fourth respectively. The 201 of Hanru Duplessis has come to life at the last race of the season, ahead of the number 5 of Kobe Kritzman, Hendrico Barwise and Richard Smith, with Victor and Yaka Pefuza into a number 9, and Riley Hildenace takes 10th at the moment. Trey Dean, Ron Vessels, David Bashir, and Joshua Zion Nordia take us to the magical 14. But remember, there are 21 riders out there. Mason Pereira Freya, Llewellyn Edwards, Richard Milko, Hanru Jacobs, and Rourke Walker give us the rest of our complement. There's a number 5, qualifying outside at number 9. That was Kobe Kritzman, racing himself into a top 6. So big improvements on the day and in the championship for Kritzman as he starts to climb the ladder. Kritzman came into this round number 6 in the championship points on his Husqvarna, so he's definitely one to watch out for as far as the numbers go. The Brad Binder number that a lot of the kids are going for nowadays, the 33, comes into view. That's Riley Geldenhuys. Love to see that number being represented and championed out there. He ain't done yet, ladies and gentlemen. Brad Binder has still got plenty to give. He ain't done yet. The 33 of Riley Geldenhuys out of the Eastern Cape, making the big trip up out of East London, representing East London Air Conditioning, as we see big problems on the 33 though. So East London Air Conditioning, Wild Coast KTM, Weathered Garage, 4Ways Air Conditioning, Liat, Adventure Sport, and 2R2 looking after the 33 of Riley Geldenhuys as he tries to cement that number 6 or improve on that number 6 position in the 65cc Pro Championship. Once again, we thank NTG for coming in as our naming rights sponsor and partner here for the final round of the 65 Pro Minis. We'd also like to thank Mini X for our 50 coverage, Bright Fire for the MX ladies, TLP for the MX high schools, and KTM South Africa for the MX1 coverage. But right now we focus things on the NTG 65 Minis as Raiden Walls continues to boggle Ross McKenzie's mind. McKenzie just cannot close him down. 201 of Hanru Duplessis doing a good job of work this time around. Number 5 on course, and a nice improved ride for him on the season as well. There's been a lot of in and outs in the championship, 1 or 2 no-shows, 1 or 2 riders that have just raced in their local region, giving us 25 points scorers on the season. Good numbers on the 65cc gate. We have seen bigger in the past, but it does look like the entries are on an upward trajectory at the moment as we close things out on 2025 and look forward to what is on the cards to be a spectacular 2026 of motocross racing on SA soil across all regionals and the nationals. Number 5 putting on the show. Nice shapes on the bike there coming out of Kritzman. $13 minutes plus a lap, so we are closing in on the final couple of rounds, final couple of laps on the charts as the MX2 bangers are already in the gate. The likes of Dalton Fenter, Cam Duro, Jordan Van Veek, Callum Marriott, Jaden Proctor, Luke Grundy, Trey Cox, Carty, Tristan Duro, Barrington Smith, Fenter, Valsecki, Van Deventer, Chetty, Martin, Lowe, Pereira, and DeToy, all in the gate for the final time of asking. Hope you guys have enjoyed the coverage out here. We've been working hard to bring as best as we can the coverage for all of the races and all of the championship runners across each of the gates: 50s, 65s, MX2s, 85s, ladies, MX3s, high schools, and MX1s. We focus in on the NTG 65s right now as Raiden Wools continues to put on the show. It's going to be such an exciting time when this kid gets his leg over that 85 Pro machine. I think a lot of the establishment in the 85s are going to hold their breath because this kid is going to come on fast. Cabela Ledwaba, Brody Bircher, Trenton Kritzman, and Cassie Van Sale will be praying that this kid isn't going to be as good on an 85 as he is on the 65 at the moment. Wolves, a revelation in 2025. Still no sign of the board coming out, so I don't know if they're giving these guys a slightly longer race. It feels a little bit longer than it was in heat race number 1. We're probably into the final 2 laps. We get ready to close out on the day. It's been a spectacular day. Sublime conditions out here at Terra Topia. We couldn't have planned it better with those heaven-sent rains on Thursday. It was a concern at the time. There was a couple of sections of the track that were swamped out. The track crew here, Malimi Racing and Terra Topia, did a great job to adjust the course accordingly to make sure that we could play on and play forwards and keep things nice and tight. It showed that it ran good the whole way through the morning practice sessions and heat race of the morning session. And then into the afternoon, it is held together real well too. The flagman finally walks out here. We've been waiting for Vian to make that big walk to see if we're going to be able to have 1 or 2 laps to go. Looks like it's going to be last lap board time for Wolves. Big change for Mackenzie. Mackenzie's made a mistake once again late on in the race, as Reese Wenzel and Troy Wenzel now get split by Mackenzie. Wenzel, that's Reese, has now moved through into the number 2 spot on the 404. So 404 is on a ripper. Ross Mackenzie on the 85, just dogged by just 1 or 2 small mistakes, small niggles that are dropping him out of championship contention. Still came into this round in the number 2 spot. Championship chase may be swinging the way of Reese Wenzel, but I think Mackenzie might just have enough in his back pocket to survive the race to be number 2 on the season. But there's no race at the moment for number 1. It's a race within a race between himself and himself. Raiden Wolves, absolutely hammer to the nail, perfect on the day, dancing that Richway Racing, Husqvarna and Torquecraft machine up and through the course. High fives and thumbs up all the way around the course. Everyone knows they are watching a star in the making. It's going to be last lap board. Vian picks up the board. 1 more to go for the 3, 4, 5. 1 lap remaining. Going on for the last lap then, let's review the positions as they stand. Raiden Wolves leads out ahead of Reese Wenzel. Ross Mackenzie on the 85, losing positions late on in the race. The 85 drops back into a number 3 spot. Troy Wenzel not too far behind him on the 63. Then Hendrico Barwise, Hanru Duplessis on the 40 and the 201 respectively. Richard Smith on the 104 in 7th. Kobe Kritzman on the number 5 in the number 8. Riley Gildenase on the number 9. And Trey Dean on the 117 takes us to our magical top 10. Almost all riders now taking the last lap board. Story of the regionals and national season has been this rider. Raiden Wolves seems to just play with his competition in the first couple of laps before he decides to just open up the taps. It's a beautiful approach to racing. If you can afford to do it, you just got to know that nothing's going to go wrong in those first couple of laps. Just don't want that extra pressure of trying to climb that ladder. See, even the tall riders out there love watching him go through this rhythm section. Just stretches those legs, those hamstrings working nice. Squats, squats, squats. That's what motocross racing is all about. That's what all the riders talk about. Push-ups and squats, because that's all you're doing all day long. Raiden Wolves up and over the floater, going into the final turn for the last time of asking. He takes the checkers and confirms that he is Mr. 65 in 2025. Raiden Wolves didn't have to do it, but he goes out there and shows the world why he is the dude. Congratulations once again, Raiden Wolves, for nailing down the championship for Husqvarna and RTR. To Ross Mackenzie and the Wenzel boys, Reese and Troy, for pushing him as hard and as close as they possibly could. This is our penultimate race of the day, getting wrapped up tight in a bow. We'll be turning our attention shortly as we go forward and wait for the last race of the day. MX2s in the gate, chomping at the bit to take the final gate drop of the season. Congratulations to all of our 65 racers, their mums and dads, their sponsors and their supporters. We'll see you guys next season. For now, 65's job done, and it is once again the Raiden Wool show ahead of Reese and Troy Wenzel and Ross McKenzie. We get ourselves ready before we go forward into the final gate. The big number 1 plate confirmation comes into play. Raiden Wools is confirmed, the big number 1. Fist pumps and bones.
This year was all about learning, and we managed to win the South African Championship, my first national championship, hopefully for many more to come.
Congratulations, Raiden Wools. You are the next number 1. One more number 1 plate remains. It's the MX2 gate, and it's all on the line on this racing heat to see who's going to be your champion. MX2s coming into this round. 265 versus 235 versus 235. That's Luke Grundy. He's got 450 on his number board. Troy Cox has got 37 on his number board, and Cameron Durow has got number 1 on his number board. Don't worry about anyone else. Those are the 3 guys in it for the championship, and it's going to come down to some elbows up racing to decide who's going to get the cheese. This will be a wild one as we look forward to what is going to be a spectacular final race of the day and final race of the season. Good luck to all of our MX2 racers, but this is what comes down to a championship decider. Our last race of the day, MX2s locked and loaded. An almost hush falls over as the tension is going to be through the roof. Grundy has done his best to simply stay out of trouble today. He's kind of left it up to Cox and Durow to make the mistakes and do all the chasing. The 37 of Cox, watch out for him. He's positioned on the right hand side of our COC and the start blocks. The fastest gator out there consistently on the season is Van Veek. He's on the left hand side. Revs up, here we go. This is going to be a banger. 747 of Van Veek, straight through the middle. Looks like he's going to get it. Durow is going to be his closest rival on the number 1. 747, does he get it? Who was that inside? That was 450, that's Grundy. Is that Grundy? No. Whole pile of riders going down there. Just trying to see if any of them are in of the championship hunt. The 24, that's going to be Carty. So Carty got gathered up there. That is Grundy on the outside. So that is our championship points leader, Grundy. 450, he got going. The 24 is not going to get going for a while. That's Carty. So the big story there is championship points leader, Luke Grundy. He came into this round of the championship with a 30-point lead. He kind of stayed out of trouble and stayed out of any kind of mischief in race number 1. But now he is out of the back door and potentially going to lose a whole pile of points. If he wins the championship, it's going to be only just staying out of trouble. The best thing you can do, get the whole shot and run. CW suspension, Van Veek. He is so good at that, has been so good at that the whole way through the season and the whole way through the championship. He is just the dude that gets it done every single time off the gate. If he can live long enough out there with the big swingers, he is able to run podium pace. Watch out to see if Van Veek can get it done, but he's got the number 1 plate right on his wheel, and that's going to be danger zone because Durow is kind of smelling blood in the water. His pit board, when he comes around at the end of lap number 1, is going to tell Durow that Grundy is way out at the back of the pack. That's going to change this race completely. Duro, number 1, he's in second place. Trying to see where Cox is. Cox is running inside the top 5, that's good. Marriott, he's running a top 4. So Marriott, our hole shotter, he's in that mix for sure. He's going to be one of those riders to watch out for. But he does tend to hit a wall around about lap 4 or 5 with arm pump. And the track is fish pace now. Van Veek hangs on to the lead, but for how long? Because the number 1 is coming on and coming on hard. That's Duro. Just saw Cardi recover there. He's way at the back of the pack though, so Cardi is coming through. The 450 is really the rider to keep an eye on, to understand how quickly and how far up Grundy is going to be able to climb. Van Veek getting closed down by Duro, but Duro is cool with this. He doesn't need to make the pass immediately. As long as the gap is extending, he'll allow Van Veek to run the numbers for a while and just follow the wheel. Duro doesn't need to pull any kind of sketchy move here. He does like the outside line at the end of the tables though. Likes to rail the outside. Goes outside here, takes the outside, goes NASCAR style. Doesn't look like there's as much support on the outside as there used to be. You can see he was a little bit nervous running the high numbers up there. Tear off City, that's going to be the story now. So Duro just easing his way into the race. Proctor, he's up there. Marriott is up there. 2 laps in, and Van Veek is still hanging on to the lead. Duro's okay, but if Proctor starts to make himself known, then Duro is going to just drop the hammer and go. This is a famous passing spot for Duro. He likes this. Likes to get on the cable nice and early, out of this very choppy run into the right and left hand turn. No, lines covered by Van Veek. Van Veek's quite good at that as well. Does tend to be aware of who's around him. At the end of the straights, this is where it's going to happen. Step up, step down, then we go into the tech zone. Brakes around the inside. Van Veek has to go inside. Duro had to bow out of that one. Yeah, okay, I've seen that coming for a little while. Duro is one of the few riders that's actually cool to jump in to that section. That was pretty much done before it was even set up. Duro just carried more speed into that section, more speed out of that section. By the time he lands the second tabletop, he's going to have a 3-second lead. So Van Veek is going to have to do what he can to try and hang on to this one, because from now on, Duro is going to be naming the price. He can just set the tone of the race, lay down those laps. Van Veek's move, his only move at the moment, is to hang onto that back wheel and go with him. So the factory SA Red Bull KTM rider Duro leads out the privateer who runs in the CW suspension colors. Van Veek, a revelation on the gate. He is the best hole shotter consistently on the season. Jordan Van Veek gets that 747 fired up more times than not and sees clear air. So all you got to do, get the hole shot and try and run with the big dogs for as long as you can. We've seen a good setup on his machine as well as in his fitness coming towards the end of the season, Van Veek. Proctor, got to be the danger man, does like towards the end of the day, that's when fitness comes into play and fatigue comes into play. But you've got to be on the right side of the fence. Proctor is very, very, very fit. Powerful rider as well. You can see in his body language, he ain't going to get tired on this race. This is the last couple of laps of a 2025 season. Proctor is in that fight as well. He came into this round 4th place on points, 209 on the count. About 20-ish points. What's that? 26 points off the back wheel of Duro and Cox. At the moment we're talking about Duro. We haven't even mentioned Cox and Grundy too much. Cox should be running inside the top 5. Should see him shortly. Normally tends to arrive at this stage of the game. I think I just saw him flash into the back there. But Grundy is going to be the big loser here. And he's not going to be happy with whoever tagged him in the turn. Or if he tagged himself, we don't know. Only he knows that. but there was a lot of different lines going into those first 2 turns that make up the whole shot down at the bowl turn at the bottom end of Terra Topia. Sets up the whole first sector of the lap as well. You got to get a good run through there to get that big sky jump waxed. Watching Proctor and the Yami dance his way through here. Looks like he might have softened the bike up a little touch going forward into this last race, because this track is beat down now. CW suspension. They'll have been spinning some spanners, making sure that Jordan Van Veek is good to go for the second heat. They've got to survive 18 minutes plus a lap. Not even halfway through that one just yet. Rowe, Van Veek, Proctor should just now. We'll see where Cox is coming. So I think he's got to get around Marriott first if he wants to come and join this body. Marriott's been on a burner today as well though, so Marriott's going to be an interesting one to watch out for going forward into next season's championship. For now, Van Veek continuing to impress. I just saw the pants, the black shirt and the almost pink pants of Trey Cox. So he's starting to join the party. Him and Marriott will be the fight for 4th place at the moment. Hopefully they don't trip each other up, because Trey Cox needs to fight forward to understand where he's going to line up. .451. That means it is Dalton Fenter who has joined the body. So he's a bit of an outside bet this time around. Dalton Fenter is sitting in the number 4 spot, then Marriott, then Cox. So that is robbing valuable points from Trey Cox. Cox will be frustrated by this. He needs as many points between himself and his teammate Grundy, as well as Duro for that matter, to try and climb up the ladder. You'll see the number 1 plate just disappearing off into the distance, and he is desperate to get around Marriott. He knows that Marriott's going to fade at some point, he just doesn't know when. And for now, you can see it's just frustrating. Frustration. He cannot get the lines going. He wants to get through on Marriott. He's getting held up. Cox is losing the back wheel of Fenter, and therefore losing the back wheel of the top 3 on the track at the moment. Cox is going to have to pull something ugly. Inside, outside we go. Swing off the back, shove it up the inside. That's going to be Cox on the boss. Yep, gets it done. Had to scrub over that jump though. Actually wasn't that ugly, to be fair. He just positioned himself really well. Gave Marriott no chance to come back to the inside line, and then cut his nose off to just make sure the job was done. Just listening to the smokers out there. Love that sound. 300 blue smoke swinging off the back. So we're picking up on the action. Duro putting on the show for us. Remember, Duro came into this round 3rd on points, 30 points adrift of Grundy. Pulled back a few of those, but not too many. I think Grundy was like 5th or 6th place in heat number 1. Nothing too bad, but nothing too great either, but didn't lose too many points. But Duro is going to start pulling some numbers here. Marriott and Cox are kind of a bit of a story at the moment. Callum Marriott came into this round in number 5. Everyone who needs to be inside the top 6 is inside the top 6 right now. Championship points for the round came in. It was Grundy ahead of Cox and Duro, Proctor, Marriott and Van Veek. All those dudes are inside the top 6 right now, so that's just a fantastic story for the race and for the championship. It's just where they're going to finish and where the points tally is going to line up. Remember, 30 points separated Grundy on a 265. Both riders on a 235 between Cox and Duro. Proctor on a 209, a 197 coming in for Marriott, and a 196 for Van Veek. So there's going to be moving and shaking, there's going to be ups and downs, there's going to be happy and sad faces, all in equal measure. Duro's doing everything he can. He's running out front and hoping for the best. That's, in this scenario, all you can do. Factory KTM will be out there with the calculators, trying to understand how it's all going to go down. But there will be a lot of stress on the side of the pit that is looking after Grundy. A lot. Right, Cox is coming on. We'll keep an eye on timing and scoring shortly. See how that is going to unfold. Cox is moving on up quite nicely. Got through on Marriott, and he's setting sail to try and chase down on the back wheel of Venter. Dalton Venter, for the most part, is pretty much out of this championship. He's been a no-show, racing overseas for the majority of the season. So Dalton Venter kind of taking points away from the guys that desperately need them right now. One of those riders is Trey Cox. Came into this round tied on second place points with DeRoe, both on 235. 30 points off the back wheel of Grundy. The top Yami, as always, on this gate, Jaden Proctor. He's out there trying to see what he can do. This is the man that's running in a I think that's number 3 spot at the moment. That's going to be Dalton Venter. Excuse me, he's a number 4 because we've got Van Veek up the road as well. My apologies. Just had to keep an eye on that one. So Venter, going to see if Van Veek's wheel starts to appear at any time soon. Do sometimes see a little bit of a fade back for Van Veek, nothing too bad. Well, that's Proctor. So Van Veek still holds second place. Proctor in third. Venter on screen at the moment. On the 251, he's in fourth. But if anything, it looks like Venter is catching things up. This is the battle for third. Okay, there's Van Veek. So Van Veek is running a number 2 spot. Third place is going to be Venter and Proctor. They're all pretty close at the moment. Van Veek hasn't had a fade just yet, but I do feel like Proctor and Venter are starting to build the impetus here. Van Veek sitting down very early on in that turn, looking like he's a little tired. Still got a good gap though, ahead of the rest of the chasing pack. Kind of going to leave Proctor and Venter to trip each other up. Venter looks the faster for sure. Proctor just doing what he can, but definitely there's been a turbo boost there for the 251 of Dalton Venter. Excuse me, 451 of Dalton Venter. Venter's on an absolute ripper. No sign of Trey Cox in the background there, so I think he maybe burned his candle a little bit trying to get around Marriott. Might be just starting to breathe a little bit heavy and ride a bit tight. No issues for Venter. He's just getting faster and faster. Good job for Van Veek at the moment. Really doing a spectacular setup on himself and his machine between the racing heats. Visibly now, Venter has closed that gap down. Venter has visibly closed that gap down. They are all 3 together now. This is going to be the battle for second place. This is Van Veek, Proctor, and Venter. All of a sudden, they've all joined the same piece of dirt. This is a 3-way split for second place, and Proctor is starting to shove it up the inside. Love this racing when it happens like this. Van Veek in trouble. Van Veek's going backwards. Proctor is working his way forwards, and Proctor's going to have to open the hole. And Venter is just going to slide on through. How close this is. Van Veek, Proctor, and Venter separated by less than 5 seconds. They are all over each other. The number 1 is gone. That is Cam DeRoe. No one's going to see him for the rest of the day. He's leaving everyone else to trip each other up. Still no sign of Cox. Cox has still not joined the party for the big battles. Van Veek, Proctor, and Venter. This is a wild battle. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Van Veek doing a great job of work, but he definitely is fading backwards. I don't know if he had a bogey lap, whether he tightened up for a lap or 2 and just slowed the pace to get his arms back. But it's on now. There we go. Like it was nothing. Dalton Venter just slid on through. Outside line for Van Veek. Van Veek's done. His arms are destroyed. A very, very easy pass in the heavy braking zone there. That sees Dalton Venter through into second place. Jaden Proctor through into third. So Van Veek, in the blink of an eye, his race just went out the back door completely. Arms are done. Riding too tight. Cannot hold the pace. That's a big pity because he was in a very strong position, a powerful position. So now it's going to be up to a bit of a war to see who's going to be able to do the chase down. I don't see anyone else getting onto the back wheel of Cam Duro. It's going to be up to Fenta to hold off the diesel engine that is Jaden Proctor. Everyone on the sideline enjoying what they're watching. I'm just loving seeing so many people on the sideline. Everyone coming back to the tracks to watch motocross on a Saturday, enjoying what has been set up for them, enjoying the hospitality, enjoying the facilities, enjoying, at the end of the day, great motocross racing. Takes you back to the 90s, going out to legendary tracks like Corribrick. We've got the tracks up to scratch once again as everyone is starting to make their way through and into the lappers now. Lappers is going to be the story. Kino Pereira, that was the 96, getting blasted completely as Dalton Fenta and the big yammy of Proctor come on through. I think Fenta fancies going for a chase down now. I really don't think he's got enough laps in hand to be able to do it, because Vian is starting to step his way forward. Flagman getting ready for the last of the last laps, as they say. If you're at the airport, when you hear the bum bum bum, first and final boarding call, they say, always makes me laugh. First and final. Anyway, we're going forward into looking for our last lap board of the season. Fenta, very impressive, as you'd expect. Racing overseas, polishing his blade all season long and trying to understand how to get the best out of himself and his weapon. For Cam Duro, a couple of bogey races early on this year, robbing him of a chance to go out and do a straight up fight for the championship. It's a last lap of the last race of the last event of the season is out. Cam Duro is going to be the last rider to see the checkers out here at Terra Topia here at the final time of asking. But it's going to be up to the mathematicians to understand who's going to nail down the title. We'll have our camera crew on site to make sure we know which way that number 1 plate is going to go. But there must have been 3 number 1 plates readied, trying to understand who was going to get it done. Grundy may still just get away with this one. Came in with 30 points in hand. He might just survive. But I'll tell you what, Cam Duro and Cox have not made his life easy, nor have Jaden Proctor, Marriott, Van Veek, Cardi, and certainly Dalton Fender has not made his life easy at all. But the number 1 plate, who will potentially hand over the number 1 plate in the MX2s to the new champ to try and defend into the 2026 season. But it's been a sublime season to watch this guy racing out there, Cam Duro. It will be very weird to see the number 1 plate removed if that is the case. At the end of the day, he's done what he can. It has been an up and down season for Duro. The DNFs at Rover are the undoing of his championship. The no points, and he bled points throughout the rest of the season. A couple of 3rd places, a couple of 4th places, 1 bogey 5th as his low point as well. So it's a weird story when you see a rider like this who's able to take so many wins. But 1 event and 1 injury is his undoing. Certainly going to walk away with the overall in the day and take the final checkers. So the last flag of the year and of the day and of the season is going to go to Cam Duro with the number 1. But I don't think he will retain that number 1 plate. That is going to be going the way of Grundy by my maths. We'll wait for confirmation on that. No doubt factory KTM Red Bull South Africa will be down there ready and waiting to understand what is going to happen. But it is a confirmation of the last win and the overall on the event going to Cam Duro, riding out of Red Bull KTM, getting it done. A standout ride coming in for Fenta, an amazing result for him to live out and do that massive fight. And the likes of Proctor, Marriott, Van Veek, Cox, Cardi, and the rest of the amazing riders out here on the MX2 gate, 18 riders strong. But that is our final flag of the season. We'll keep an eye on the post-race celebrations as all the spectators are still buzzing at what they have seen spectacular national and northern region championship racing out here on your doorstep at Terra Topia, just on the outskirts of Diepsloot and Krugersdorp, giving us our final bit of racing action. The last win and the last checkers definitely went to Dero, but we'll get our camera crew across into Park Vermeer to understand who's going to be taking the number 1 plate, the coveted number 1 plate, and the last number 1 plate of the season in MX2s. Hold your breath. We hope you've enjoyed all of our coverage throughout today's event. The final round of the South African National Motocross Championship Racing Tour combined with the final round of the Northern Region MX Championship. It's been spectacular gates across all of our categories. Thank you once again to all of our partners who came on board, and our naming rights partners who joined the party, giving us Mini X on the 50s. Of course, we just watched the MX2s, which was brought to you by Yamaha South Africa. KTMSA brought us the MX1s. TRP, that's Tarantino Racing Products, brought us the high schools. Brightfire brought us the ladies. We had NTG on the gate with us on the MX65s. And as always, we had all of our event and series sponsors in the form of Prepsol, Yamaha South Africa, Missing Second, Venture Sports, TRP, Bikewise, and Bandit Graphics, along with a whole host of supporters. National Championship Tour has been an amazing journey, racing the length and breadth and of course all the provinces across this beautiful country of South Africa. This was the final round, the final time of asking, and the final few points on the plate where we wrapped up all of our championships. Keep an eye on social media as all the teams and the riders will be celebrating those big number 1 plates as we start to close out on what has been an epic day of racing. So our final big number 1 plate is getting splattered on as everyone starts to celebrate the last champion crowned here at Terra Topia. Grundy.
Lucas, quick.
So as you can see, celebrations down there. Grundy did just enough. We'll have a quick chat with our champ. It was a nail biter.
Yo man, it's been such a long year to finally wrap it up here at the last round. Hey, it's out of this world. When I was on 50s, I would never ever thought this day would come in my life, and here I am, South African National Champ MX2 class. Worked hard all year long and gave myself a bit of a cushion in the last 3 rounds, and with the first turn crash, luckily got up, everything was good and I could go till the end and win the championship.
So Grundy gives us our final championship of the year, and that was a nail biter for all of us involved. We were watching and checking out on the calculators, checking out the points. He did just enough to nail down that championship, but Dero, the Yamaha boys, as well as Cox, pushed him all the way to the wire. We really hope you guys have enjoyed the show that has been brought to you. We have been working hard to make sure that we bring you all of the digital gold the whole way through the day. For Firehouse Media, I've been Matt Hollywood Smith on the mic. This has been the final round of the South African National Championship Motocross Racing Tour combined with the final round of Northern Region MX. Have a beautiful off-season. Have a great Christmas. We'll see you guys in 2026.
I gotta get up, I gotta stand my ground. Pressure zone, and I gotta do it now. I feel like a closer when he head up to the mound. Feel like I gotta make the catch and keep my feet in bounds. I tippy-toe through the progress. No shortcuts on this conquest. What we take is beyond risk. Gotta break records, nobody going beyond this. And I'm locked in, well prepared for the next phase. Spun the wheel apart, don't know why I'd be without it. The top is kinda lonely, well I don't like it crowded. Let me show you that I'm all about it. And I know pain is temporary, I don't mind no suffering. And I know sometimes that we come up short, but I done had enough of it. And what you want feels like it's miles away, but it's not as far as it seems. You gotta believe, before your dreams come true, you gotta believe. Like a verse that is not me, I'm ahead of my time, no way they'll ever top me. Set your mind to it and you'll see. One thing I'll always do is believe. And I know pain is temporary, I don't want no suffering. And I know sometimes that we come up short, but I done had enough of it. And what you want feels like it's miles away, but it's not as far as it seems. You gotta believe, before your dreams come true, you gotta believe.
Ooh.